loop. Julian seeming to find the height today. Very nice. Coming down with a clean landing. So it's a double front rotation, or a doobie loop, as it's commonly referred to. Let's see if Juan is going to come in and turn around, just not seeing what he likes. Balneario as a spot is world famous for being the home of progression of kiteboarding in Europe. Big air kiteboarding, I should say. Juan going to the right. Here we are. And he just looks so in control. You can tell that he spent a lot of time on that gear, and he knows exactly what that kite's going to do when he does his rescue or heli loop. So here we have Juria again. Seeming a little out of control. You notice that he went straight up on that jump. That was not the wind he was looking for. Oftentimes you'll see competitors, when they just don't quite have what they're looking for, they will seem a little out of control as they try to balance themselves in the air, get their kite back in the right position, and come in for a soft landing. Anytime you're dropping from above 8 meters, it's definitely a risk of injury. Well, truthfully, anytime you're dropping out of the sky, it's a risk of injury. But specifically above 8 meters, we start to see that's really the danger zone. So those riders, if they don't feel in control, will oftentimes abort. Make sure they get themselves back on the water and are prepared for running their next trick. Most of these riders do have a progression in mind, especially the competition-focused ones. There we go. Board off from the handle. Heavy butt check. Now, oftentimes in the early parts of the morning, in the early parts of the competition, we'll see some holes in the wind as the wind starts to fill. So as you saw Juan drop down and not have the tension he needed, likely due to the conditions with the wind. Now, we are expecting a few things to happen today as far as the wind will continue to build. We would expect it to build at least another 5 to 8 knots. So that's pretty significant when you're looking at an 8-meter kite. So another 5 to 8 knots is what we're expecting to see build over the course of the afternoon. And then we'll also see a tide change throughout this competition. All of that factors into how the riders ride. Oof, Julian, steezy. And as we see that he flipped the
No te pongas triste ni tampoco me resistes, te aconsejo yo.
What's really special about Balneario is, of course, that the kickers, the waves are coming upwind to where usually kite surfers are kiting. So it's really actually easy to take off because the wave is literally pushing you upwind, which just increases your chance going really, really high. And there's not really many spots like this. Of course, on top of that, the winds in here are really crazy. It's probably one of the windiest spots in the whole world. And you can get like 50 knot sessions, sometimes even for the whole week. Like once Levante comes, it can stay for quite a while, and it can, yeah, provide the best, bigger training conditions for all bigger riders. I mean, it's definitely not an easy spot to kite on. It's actually very, very challenging. It's like...
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, I went to that.
All right, and we are back straight into the action. So we have Nelson Hulls over there on the Vantage Kite. We have Jos de Pfeiffer in the black lycra, and we have Maxime Dufour. Maxime going up, red light, kite loop, straight kite loop, getting a feel for the conditions out there. And let's see what Jos can do. Now, Jos is somewhat of a local figure here, not only a high-level rider, but big in the DJ and party scene here in Tarifa. Jos going up, getting that board off, just real quick, getting the feet out of the straps. Comes in, smooth landing. That's the beginning of a heat, feeling out the conditions, seeing what he can get away with. Now, Nelson Hulls in that yellow lycra, you see him down there in the center of your screen. He is a relatively unknown rider, but I've been hearing a tremendous amount about him these last couple of days. Maxime Dufour in the red lycra there, coming in with a big jump, 12.8. Here we go. Let's see what we have. Late back roll, additional rotation, nice and lofty. Came in for a good landing. See what we have. Another 12.8. How about that? So these guys are finding the height. That's what we're looking for with the conditions here in Balneario. We can talk about the wind speed all day long. Very nice. Double back roll, kite loop. And Jos once again coming in for a landing. So I was saying, we can talk about wind speeds up and down. The evidence really is in the jump heights. So when we look at a 12-meter jump, that is absolutely what we're looking for. As the wind continues to build here in with this Levante wind, as we call it, continues to build, we would expect to see those jump heights start to reach up to 15 meters, maybe even 17 meters. A few years back, I would say that Evan Klein on a Core XR set the record during the comp for, if I remember correctly, over 22 meters in the comp. Evan, of course, known for his big jumps in the Core XR, Core being our sponsor today, but the Core XR known for being the leader of the biggest jumps in the world for leading-edge inflatable kites. So here we see Jos. Doesn't look like he's finding what he's looking for on this tack. Now, the riders in this competition can ride in both directions. There is no set direction you're forced to ride. Let's see what we can find from Nelson here. Back roll. Here we go. Double back roll kite loop. Nice little grab at the end. Comes down. Oh! So it's important that you ride out with control. Of course, he came down smooth on his first landing, but couldn't keep the control throughout. He'll lose a little bit of score from the judges for that. There we go, Maxime. Now, Maxime is a reserve rider for Division 2. Maxime is actually a local instructor for the YU Kite School, who is one of our sponsors. Let's see what Jos, get that board back on. Oh, small butt check. So when we look at the riders as they come in for their landings, you'll see it's very much influenced by gusts and wind, as I mentioned before, by kite position, and the judges will note that. So we see that the scores that are coming in, somewhere in the 5.2 at the highest right now for Jos. Jos doing a good job of getting himself into the lead. But those 3s to 5s, we'll expect to see those building up into the 7s and 8s as we get towards the Pro 1 later in the day. Judges with a very critical eye, very detailed scoring system we have here at the Big Air Kite League takes into account a lot of the nuances that may even be tough for us in the commentating booth to pick up on. But the judges have the best view in the world. And so the judges are sitting out there on the bridge. There we go, Maxime, put it down. Oof. And he keeps his butt out of the water, makes a nice landing. So that will probably be Maxime's highest score. I would expect him to better that 3.2. Joss also coming to the right. Interesting to note the riders are coming to the right here a few times. It may be that the wind is filling in best. As that direction changes slightly, the riders will adjust, and that is likely what we're seeing with those guys coming to the right. Oof, terrifying. Big splash down. Oh, and a teabag. So Nelson coming in for a tough landing. Not sure quite what happened with his kite there, but you could tell he got out of control. Let's see what Maxime has. Looks like he's setting himself up for a turn to the right. Now, we have an amazing show set up for you today. So, although I am here by myself right now in the commentary booth as the wind starts to build, we will actually have multiple time first place finisher and world champion, as well as Red Bull Mega Loop winner Andrea Principi to join right around 11 o'clock. And after that, as we get later on into the competition, we will have hometown hero, world famous kiting legend, and all around just good guy, Liam Whaley will also be joining for competition. So stick around for that. It's going to be an amazing day of action. There we go. Maxime with a really nice high jump. Now, Maxime, of course, is what we call in his progression phase. He spends a tremendous amount of time here in Tarifa, kiting in these difficult conditions, instructing people on how to get their jumps higher, and working on actually advanced coaching as well. And you can tell that he is at a point where he is ready to start doing some big rotations with his loops, but he's feeling out the conditions. So Maxime, I think this is his first major competition that he's been in. And so this first round, even if it is disappointing for him on the scores, is really formative. And he will get the chance to better that and continue on in the competition in the next rounds. Now, the main sponsors of the event today, of course, are Core Kiteboarding and also Kite Mana. Kite Mana is doing something special for us today. They have set up a crowdsourced Rider of the Day prize. So Kite Mana is funding 1,500 euros. That's 1,500 euros, which for these athletes is a significant amount of money, to the rider who is voted as the top rider of the day by you, the audience. So if you have a favorite rider, go to kitemana.com/vote. Put in your vote for your favorite rider. We're going to be talking about Kite Mana a little bit throughout the day, but of course you can buy your core kites through Kite Mana. Kitemana.com, I suggest you take a look, compare the prices on the gear, check out the shipping times. It's an incredible resource for anyone who is in Europe. Go check out your core kites on kitemana.com. Full Power, of course, and the Big Air Kite League. Very thankful to both Core and to Kite Mana for making this event possible. If it weren't for their continued support, these events would not be able to happen, and so we are very thankful for the fact that they believe in kiteboarding. Well, Joss, not quite getting what he needed there as far as the lift, but as I was saying, we're very thankful to Core Kiteboarding and to Kite Mana, both for supporting local events and making sure that these riders have the platform to continue to progress and grow within our sport. These guys really are the future of the sport as they continue, leaving the board behind. So Maxime, as you see, it was mentioned a little earlier, he's on his progression path, his journey, if you will, and that was his first trick where he really tried to set a new level for himself. There he is, head down in the water, full commitment to the body drag, making it back upwind. So he's going to have hopefully only 2 tacks with that head down there just shoveling in the water. All right, now we have about 1 minute left in this heat, and you see on the timer on the top left, easy way to keep track of where the status is of the heat. Looks like Josh de Pfeiffer has this well in hand, although Nelson looks like if he were to be able to better that 4.8, he might be able to take it to Josh. There's only less than 0.2 between them, so Josh is going to want to do a nice big late back roll, tail grab. Have my doubts that'll put him any better than the scores he's at right now, but Nelson has about one opportunity left as we run down to 20 seconds in the heat. A different strategy, now it's go all out to see if you can get that top spot to avoid riding an additional heat. So we count down, we have 10 seconds left in the heat, and we're going to go to the replays of the best. We'll go to the advertisements from our sponsors, and then we'll look at some replays from this heat.
Wow, experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Well, welcome back. We are here in between rounds 3 and number 4. It has been an absolutely action-packed round here as we get started with the day. We're going to go to some replays, show some of the action from that last heat. This is really one of my favorite parts of the day as we start to see the conditions build and we start to see some of the riders in their earlier in their careers. Of course, we have all the big action coming up later in the day, but this is where you get to see the progression of kiteboarding. All right, so here we have some action from that previous heat. It's a nice lofty touchdown. There we go. There's Josh de Pfeiffer with a big old back roll, getting that kite nice and horizontal. Excellent. So that's Nelson Hulse. And here we have Maxime. Straight kite loop. Beautiful backdrop there. Oh, and a backdrop as we're talking about it. All right, well, welcome back. We are here in the studio as the action is building. Absolute pleasure to be with you. I am Ian Avra. I am here working with the Backle team and, of course, with the Full Power team to bring this competition to you. But it's not just me. There are over 35 people who have come together as a community to put this competition on. Thank you to the Big Air Kite League for making this possible. Thank you to Core and Kite Mana for bringing the funds to pay everybody to actually make sure that this can happen, to give a platform to these riders. We have a tremendous amount of action coming up for you today. We have Levante. It's that wind coming out of the east, going through the west, getting compressed through the Strait of Gibraltar, and as it exits with speeds of 35 to even up to 60 knots sometimes, the riders get out here to test themselves against the toughest conditions that Europe has to offer. Now, southern Spain is unique, and specifically Tarifa is unique for the wind conditions that are here. Some of the best riders in the world come to Tarifa and come to this spot specifically and struggle. This is an area where you really need to know the conditions and spend a lot of time training. Combination between the sheer power of the wind as well as the variability, those gusts, causes this to be a difficult place to ride. So Balneario also has a couple tricky things that make it, for even an experienced rider, a rather challenging. So we'll see that the wave as it comes in is unique. There's only a couple places in the world, a few spots in Africa as well as Morocco, but then specifically here in Tarifa, the most accessible, where you have a wave that comes in and pulls you against the kite itself. So as the wind goes out away from you, that wave comes in towards you and causes an extra amount of tension in your lines, almost building tension into that kite like a spring, if you will. And so that's why we'll see at this spot a tremendous amount of progression. A lot of the YouTube or Instagram videos and clips that you see coming out are actually taken right here. The bridge as it goes out, and as we move through the day, we'll get a couple other camera angles. So the bridge on the left-hand side actually blocks the wind for the first few meters, but then creates an updraft. And if you can catch that updraft, and you can catch the wave at the right time, it's possible to do jumps of up to 27 meters is the highest I've seen here in Balneario. So the wave will sometimes build up to 3 meters as the wave itself, so that's a significant wave, and every centimeter of that wave as it builds height builds that tension in the lines. So as we talk throughout the day, we'll see a couple different peculiarities of the spot, a couple of things that make it challenging, and really test the riders to the maximum. There's also a good bit of current here, and so when you do have a crash, that's why we have the safety crew. So there is a current here that will take you and pull you straight out into the middle of the Strait of Gibraltar and then consequently out to the Atlantic. So at Full Power, we make sure that safety is always present. You'll see there's 2 ambulances. Of course, if a rider gets injured, we have a partnership with Kiran Salud, which is the local hospital. And so they have provided, and thanks to them, 2 ambulances to make sure that the competition always continues to run, even in the event of an emergency. We have 2 safety resources, so that would be a boat and a jet ski. So at any given point, you may see that jet ski run out there to check on an athlete or also to retrieve a board if it's in a critical situation. Always like to be double safe and secure here in such a dangerous kite surfing spot. For those who are not as familiar with this, with the conditions, this is what we call offshore conditions. That means that if you have a problem with your kite, the wind is going to be taking you away from safety rather than towards safety. Really the best thing for a beginning kiteboarder, or for even most intermediate kiteboarders, is to kite in side onshore or even sometimes onshore conditions. That way, if you have any issues, you are pulled back to the beach by your kite. This is quite the opposite. This is a dangerous and challenging spot. All of us who ride and have ridden here can attest to that. And so that's why this competition in this location is so special, is this is really testing the riders to their maximum. Now, Pablo, we have a couple things coming up that are special for, or that are coming up, I say, between the next rounds. How much time do we have before we're going to the next round here, Pablo? About 10 minutes or so. Okay, very good. So as we build throughout the day, we'll have a lot of time talking. in the beginning as the judges are getting into their rhythm. They really try to make sure that they have the scores correct and just right, as these are the riders' careers that are depending upon them doing their job in a very detailed way. But the pace of the competition will pick up as we get a little later on in the day. So right now the conditions are building, the judges are becoming more fluid. And of course, there's a lot that goes behind this competition. So all of the overlays that you see, all of the automatic graphics that pop up, these are all things that the Big Air Kite League has spent a tremendous amount of time and collaboration making over the past months this year. So the first time that we've seen this set up was actually with the Big Air Kite League in the United States. So you see the automated flow of the live stream. You see the overlays, the Surfer app, how everything is integrated. So there's a tremendous amount of technical work that goes on in the background, and the hope and the goal is that you never even see it or think about it. But it's interesting now for anyone who ever would want to run their own competition at their local spot. Running the live stream at this type of level is certainly a technical challenge, but one that the team here has gone at with full gusto. So thank you to the live stream team and everyone who's behind that. It's definitely the devil's in the details there. So let's talk a little bit about the heat that's coming up. So the heat that's coming up, we have Gianluca D'Ambroso, John Perez, and Boris Burli. Now, Gianluca actually flew here overnight to get here from Italy. John Perez has come here from Colombia, and Boris Burli is actually somewhat of a local here in Tarifa. Now, each of these riders is going to be trying to show for the first time here in Full Power what they can do. Now, this is a springboard very frequently for their conversations with their sponsors and how they progress their career. But let's take the opportunity right now, while we have a little bit of time, to have some words from our sponsors. All right, we are live. Just checking some of the results from the last heats. So let's do a little bit of a recap here. For heat 1, 2, 3, we have the winner, Lasse Hofmeister. We have for heat 1, Julian Wynn for heat 2, and Joss de Pfeiffer for heat 3. So exactly what we had expected to see based off the riding. Now, interesting to note is that Lasse came in with an overall score of 12.07. Julian came in at 13.4, and Joss at 12.3. So my takeaway from that is that the judges are rewarding the jump heights. So we noticed that Julian was getting an extra about meter or so, and that translated directly into about a 1.4 on his score above the other riders. So judges definitely rewarding the height and the extremity when it comes to full power. Now, coming up, as we mentioned, we've got 3 up-and-coming riders, but for the moment, we have in the event the AP flag up. Now, that AP flag signifies that there is a pause in the action for an adjustment in the race. Now, that AP flag can go up either for an adjustment to scores from the previous round, if they've got scores that are potentially needing review, or if there's a change to the heat sequence or anything in the actual regatta or race itself. So we are currently under the AP flag, and we will return to the action as soon as it is available. Pablo, ¿queremos otra propaganda?
Kite proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
All right, and we are back now, still under that EP flag as the regatta is working out some details. But I want to take this minute to actually talk a little bit about some of the technology that goes behind these competitions, specifically around the Surfer app. So the Surfer app is actually quite ingenious in the way that it measures jump heights. So each of the riders carries in their, actually on their person, inside of their Lycra, a phone. It's a regular smartphone, nothing too terribly expensive. 100 euros, 150 euros gets you a pretty cheap smartphone these days, but it has an accelerometer, gyrometer, it has GPS, things like that. And so the development team at the Surfer app has been able to harness those sensors that are in every smartphone and through thousands upon thousands of jumps, develop an algorithm that actually records how high you jumped based off the sensors in that phone. So what you'll see today is that each of the riders carries in their Lycra a waterproof protector, of course, and then the phone inside. And so when they jump, the vibrations and also, of course, the height figures into the algorithm and tells us how high they jumped. Then that phone sends a signal, of course, through cellular towers to the Surfer team, and then we can see exactly how high they jumped. Now, the Surfer team has a couple of different ways of doing this. Of course, they have the phone, but then they also have a board mount, and then they also have a watch. So and there's not anything proprietary. You can take almost any modern smartphone or an Apple Watch, and I believe they're working on the Garmin watch soon as well as Android. It's a build out in process, but they currently have the Apple Watch going. So if you want to throw your Apple Watch on, put your Surfer app on, you can actually get your jump heights right there on your watch. Now, if you're in the process of progressing and you're saying, man, I don't know if I'm riding fast enough, I don't know if my upwind angle is correct, there is an amazing tool you can use. Grab that surfer board mount, put that on your board, toss the phone in, and it will give you live coaching on your board. So as you look down on your board as you're riding with your kite, you can actually see green or red as far as your angle and as well as your speed. Now, to me, that's the fastest way to get your jumps higher. A lot of times riders get caught at certain heights and just need that extra little bit of coaching, and the Surfer app is able to get you that. Don't even have to go get an expensive coach. The Surfer app can show you that using technology. So just want to shout out to the Surfer app and thank them for all the development work they're doing. We're going to jump to the ladder so we can look at what's coming up in the competition here. So we see that we've made it through the first 3 rounds, and we're going into heat number 4. Now, or excuse me, first in round 1, we've gone through the first 3 heats, to be specific. We're going to the heat number 4, which is the last of this round. Now, as I mentioned before, the winners of round number 1 will jump to round number 3. Important for the overall competition. Now, in round number 2, we'll see Philip Sataris, Jury Brun, Maxime Dufour, and number 3 of heat 4. Okay, important to see that you get 2 opportunities to go through. Now, we see that Andrea Lauro, Lassie Hoffmeyer, Josta Pfeiffer, and Nelson Holes already seeded in. So as we move along with the results, you'll start to see these fill in the heat ladder as we get out towards the semifinal and the final. Interesting thing in full power, the winner of division number 2 automatically gets a place in division number 1. May not sound so important in the beginning, but this is the beginning of someone's career. Getting into division number 1 is actually very prestigious here in full power, takes top level athletes, and so now we can see that even if you're in division number 2, you have the opportunity to show that you are a rider of the level that deserves to be in division number 1. So the difference between division number 1 and number 2 is that a lot of the top guys on the planet will be competing in division number 1. But if you are an up-and-coming rider, you don't have a name yet, maybe you don't even have a sponsor yet, getting into a competition like this where you get into the division number 2 and you can through your own merit and through your own efforts rise to the level and show that you have what it takes. It's a really exciting aspect of full power and something that I absolutely love to see. Love to see that the best riders rise to the top. Now, last year we saw for Full Power 2022, we saw the winner was Heel Vloot. Kitesurfer of the year, the inventor or the first one to do a double mega loop, did that down in Cape Town and has perfected it up here in Tarifa. So that was our winner last year. The year before that, Andrea Principi, who has gone on to be, of course, champion of the GKA and the overall the winner of the Red Bull Mega Loop. So here, let's cut to the schedule for the upcoming event that we have. So let's take a look at our event schedule with this wonderful overlay. And see, we started the competition at 9:15. We've had a couple delays in between, but should run pretty much close to this schedule. We'll run the first 2 rounds of division number 2, so that's the men in division number 2, and then we will jump to the women in heat number 1. Go back to the round 3 of Pro 2, and that's be around 11:15 in that range, and then jump to the women. I think it's important to note as we go through the day that around 1 o'clock we'll get to the men in Pro number 1. And at that point, I will be joined by Liam Whaley, actually. So it should be a fun day. We'll have a break between the finals. So we'll have the women's final and then the men's final. And we'll break shortly, and then we will jump to the prize giving right there at around 5:50. So that's the current plan for the day. I encourage you, if you're watching the entire stream, stick with us. Come watch through the finals and then stick with us for the prize giving. This is a very special prize giving as we've got a really unique setup here in Tarifa, sitting right above the beach. The Red Bull truck there blasting the music, and we get to see the overall atmosphere and vibe that is very much unique to Tarifa. One thing I will point out, is you can see it very clearly in the earlier part of the schedule, is that Full Power Tarifa really makes a priority on giving the women and the men the optimum conditions. So the women are not run before the men in the light wind. The women are actually run interspersed between the men's division to make sure that the women have the best opportunity to show what they can do. We'll talk quite a bit about the women as these next rounds come up. There are some absolute standout athletes. We have Justine Avril, we have Zara Hogenrad, we have Francesca Maini. There are some really, really strong athletes in the women's fleet, and it's only fair to them to make sure that they have the conditions that are adequate to show what they can actually do. All right, we'll keep going. We keep going as we've got this AP flag still up. Time to grab a drink of water, I think, while we're going here. So one of the things that you'll see that comes up throughout the stream is that we have some smaller sponsors who have made it possible through their commitment as far as resources or manpower or a small amount of prize money as well to make sure that this competition can happen. The biggest one I would say is YU. Now, Vladimir Rodriguez is the godfather of kiteboarding here in Balneario, and also he is the owner of the YU Kitesurf School. Now, they dedicate a tremendous amount of their resources to making this competition happen. So YU Kitesurfing is my go-to when I have people who need lessons here in Tarifa. They have the staff, if they're professional enough to put on an event like this. Full Power Tarifa, of course, you know that you're in good hands for your lessons. And of course, new gear is always good, and here in Tarifa we get the best of the gear because the gear cycles out so quickly. A lot of volume, and so you know that you're getting top quality gear, something that's recent from this year or last year, and excellent instruction from people who actually know how to ride in these challenging conditions. So we saw Max out there before, of course, YU instructor, as I mentioned, but really also a big part of this competition. So we have to say thank you to YU, thank you to the YU team, and of course, Vladimir Rodriguez, the godfather of big air kite surfing here in Balneario. The man lives and breathes this spot, and so big shout out to Vladimir and thank you to him and his commitment for making sure that Full Power happens every single year. It takes a huge team to make this happen. We'll talk about our sponsors as we go throughout the day. But it's absolutely vital when you run a kite surfing competition that you have that support from the overall community. Now, in the last year, we've seen a resurgence of kite surfing competitions, and that is excellent for the athletes. It's good for the sport. So we just came off the Red Bull Mega Loop, which is a huge major event within the sport of kite surfing. Of course, a qualifier for King of the Air. So if you're in this industry, you know that King of the Air, the most prestigious event of the year. So we just saw some amazing action in qualifying there. But of course, there's some smaller local competitions. There are the Dutch Nationals, the SpaceX team, of whom you'll see a couple riders here today, and even our head judge, Marijn, is part of that team. And so it's a small community, but a lot of competitions this year, and we love to see it. The Full Power fleet is actually very interesting in that it's made up of a lot of different nationalities. So we have our Dutchies from up north who all fly down. We have the German contingent. We have a huge team or huge crew of French riders that have come in, and of course our local Spanish riders. But on top of that, we have riders from South Africa as well as from Brazil and Colombia. We're missing my Americans, unfortunately, but I think within the next years we'll see some Americans come over here and show what they do. Recently, we had the opportunity with the Big Air Kite League to do a tour of the Hood River area. So that's in the Washington, Oregon side of the country, over there on the best coast, the West Coast. And we were able to see what the conditions are. And I have to say that although Big Air started and really the home for it is here in Europe and South Africa, the fever is spreading to the United States. So we had the pleasure to sit with and see and train with and enjoy the show from a lot of local riders in the Hood River area. So if you go back and you check out some of those Big Air Kite League live streams from Hood River, you will see some amazing action. Of course, Cohen Van Dyke, the winner of the Big Air Kite League there in Hood River. But we saw a real standout performance from Kimo Verkerk as he's coming back off of a year of not kiting and really showing us his raw talent and what he can do. He will be riding in Pro Division 1. But I was most impressed when I saw the local riders. So we saw riders like Nick Schollard, young guy, trains every single day, pushing his limits. He will be at some point, mark my words here, he will be at some point in Pro 1, just out of raw talent and dedication. We saw Zach Adams take the highest jump of the day. That was a 17.4 meter jump for the day. Big old banger of a jump, also pushing the limit. We saw Aiden Emmerts, and we also saw Zach Parker. And so all of those riders really feeding off each other in a community and making sure that they're pushing big air in their spot. Now, Hood River is not the only big air spot in the United States, but I think it probably is the most consistent, getting those winds of about 25 to 30 knots or so on a weekly basis. And it's a really special place, and I would encourage you, of course, if you have the opportunity, to go visit. But the point is, those local riders are they're catching the fever of what we're doing here in Europe and South Africa, and they're taking advantage of the motivation that comes from this side of the world and really starting to carry the torch on their own. So while we were there, we actually saw some unique tricks to the United States, things that you don't see very commonly here in Europe. So specifically the sushi roll. Nick Schollard is, I think, the master of that. And that's a back roll with a big back roll with a kite loop right in the middle. Looks very much like a boogie loop or a front roll that you would see here, but that seems to be a local favorite, as well as some other variations thereof. So the big air scene is growing. It's strong. And when I talk to the local or to the brands about where are they seeing the biggest kite sales, it's actually in the big air arena. So when we have conversations with the brands as far as sponsorship for the league, and conversations with the brands about what do they see as far as the future of kiteboarding, big air is always in the mix, and it is the leader of volume sales right now. So there's a couple different types of big air kites, and we're actually going to see one of the newest ones on the market, the Core XR Pro, in our women's division. So the women's division is coming up soon, and in that one we will see Zara Hugenrad, a Dutch rider riding for Core for quite a few years now, riding a very special kite. It's easy to say a kite's special, but the records back it up. So this kite is the XR Pro. Now the XR has for many, many years been the jump height leader in the world for leading edge inflatable kites, but this year they brought out something extremely special. They did that leading edge in Alula and spent a tremendous amount of time developing the jumping characteristics of this kite. Now, it's not the comfiest kite in the world. It's not going to be something that is for a beginning rider, I think, but in the hands of a capable intermediate to advanced rider, it is an absolute weapon. So on the launch day of that kite, we saw the world record for height broken twice. That, I think, is a testament to the development and the effort that went into tuning the kite for maximum height. Now, what we're going to see today, though, from Sarah is we're actually going to see the looping ability of that kite. So keep a close eye out on the ladies, specifically on that black kite with the gold leading edge, 5-strut kite, but still very light. I have yet to get my hands on it myself, but you know that as it's an XR, it's a massive jumping kite, and I'm curious to see how Sarah can use it today to rise to the top of the podium. Now, Zara is riding with a slight injury, but just like the rest of the fleet, she has tons of grit. So she's adapting her riding style today to make sure that she gets the best out of her body as well as the best out of her kite. So she told me yesterday as we were talking that she won't be doing any board offs, but she's going to be doing big inversions and big loops. Nice thing about that Alula material that they're using is it's so light, it helps you to be caught by the kite in those light winds. So expect to see that today, and specifically if the wind gets a little gustier right around the tide change midday. So we're going to see a tide change right around 12 to 1 o'clock as the wind tends to get a little gustier during that time period. Let's see how that kite catches Zara, something to keep an eye on if you've got an eye for detail. And we are still staying live here. Very good. So it looks like that AP flag has been up for a tremendous amount of time. Not actually very common for us to have this happen during a competition, especially full power, as full power is a pretty quick competition. So they've had some significant events had come up. We will have a report for you coming out regarding that, whether that is an injury or whether that's just a stoppage due to systems. And while we're here, let's see if we can take a look at the WhatsApp groups to see what is coming through. Looks like that rider group is very active today. Everyone checking, looking at each other's scores, checking the schedules. It's a lot of fun to see the community that is built around Big Air. All the riders actually tend to travel with one another, and it's one of the, I would say, most positive aspects of the Big Air scene right now is the positivity and the fact that everyone really works as a team. Of course, when you get to the higher levels, there's a tremendous amount of competition. Got some mix up with the pictures there, but at least the names are right. And we are getting back into the action finally, thank God. Okay, so our heat is on and we are live. We have 9 minutes, 47 seconds left to go. And the first up with the jump, kite loop, late back roll. Ooh, change of the angle there. Let's see if he comes in for the landing. Gianluca D'Ambrosio. So that will be a nice score for him to put on the board. Looks like for Gianluca, we have Charles Bordel's photo up, so ignore the picture. That's actually Charles Bordel. We'll see him later in Pro 1. And there we have Andrea Principi also showing too. But the important thing to note is that the jump heights, that's a 14.8 meter jump. That is an absolute banger of a jump. That means, and there we go, 17 meters for Boris. Oh, absolutely the biggest jump that we've seen so far. Okay, then this is starting to get exciting. This is what we want to see. So we talked about the wind building throughout the day. 17-meter jump is full-on, full-strength wind. So John Perez actually coming out of Colombia. You see him there in that black Lycra. I have yet to see him ride, and this is what's exciting about the Division number 2, is we get to see a lot of fresh riders and get to be surprised by their style. So Gianluca and Boris both showing that they can go high. Let's see if they have the technicality to make the tricks. Board off. Can he get the board back on? Oh. It just they're skipping across the water. So we saw that the control on the control on that jump was not where it needed to be. That one will not score for it. But let's see Gianluca. Gianluca, quite the character coming out of Italy. Now there's the kite loop with the late back roll. And wonderful camera shot there. You can see looking out towards the Strait of Gibraltar and then out towards the Atlantic on the right-hand side. In the background, if it's a clear day, you can, of course, see Morocco. Now, only a couple kilometers, I want to say it's 14 kilometers, actually separates Spain from Morocco. So the continent of Europe meets Africa right there. And let's see what John Perez here has lined up. Man, look at the focus. You can see where his eyes are. He's lining up, trying to find that wave. The wave will probably build throughout the day. It's small now, but should be building up to a little bit larger in the day. He's trying to find that tension. Little preload pop, board off with the loop, and gets the board back on. Very nice landing. So that's a good score he's going to put on the board, get him in a solid position. Here we go. Here's the angle that we like to see. We can see them building tension, managing with the preload pop right off the wave. Boris, straight kite loop, little steezy tail grab right there on the end. So not going to be a high score for Boris, but at least he's got that score on the board. Getting the height though, 15.5 meters. Now, Boris probably just feeling himself out here as he is not a veteran in competition. Although he is a veteran to Tarifa, I see him almost every day. But he definitely has the height to throw some of the biggest tricks that we can throw in kiteboarding. Now, John Perez taking the lead in this heat, as the others still have to put their second score on the board. But at 8.03 is a solid start to his heat. He'll be looking to improve upon that. Now, Gianluca not finding what he's looking for with that kicker. You notice that as he popped up, lost a little bit of his line tension, and when you go to release your jump, the line tension is absolutely critical. Even if you lose 10% of your line tension, you can lose half the jump. So managing that preload pop right there. There we go. Late back roll. Now you'll notice that the kite was high in the sky, so that's something that the judges of course take note of. Getting that kite level with you as the rider is going to get you maximum score. Most of these riders tune their line lengths to make sure that they get that kite right about level. So board off from the handle, but oof, look at the slack in those lines, and he's going to get yanked. Ah, there it is. Just get that fish pole effect there. You let the lines go slack, the wind catches it, and then you end up being jerked 5 or 10 meters away from your board. But John Perez coming in with a lot of speed here. Look at that spray. Pulling against and running right up onto the sand. Speaking from experience, it can get very shallow there very quickly, and if you take off on the sand, it tends to be a little bit of a rough takeoff. Going to the right though, front roll inversion. It comes down. Now, what he's going to want to see is he's want to get that jump actually significantly higher. See, 8.2 meters, right? So he's going to want to get that jump about 2 meters higher and get that kite just a little bit lower, and then he'll be in the range of scores, probably getting up closer to the 5s. But right now, stuck down in the 4s if he doesn't get that height up. So Gianluca still not putting his second score on the board. He's got a little bit less than 4 minutes left in this heat, so he's really going to have to start organizing himself. Competition and competition experience becomes really important as you get down to the bottom half of the heat, and not allowing that pressure to affect your mindset. Sticking to your plan, let's just say, first of all, let's have a plan. A lot of these riders in the second division, they're learning the need for the plan. And what do we have there? We have Gianluca being pulled out by the jet ski, so he is either injured from that last yank. There we go. Very nice job, Boris. Let's see, come in for the landing. Yes, nice and smooth. That's going to make him feel happy. But we see Gianluca being taken out of the heat there. We hope that he's okay, but we do have safety medical staff on site. So there we go. There's a back roll, just a little, back roll, kite loop. Now, this is a very straightforward trick that I would say is a progression trick for most of the intermediate riders. Certainly not John Perez's best trick, nor is probably something he was planning at that time. So missed what he was looking for, I think, on that takeoff. Now we have 2 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. This is do or die time for Boris. Boris is going to have to put some big scores up on the board. I've seen him ride. I know he can do it. See, back roll. Got the loop, and oof, a sketchy late back. But comes in for a nice smooth landing. A few years ago, I was riding with Boris in Caños de Meca, which is south of here, and I saw him do one of the biggest kite loops I think I've ever seen in my life, 20 plus meters. So this guy is an absolute ripper. He knows how to ride. It's just a matter of getting that comfort. So back roll. There we go. So John Perez, I think that's going to be one of his higher scoring tricks in the heat, although it didn't look like he had the height he was going for. Now see there, 6.7. So even though he has those 2 back rolls in that trick, it's definitely not going to score high for him just due to the lack of height. 6.7 is not anything the judges are going to be happy with at all. Here's Boris. Come on, Boris. Let's see what you can do, buddy. So it looks like we got a contra loop there. And this is probably the first time we've talked about a contra versus regular kite loop. So normal kite loop goes in opposition to your direction. Good height, though, 13 meters. So, and John Perez coming in, making an absolute yard sale, putting the kite down in the water, and we have 1 minute left to go in this heat. So, John will likely be his last attempt at the heat, as it's going to take him a while to get that board back. But let's see what Boris can do. Boris has a 4.3. Now, if he can better his 3.4, he can actually end up taking this heat. So, let's see what Boris can get. And I see John Luca over there on the beach in their yellow lycra. Okay, our safety boat is coming back. Come on, Boris. Let's see what you got, buddy. It is time to put a big score on the board. He can actually jump to the top of this heat. Knowing your timing in a competition is absolutely critical. You'll see the most experienced competitors. They really understand where they're at as far as the time in the heat. So let's see if Boris has that heat time awareness. He's got 18 seconds left. Boris, it's time to go, now or never, buddy. Let's see. Coming in to the right. Talking to the beach. Not sure why. It is also possible that he has run out of trick attempts. Each of the riders has 7 trick attempts. So, yep, there he is. He's coming off the water, and now the heat is finished.
Kite world's biggest kite store. Kite offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite your online kite store.
That scoring system with that live scoring was incredible. And to be honest, that was a much better system than King of the Air's live scoring.
I think it's the #1 scoring system around, so definitely go check it out, heatscoring.com.
I've just got to give a massive shout out to Michael Erickson. He was there every second of it, watching the scoring from a distance and helping our judging team.
Experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
All right, and we are back with one of the most interesting heats we've seen so far. It was an absolute pleasure to watch both of those guys ride. It's really cool to see the differences between the riding styles. So we're actually going to go check out a replay so we can recap some of the most interesting parts of that last heat. Love to see the jump heights too. 17 meters out of Boris, really happy to see that.
Kite world's biggest kite store. Kite offers you excellent kite.
Surfer is the all-in-one solution for
All right, well, looks like we're not going to replays. We're actually going to the next heat, which is going to be a really interesting heat. As we start building throughout the comp, we get to see different styles.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
Wow, experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
All right, and we are into the action here. We apologize for that short technical break there. We are 5 minutes, 35 seconds left in this heat. This is Jury Brun versus Philip Setares. Now, Philip still has yet to land any of his two tricks, so we have a 3.8 for Jury. And we can see that Jury is in the black lycra. He's body dragging towards his board right now, and Philip is going to be in that yellow lycra. Now, Philip is an outstanding young competitor coming to us out of Poland, actually, and Jury coming from the north of the continent up there from the Netherlands. As we pan across and we can see some of those conditions developing, and you can see on your screen, actually, 3 different levels of wind right there if you've got a sharp eye. Foreground, midground, and background as the wind builds, as it moves away from the shore. Here we go. Philip Setares coming in on that north orbit, looking for his kicker, not finding what he's looking for right now. So taking his time. He does have 4.5 minutes left in this heat, but it is time for him to put some good scores on the board. Now, Jury coming in, preload pop, throwing a lot of spray. Very nice. Back roll kite loop. Just not catching that landing. Nice little wipe out there from Philip, or from Jury. Now as Philip comes into the screen, and once again, we'll ignore those rider photos for the moment. Ooh, good height. Nice back roll. Just can't land it. Now that was good height. Anytime in Balneario where you can get a jump where you see above the island, there it is, coming in at 15 meters, and that is Philip right there on the screen. Good looking guy, had a great jump, just couldn't stick the landing. Now, good gauge for height here in Balneario is anytime that you see a rider clear the island, you got about a 15-meter jump or plus. Now let's see what Jerry can do. Board off by the fin, kite loop. Can he get that board back on in time? Oh, not quite. So you see he's got the technique. Just looks like he was missing a couple meters on height. Yeah, there it is again. 8.8 meters. So a lot of times when you see these riders bomb out or not quite make it, They do have the trick, but something in their takeoff went wrong, whether it was just missing the wind, the gust came through, or just missing that slight bit of tension like we talked about before. So 8.8 meters, not quite enough to get that board off from the fin, although it was very stylish. So if he can add a couple meters to that jump, that will be a high scoring trick. Technical difficulty is pretty high with that, as it is from the fin, which means you're managing a board with a small surface area in your hand. Here we go, Philip coming in with a lot of speed. Kite loop, late back again. This time he's got the lift, and he'll make it. Very good. Now he's got to watch out as that kite slacks out as he rides directly towards the kite. That can be a tough situation to manage down there in the bottom. All right. All right, points on the board. That does matter, even if it isn't as high as he would like it to be. Jerry's going to be happy to at least have a safety trick on the board. Now, Philip coming in with a 3.5, so a low technical difficulty trick there, the kite loop late back roll, but at least he's got the score on the board. Now, you can make that trick to be one of the higher scoring tricks in the competition, but you've got to be up 15 to 20 meters and get that kite directly level with you. We saw Joshua Emanuel do really good examples of that recently in the Mega Loop. There we go, excellent. We've got a flag broken on the beach. You know what that tells us? The wind is picking up. So we saw in the last round competitors in the 15 to 17 meter range. Look at that core flag flapping in the wind, bending over. It can bend quite a bit more than that. You can get them about horizontal. But that's a good indicator that the wind here is picking up. Check the surroundings, look at the kites, and then look at the sand. The sand right near the water is getting picked up and ripped off the beach. It's a good indicator on the Beaufort scale, which is a scale of sailors to measure wind. You'll start to see how looking at the environment will tell you how the wind is at, or where the wind is at, what level it's at. Anytime we see the sand getting ripped off the water, we know that we are in excellent kiteboarding conditions. And there we go. There's a picture of Jury. That's what we wanted to see. We got the pictures updated, and we are 50 seconds from the end of this heat. Philip has got to get himself another score on the board. All right, so Jerry performing some very simple tricks there. That's a back roll, or 2 back rolls, with, of course, with the kite loop. Now let's see, where is Philip? It's been a while since we've seen Philip here on the screen. I hope everything's going all right for him. Don't know if he had a technical malfunction. Nope, there he is, ripping through our screen. Wow, a ton of speed. See if he can carry that. No, just bad launch. 14 seconds left. He's not going to make it. And now we got 10, 8, 7. So this heat is going to finish. Philip will be very disappointed not getting that second score on the board, but he lives to ride another day in the upcoming rounds.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, and we are back. Now, we're actually going to jump to replays to take a look at some of the action from that last heat. All right, and we are back live. Now, throughout this live stream, we're going to start checking the comments on YouTube. So keep them civil, keep them nice, but we will absolutely be checking the comments. I'm going to start pulling up some of the best comments. So if you guys have questions, all right, so here we are. Now, these are two riders who did not win their heats, and they're coming up against each other for another chance to show what they can do. We've got Maxime, who is finding his comfort, and Gianluca D'Ambrosio coming from Italy. Both these riders, a little disappointed, I'm sure, with their first performance, but let's see what they can do. Gianluca, nice big late back roll there. Just bombing out. Now that, I think, was his challenge in the last round, was finding his landings. So he's going to have to improve upon that. But definitely had the height, nice extremity. All right, now Maxime in the yellow lycra, trying to find his ideal takeoff point. Now, it's his chance as the local to show what he can do. Trying to find that wave, building tension. Kite loop, and he does land it. Now, a straight kite loop, although for most of us who are progressing in the sport, feels extreme, but for these guys, that's just standard fare. So he will get almost no points for a straight kite loop, so he's going to have to really push himself. This is his chance to show that he is ready to be in competition. This is a make or break moment for him as a competitor. So this round, if you lose this round, you are out of the comp. Important round. Now, if you do win this round, you get to go through. So, carrot and the stick. Now, we have 6 minutes, 20 seconds left in this heat. It's time for these guys to put some scores on the board. Whoa! Check out the yank that Gianluca got on that. Can he put it down? No, getting pulled over the toe side edge of the board. Now, Maxime's not going to be able to jump there because Gianluca's crashed right in the landing zone. So Maxime will have to wait, see him looking downwind to try to see when it's going to be clear for him to jump. It is a requirement, a safety requirement for the competitors to make sure that the landing zone is clear. There you can see actually in the background, nice shot of both the jet ski and the boat, keeping an eye on the competitors to make sure they're safe. And a couple scuba divers there coming out of the water in the background. Tarifa is a national park. Some amazing underwater scenes to see. Oof, that is a scary situation, getting turned around backwards when you're on a jump. Maxime, time to make it happen, buddy. Let's see what you can do. All right, so we are looking at the comments on YouTube. Question here is it all happening in one day? Yes, that is the full power way. So 3 divisions one day. Try to keep the action fast, coming in hot. Nice thing about this spot is that when the wind comes in, it comes in for the majority of the day. So, and actually if you live here, sometimes it comes in for 6 weeks without stop. So that happens frequently. Now this time of year is known for being some of the best conditions, the shoulder season. So we'll have about 35 knots as we're seeing out there right now today come in, and that will come in very frequently and consistently. So we've had that wind build over actually the entire last week. So a lot of these riders who live here or frequent Tarifa have been here for training. Here we go, Gianluca. Late back roll. Now this time he comes in and sticks the landing. Notice he is riding very carefully to get that landing in. We've got 4 minutes left in the heat. He with a 9.7 meter jump, he should expect a solid score. Now, unfortunately, we did just miss Max's trick there. Looks like he finished himself out with a tail grab. So hopefully that was a rotation with tail grab, not a straight kite loop with a tail grab. In the foreground, we can see some of the other riders getting ready for the upcoming heats. We will show, as a response to the comments in the live stream, of course, we will show the upcoming heats in the heat ladder, or as requested, tournament tree from Kurt. Thank you. We'll see that here in just a little while. Now, if you do want to see the heat ladder in live with the live scoring, you can always go to backle.heatscoring.com. There we go, Max. Not much height, but you got the rotation, man. Big old wipeout, but we like to see him pushing. Now, with 3 minutes left to go, Gianluca goes up, board off, kite loop. Haha, and he sets back down. Good job, John. Okay, that was a very straight set down. Very easy to get yourself over the front of the board, but he managed to pull it off. Good on you. 10.3 meters, that will likely be his highest score so far of the day. Now Maxime coming in with a lot of spray. Edging, but looking right back over his right shoulder, not seeing what he's looking for. Well, let's see if he's lining up for a right foot forward trick. Yep, looks like we're coming for right foot forward trick. What do you have for us here? Not going to be enough to cut it. $15 meters. Max, you got the height, buddy. You got the height. Now it's agarra los huevos, chico. Vamos. Now, once again, Gianluca coming in. Now, that will not better his score. The variety of score is actually very important, and also important to note in this competition. If you perform the exact same trick, only the highest scoring of those tricks will count. So if you perform the same trick 3 times or 7 times, for as an example, only one will count, and you can be left with a 0 on your other score. So variety is important, and having a well-rounded trick portfolio is critical to filling out your overall score. Now we have 50 seconds left in this heat. It looks like Gianluca is going to take this pretty handily with a 7.25. I also get the feeling that he's getting more into his rhythm. We've seen him perform the same trick a few times, probably building confidence on a trick that he is familiar with before he pushes to some other tricks in his repertoire. There we go. That is exactly what we're looking to see. A massive yank from the kite comes in. So going to the right, front roll kite loop. That is exactly what we want to see. 20 seconds left to go in the heat. He pulled that trick when he needed to. So we should see his scores update here momentarily. 11.8, solid jump. All right, and we are down to 3, 2, and 1. Heat has ended, and we are going to be calling that for Gianluca, of course.
To me, big air is pure, so it's like true kiteboarding.
It empowers me. It makes me feel strong. It makes me feel badass. I don't know. It makes me feel that I can just fly and get completely outside my comfort zone.
I'll go up there and every single time I feel like I just want to shit my pants, but I'm like, okay, I gotta do it anyway.
I feel like I'm gonna die, but I know I don't gonna die.
I have the same risk injury as you. I'm doing doubles, I'm doing this, I'm just kiting in the same wind, I'm doing that. Like, why am I not getting paid the same?
I mean, the whole sport has been going through a big development and progression over the past 25 years.
Big Air's gone through an unbelievable change.
We're just getting into the quarterfinals, and the riders are really stepping up their game.
And then I heard someone screaming in the back, and I knew it was Yannick.
Coming.
Welcome back, and we are here as the action is building. We are starting to see some of these riders in Division 2 with throwing some of the best tricks and getting more comfortable with the action, and we're going to go to some replays from the last round and then to the heat ladder. All right, so we are back in the studio here. Thank you for working with us as we get some of the kinks worked out. We're going to show you the heat ladder because we have something very special coming up. We have the beginning of the women's round. So, as I mentioned before, interspersed, we will have, okay, I think I have misspoken. We have a little bit left to go. So, we see that we are at the end. No, we are at the end of round 2. We will be going to the women's rounds after this, but round 3 will be afterwards. And you can see that heat ladder is building out. I'm not even going to try to pronounce those Dutch last names, but and then Francesca Maini. So these ladies are some of the best big air kiters in the world. It is an absolute pleasure to watch them, and they know this spot. So here we have Joanna. Oh, absolute cartwheel and getting ripped out of the water. Oh, it looked so good in the air. But that landing was brutal. Now, Nora, known for being strong, and so I'm sure she'll be fine after that. But let's see what Francesca has. Nice back roll, coming down, getting a score on the board. There we go. There's a picture of Francesca. Woof. Way too out of control there. So Nora's going to be trying to better that, of course, get a nice landing. A little bit all over with the camera work. I think we're going to have to adjust a little bit to this 4-athlete heat here, but let's see what Francesca can get. There we are. There's Elsian. Crashing out. No, she keeps her board under her, sliding across the water. 11.3 meters. The action has started hot and heavy. These ladies absolutely are sending this with a fervor. There's an urgency in the way that they're riding right now. Of course, about 8.5 minutes left to go in the heat, and we are seeing attempt after attempt after attempt. This is the action that we like to see. All right, so there's Nora getting herself, putting a score on the board, and Joanna's coming in with her approach. Taking off. Big ol' yank. Now, got above the island. That's going to be somewhere in the range of 13 to 15 meters. There we go. 12.5, right? Excellent. So, Joanna finding the height out there. Now, it's curious as we watch between the men's and the women's levels over the last years. I would be willing to say that the ladies in this heat could easily take some of the men in the last heats that we've seen. So, given the right opportunity and good wind, oof, nice power, and a rough crash. Those hurt when you go down backwards. But given the right conditions, these ladies have put in the time, they put in the training, and they have the skill to hit the heights that are at or above where some of the guys are in these Division II rounds. So very impressed with the level of the ladies this year. Between last year and this year, a notable difference. And it comes down to commitment in the training and time on the water. Nice boogie loop. Elsian, she's been working on that trick over the last year, and you can see that she's comfortable with it. That was solid boogie loop, 8 meters. Now we have back roll kite loop from Francesca, and she keeps it under control. Almost too much action to watch. They're going hot and heavy. Let's see what Joanna can get here. Oh, another heavy crash. Now this is the beauty of full power and balneario, trick after trick after trick. Joanna coming down from 9.2 meters from that crash. Whoa. Looking for the board off there, Nora was. Couldn't quite get it as she got yanked before she could get that board off of her feet. Now Francesca Maini coming in with speed. Let's see what she has lined up. Back roll. Solid yank from that kite loop, coming down with control. She's going to want to get those good scores on the board, but Francesca clearly in the lead right now. She can see the speed that she's riding with gives her additional height. Joanna Kern here coming in. She's going to want to put another score on the board. Late back roll coming in on the toe side, keeps it well under control. That's going to put a score on the board for her and pump her up. 9 meters height. That's what we want to see. This is good, solid big air with incredible pace. A wonderful vignette there. All right. Oh. Ah, the wipeouts are real in this round. If you've ever ridden this spot or ridden conditions like this, it looks a lot easier on the screen than it feels on the water. Most people, a wipeout like that would take them out of the session, and they'd be going back for a beer and an ice pack. But these ladies have fortitude from being in these conditions and training these conditions day after day, week after week. Some of them even come down to live here for months at a time. Board off kite loop. So that was a trick that was not even conceivable for ladies even up to a year ago, and now we've seen multiple attempts in this same heat. I love the pace. They're absolutely pushing the pace here. Back roll, kite loop. Oof, that's a low one. Nice to ride away from that trick, but definitely not going to be the score that Nora's looking for there. 4.5 meters. Yeah, that's the danger zone for a kite loop. Need to get that kite loop above 6 meters to be safe. And we have a little kicker here. Joanna adding some style at the end. Oh, and getting punished for it. Better just, if you don't have the height, don't go for that extra grab there. All right, as we have multiple riders in the water, it gets increasingly difficult to find your landing zone. Have to wait and plan. Look at the waves. Oof. I would say that's an ill-advised takeoff spot there. Super shallow. I know if you push down too hard with your heel side edge there, you can actually catch the sand, which is rough on the ankles and makes for a bad jump. So she should pick her jumping spots better if she's going to try to get any height. Now, Francesca Maini and Joanna Kern right now, both really within striking distance of each other. 5.2 for Joanna, so you can tell that she has the ability to get the scores up there. And so Francesca Maini in a dangerous spot right now between first and second. Joanna's going to be trying to push the envelope, and Nora, have some patience. Have some patience, pick your launch. So 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Francesca taking the pace. You can watch the speed. Low jump for her. That's going to be a 4 meter jump or so right there. Not what she was looking for. Now, maybe some of these nerves have gotten worked out and the ladies are getting to a little bit more of a regular pace. But, man, I tell you what, that was fast, frenetic, and full of amazing action and crashes right there at the beginning of the ladies' heat. They're hungry, and you can see it on the water. There we go. Now we've got some height. Just tough to get that landing. And just getting dragged all across the water. Joanna, consistency is the key to winning comps. Let's see you there. You have the height, you've got the tricks, you have the talent in spades. Now let's see the consistency. If she can pull this together, and she has a chance within the next rounds to do so, if she can get more consistent on her landings, she is a contender, of course, for the top spot for the ladies today. Now, it won't be easy. There's some heavy talent as we go through these rounds with the ladies, but Joanna is showing that she has what it takes. Nora's going off again there, just can't quite get the timing right with that loop, and I think that's down to a function of her height. She's probably accustomed to jumping quite a bit higher than that, and so when you're lining up your tricks, you have a timing in mind that's built into your body, actually. And so if you go up and you go to grab that board and you're not at the apex, so she got 7.3, she was probably expecting to be more at 10. That extra 3 meters can completely throw off your timing. And we've seen that twice from her going there to the left. So be interesting to see if she changes up her strategy. Okay, we're going to the right. Very nice. Double rotation. Okay, so that's Elsian. She is going to be happy to put that score on the board. 7.3 meters. We know she can jump significantly higher, but getting a score on the board in the beginning is extremely important. She'll take that 0, turn it into a 4, and shuffle. There we go, absolutely. So 5.9 goes from last to first in one trick. Absolutely love this action. Now, it'll be curious today to watch the progression of these ladies as they move through. Now, once again, the ladies and the Pro 1 men, these are the top ladies in the world, and as we get into the Pro 1 men, you'll see the top men in the world. There's equal prize money in full power between ladies and men, and it's very clear when you look at the level of the ladies compared to the Division 2 men.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
That scoring system with that live scoring was incredible. And to be honest, that was a much better system than King of the Air's live scoring.
I think it's the #1 scoring system around, so definitely go check it out. Heatscoring.com.
I've got to give a massive shout out to Michael Erickson. He was there every second of it, watching the scoring from a distance and helping our judging team.
All right, welcome back. And that was by far the most exciting heat that we've had so far today. So we saw hot and heavy action from the ladies, and you can see why these are the top ladies in the world. So they came out and they were throwing boogie loops, they were throwing board offs, they were doing big late back rolls, and we saw a huge difference in the heights between the ladies. So it'll be curious to talk to the athletes a little bit later on in the day as far as the differences between the heights and what were they feeling out on the water. But what is clear is that the level is a step change. Now let's go check out the ladder right now so we can see what's coming up in the competition. So can we jump up to the women's ladder here, because it'd be really interesting to see what we have coming up for the ladies. I think we'll bring that to you a little bit later on, but right now let's go to a replay. All right, so very impressive. I know you guys are blowing it up here in the comments on YouTube. Thank you so much for dropping those in. We are taking a look at those all day, but I have to say, all right, so we are looking at the next heat for the men. We're going to go interspersing the men and the women here, and we have Andrea Lauro, Juan Rodriguez, and Gianluca D'Ambrosio. Third time we see Gianluca going straight to his back roll. That's actually a late back roll there, and you see he's comfortable with that now. So we saw him try that 3 times back-to-back in the last heat, and now he's got it dialed. Now, Andrea Lauro, first time we see him ride today. Solid heat. Solid trick, I should say. So, Andrea Lauro there with Gianluca's picture. We'll get that solved, but 9.3 meters. And here we go, Mr. Smooth himself, Juan Rodriguez. So, Juan with that freestyle background. So, he brings to the table a tremendous amount of tricks that he's not showing right now. He can take that chicken loop off, unhook, and throw all sorts of different freestyle variations along with big air. So we're getting to see a hyper talented athlete at the essentially at the beginning of his big air career here, as he's making a focus this year. He told me this year he's focusing on both disciplines very heavily. You can see him in the YU out there training in the Strait of Gibraltar in the extreme conditions that we have here in Tarifa. Also spending some time as an instructor here. Let's see what Gianluca has. He's worked that late back roll enough. It's time for him to show us other tricks in his repertoire. The judges are going to be expecting to see that. But here we come with Juan. Tons of speed coming in, inverted, kite loop slightly after the inversion. Judges want to see it right during the inversion, but that's just us being a little bit particular. Because he's such a high-level athlete, we know he's got that control and he can do it. Andrea Lauro, getting height. So appears to be a lighter rider. You can tell by his smaller frame. Juan tends to be spend a lot of time in the gym, a lot of time training, very dense to take a lot of those impacts and the physical abuse that comes from freestyle riding. So Juan carrying quite a bit more weight there than Andrea. And sometimes you can see that in the jump heights for the same conditions. But look there on the right, we have the sand blasting up. Gianluca, board off kite loop. Can he get it back on? Yes, he can. Smooth landing. That will be rewarded. Looked in control the entire time. Juan not liking what he saw with that little kicker. So he's going to turn around, come back to the right, and see what he has here. All right, double rotation. Just comes out. You notice the kite was kept a little too far to the left side of the window there, and so when he came into his landing, just coming in with too much speed. 10.3 meters though, very good height for Juan. Now as we get down, we have just under 7 minutes left to go in this heat, and Gianluca has taken the top spot. Now the riders, there we go. Board off from the handle. Nice landing, solid trick. Now it will be slightly less valuable from points perspective to take the board off from the handle, but it does show variety. All right, Juanito. That's just a straight kite loop, not finding what he was looking for. Now, these riders do have to manage the amount of tricks attempts that they have in the heats. So they have 7 trick attempts. And if they jump, even if it's just a straight jump, that does count as a trick attempt. So they have to be careful. Wow, look at the yank there that Gianluca got. That's what we're looking for. That is full power. That's extremity. Ooh, makes me nervous every time he comes in to land, as he's landing just square on that board. Can easily fall over the front edge, but he makes it happen. Landed like a cat. 10 meters, good downwind yank. 55 meters downwind. That's a solid jump. So in between Andrea Lauro and Gianluca, we have 0.6. I think Andrea can improve that score. 3.99, definitely not his best. Here we go, Juan. Oof, far too low. So we have 5 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in this heat. It's starting to get down to crunch time. And we see Andrea getting taken out by that shore break wave. Looking downwind, trying to plan, and not seeing what's directly right 1 meter in front of him, catching you by surprise sometimes. So 5 minutes left to go in this heat. Now the heat strategy changes. Okay, every rider has points on the board, but they have limited trick attempts left. So now is the time to really take aim at a kicker and plan for your very best trick. There's not a lot between these riders here. We have 1.2 roughly points between the riders. We know that Andrea Lauro could bump that up into the mid 4s based on his height and based on what we've seen, if he can get that consistent landing. Juan, of course, a lot of room to improve. There's Gianluca floating down gently. Took a lot of care on that landing to make sure that he came in at a slow speed. 11.8 meters. That will likely better one of his current scores just simply due to the height. But let's see what the judges come up with. Coming back to the right, Andrea, good speed, lots of rotations. Coming down nice and smooth. I think he's feeling good about that, swinging that arm out there, celebrating a little bit on the water. Very nice inversion from Juan. Multiple rotations on the way down. Taking care with the kite to get his rescue loop in the right place. That will likely improve upon his 3.7. How much, we don't know. He's got about 3/10 to 4/10 of a point to make up to get into that second position, and it's where he's going to want to be. This is an important round. If you get knocked out in this round, you are out. So Gianluca is currently sitting on top by about a point, a little bit under a point. Juan could make that up. I think Andrea could, based off what we're seeing too. You'll have to go for more inversion and less spins, though. There it is. Juan Rodriguez jumping up to a 4.07, so he's up into the 9s overall as Gianluca throws up a response. Not quite coming in for the landing he was looking for. Now, Andrea, what do you have for us, buddy? So Andrea Loro going up for a late back roll. Now you notice the style difference in that late back roll versus others. So Juan coming in with a response, but not finding the height he needs. So we're probably not going to see a change in those scores as far as the order. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in this heat now. And we have Juan Rodriguez on top. But I have been impressed in this heat by Gianluca. He is bringing it. You can see he has progressively increased his level throughout each round of the competition. Now, interesting to note for all of us who care about the environment is that, good yank, board off, just can't quite bring it in. So kiting in general is a very ecological sport, and we are lucky to partner up with Clean Hub as Juan goes for some more height, big jump. Can't quite make it either, but for every meter jumped in this competition, Clean Hub will be removing 1 kilogram of plastic out of the ocean. So that's a cumulative. So during this competition, you are actually going to see thousands of meter jumps. So at 9.6 and the 12s and even the 4.5s, that represents an actual direct match contribution from Clean Hub. We have 1 minute left to go in this heat now. So let's get some additional jumps on there, get some additional meters jumped so we can get some more kilograms of plastic out of the ocean matched by Clean Hub. And we want to say thank you to them, protecting our environment. And we are in a national park. This is something that is important not only to the Big Air Kite League, but also to the community of Tarifa. So thank you to Clean Hub for their support. And let's see, we have 40 seconds left to go in this heat. For the riders who have trick attempts left, this is do or die. Juan, what do you have, buddy? Nice inversion, solid kite loop, steezy little grab at the end, clean landing. And here we go. We have 12, 10, 8, finishing out. Andrea, your final chance. 5 seconds to go. Landed it. Excellent job right at the heat end. Well, welcome back. Now, that was an exciting heat. We got to see the ladies and then the men. I think the ladies took the pressure to the guys because that was a much stronger heat. Love to see it between Gianluca and Juan Rodriguez and Andrea Lauro. Looks like from the comments we've got some Andrea fans out there. Absolutely fun to see, guys. Keep dropping the comments there on the live stream. We're going to go to the replays now and see some action from that last heat. There we go. He was well above the horizon, and that's what we like to see. So, once again, the ladies taking it to the guys. All right, and we are back. And you can see the wind is whipping. Look at those flags just being bent over. We have a great heat right now. We are into the heat number 8 with Nelson Hulls, Boris Burley, and Jury Brune. Now we have 2 Dutchies versus a Spaniard. Boris representing here for the locals. And you see those windmills on the Tarifa Mountains in the background just absolutely whipping. We've got every bit of 35 knots here today, and we want to see these boys take it to the sky. Gentle little late back roll there from Boris, but getting the height, that was probably close to 15 meters as he cleared that horizon. We'll wait for the surfer apps to come up, but look at the sand whipping out. This is full power conditions. It is building through the day. We have what we have been looking for. We've been waiting for this all day. The best conditions, excellent riding. Back roll, kite loop, late back. Getting warmed up there is Jerry. Now, Boris pulling a 3.7 on that last jump, probably just simply due to the sheer height of it. We want to see him up there, but putting some crazy rotations to get that kite level. Now here we are, coming in with a lot of speed as Boris again, coming up, kite, getting that yank, but he's going to need to get himself inverted. Oof. Falling directly on the back. I can tell you that one does not feel good. All right, so our surfer scores have come up. That 12-meter jump was definitely lower than his first jump, but Boris is fine in the hideout there today, which is good to see. So Jerry currently is on the top of the leaderboard for this heat with 4.09. Nice boogie loop. Setting down, that's a solid score he'll have on the board. So Jerry's going to fill up his first 2 attempts. 10 meters. 10-meter boogie loop, that's something to be proud of. For the average rider, for Jerry, he's going to look to improve upon that. Now, funny we haven't seen Nelson yet. I don't know if he's had a problem with his material or if he is just late to his heat. There we go. 14.3 meters. That's what we're talking about. Now we're getting into full power conditions. So there is the beautiful national park, Parque Natural de Tarifa, in the background. Look at those flags whipping in the wind. And we have our safety vehicle, that Rhino right there. That is actually made to take riders off the water in the event that they get injured. Here we go, Jerry. Let's see what you got, buddy. Late back roll. Now, point for judging is that the most extreme portion of the trick needs to be when you're inverted. So that yank, Jerry's got to get that timing just a little tighter, and he'll get those scores up. 13.6 meters, though, proper height. We've got Boris going once again with the late back roll above the horizon there. Now, Boris is going to need to start to work in some additional variety into this heat. So he keeps going left with about the same trick. Let's see what he does. He's, of course, aware that he's got to get that variety in there. So let's see what he pulls out of the bag. You know, for me, as we watch these heats, I think the most interesting thing is to follow the progression of the competition as it goes along. So we look at the riders, the tricks that they're performing, and when they're performing them in the heat tells you a lot about their mental state and their strategy. So as we saw with Gianluca, as he started to get more comfortable as the competition went along, I would expect to see something similar from Boris. But Boris, it's time now. Not finding what he's looking for on this tack, he's going to come back around. There we are, coming in, flying in from out of the frame, and then splashing right down. We have Jury. Not too far from his board, though, so he'll be back up and into the heat. Now, you see Boris, once again, getting more comfortable, in control. That's going to build his confidence. 10.6 meter jump. You know we can go about 4 meters higher in these conditions, so that's going to be a confidence-building jump for him. I might improve upon his 3.7. Still within striking range of Jerry. Now, we have 5 minutes left in the heat. This is when the heat needs to change in its tempo and strategy. So in the beginning, you try to get those 2 scores on the board. And then now as we're going into the shorter time periods, 5 minutes left, that's probably about 5 tricks, maybe 6 maximum you could potentially fit in. There we go. That's an advanced trick. Just can't quite hold the landing there. Okay, so that's the board off with probably a contra loop based off the pull. I think Jerry's a little concerned about coming in there for the landing when he saw Jury in. Or Boris, I should say, is kind of a little concerned about coming in with Jerry down there in his landing zone. Shouldn't have wasted his trick attempt, but c'est la vie. Time to come around for another. Now, Jury is pushing the envelope. You can tell he's gotten more comfortable in the conditions, so we saw that is definitely a much more technical approach. 4 minutes left now. Come on, Boris, what you got, buddy? Same trick's not going to cut it, but let's see if he can better his previous score. 13.9 meters. He actually may be able to top his previous late back roll. Now, his timing has been impeccable. It's interesting to see locals seem to have the timing on naturally dialed. So you can tell a lot of riders that do come here to train consistently, or a lot of riders who live here for the specific reason of training in these conditions, become something intuitive almost. Jury getting a little one in there for the variety score, going a little old school with the 1-footer. Now Boris coming to the right. Let's see if he can go right foot forward, put a big score on the board. And we saw him looking for that late back roll, also going to the right, but not quite finding the control. Still has the height though. Now we have 2.5 minutes approximately left in this heat. Now it's time to put the best rig out. If you crash at this point, it's going to be tough to recover for the heat. So there you go. There we go. Kite loop. Back roll, board off. Still trying for that. That is a big scoring trick. Oh no, kite's inverted and into the water. It is possible he can still recover that kite. Let's stay on that camera angle. Stay on that kite. All right, so he is down in the bottom of the booth. This is the time when you are happy to have safety. If you're out riding by yourself, this might be the time for you to lose your kite, let the equipment go, sacrifice it to the winds. But because we have safety, see Boris going up, realizing that his landing zone is definitely not safe. And there we have in the background, that kite is not going to be recoverable. So once the wind gets a hold of it, you get the lines tangled, especially if the kite gets inverted, very little left to do for the rest of your comp. So the remainder of this competition is going to be down to Boris, depending on how many attempts he has left, to see if he can better his scores. Now, Balneario is a wonderful kite spot to ride until something bad happens. And today we are happy to have that safety there. That jet ski is going to go over. First of all, check on his physical safety, make sure he's okay, and then after that, see if they can collect his gear. Now, once the safety team comes over and they touch your gear, of course, that is the end of your heat. Here we are with 45 seconds left in this heat. Boris, buddy, it's all on you. Are you going to find the space to put something down? That is the question. Tough for us to see from this angle whether he actually does have landing space, and no, he's going to come in and land that kite. So the variety score may play a factor here, but looks like right now, jury, despite the equipment failure that he's got out there at the moment, we'll probably be taking this heat as we run down with 20 seconds left. What we do like to see, though, is that we see the rest of the competitors getting set up and also seeing the big jump heights. Very impressive to see Boris and Jerry both above 12 meters.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day, Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, and we are back. Now we are back to the ladies with more action. A lot of comments in the live stream. Why are we going back and forth? It's to give a break in between the heats to the different competitors. So here we have Greta, already got a jump on the board. Now we're looking at Sarah. Sarah, a well-known name in women's kiteboarding, putting down a solid score on the board. Let's see what that jump height came up with. 10.1. That's what we like to see, Sarah. Now, once again, 4 athletes in this heat. Greta getting her front roll. Not a lot of height there, so she's going to want to better that, but important to put scores on the board early on and build that consistency. So Greta, big jumper. She can fly 8 meters. She's going to go much higher than that very soon. Alice just flew in last night. You see her in the white lycra, and I think that was her splashing down across the screen. Just flew in after midnight last night to make it to the competition. There we go. Popping up on the screen, smiling face there is Alice. Alessa Mensch coming in for a very smooth landing. So all the ladies starting off with pace again. 12.9 meters. Absolutely strong start. Love to see the jump heights for the ladies getting up there above 10 into the 12s. And there we go. There is that famous Core XR Pro, the one that broke the world height record twice on its intro day. So let's see what Sarah can do to make the most of it in these conditions. Now, Sarah is one of the bigger riders in this competition physically. She's very tall, and so she needs these stronger winds, but she thrives in them as well. So the stronger the wind gets, the better you will see her perform. Now, really clean boogie loop there, coming down, and she is making the landing. Oh, now she came down directly on top of her board, and shows that she's done that trick a lot of times. Just a matter of getting that kite in the right position to ride on out. Looks like we have a little traffic between the athletes. Of course, the rider going to the left upwind is going to have priority. Now Alice riding out there on a leftwards tack, not finding what she's looking for, so come back around, going to the right. We see building up some speed. Roll, kite loop. Oh, come in for a little heavy landing. That's going to count as a heavy butt check, but still will get a score as she's ridden away. 9 meters, solid height. Alice flying from the middle of nowhere, almost in Africa, at the very end of Italy, but finally made it here to Tarifa. Alice, of course, having spent a tremendous amount of time in Tarifa over the years, very experienced kiter. Really is a central figure in the Italian kiteboarding scene. So here comes Sarah. A lot of speed to the left. Very nicely back roll. Can she land it? Oof, not quite. Got that kite in her body just a little bit out of sync, but she had the height. 10.9 meters exactly. So, and traveled quite a far distance. So a lot of times you'll see the yank from that kite loop measure, like you can see it actually in numbers when you look at the distance downwind. So keep an eye on that. We've seen 55 back roll kite loop there. So we've seen 55 meters downwind, 54 meters for Sarah, 68 meters for Alessa now with a 9.5. So they are getting proper ripped off the water and yanked downwind. Let's see what Greta can get here. Oh, bombing out on that landing. So looked good in the air, but keeping that kite in the right position is absolutely critical. Now, getting down to less than 6 minutes left in the heat, so we've burned off the first couple minutes of the heat. Greta's still needing to get a second score on the board, as well as Alessa. But Sarah has 2 solid scores on the board, and actually a 10.5 is a very good overall score, especially compared with what we've seen recently. Whoa. Gives me empathy pain to watch a crash like that. Here we are from Sarah. Just that quick loop from that kite. Important when you look at these big air kites that they are designed to whereas previously kites had been designed in a bow shape only to get as much height as possible. The last generation of big air kites that you've seen over the last 12 months or so come onto the market, not only do they go high, but they also loop incredibly quickly. That quick loop and catch is what you need to stay safe when you're doing kite loops. So if you're out there trying your own kite loops for the first time, make sure you're doing them on a quick kite. That's actually the safest way to go. Whoop, getting turned around backwards in the loop. That's not a fun feeling. That's actually one of the worst feelings in kiteboarding is get turned around backwards in a kite loop, but she managed to come out of that relatively safely. Now keep in mind, Greta and all the ladies here in this heat are riding their first time here for the day, so working out a little bit of nerves, working out some of the kinks. I have seen Greta ride before. She is a very experienced rider, even in this spot, has a lot of water time here. So I think she's working out some of the nerves, and we will see her be much more consistent as she goes through the later rounds of the competition. And we have kiters flying to the right, going to the left, crashing back and forth. This is the action we like to see. This is full power kiting, 35 plus knots, sand whipping across the beach, spray going everywhere. This is the conditions that we've been waiting for months. Wow, that is a contra loop, if I'm not mistaken, from Sarah, along with rotation. Unfortunately, can't land it, but she's trying to go for that variety, trying to build up that extra 4-point score to the top that she can. Now, Sarah's really sitting in a solid position. We have about 3 minutes left in this heat to go. A 5.27 and a 5.26. That's nothing if not consistent. And then we also look at Alice. Alice at a 4.2 and a 4.2. The ladies are consistent, and I can say that within this heat, we've seen a marked level difference from Sarah versus the rest of the fleet. Sarah's really showing why she has such a reputation in big air kiting. And actually, full power last year, she took home the first place trophy. So she's got a lot of weight on her shoulders. Back-to-back wins by Sarah would make her the first repeat champion in full power. So keep your eye on that as we go through the rounds. Sarah has the chance and definitely has the level. Now, can she stay consistent throughout the rounds as we go on? This is a physically demanding sport. And there we go. Setting down, getting a solid score on the board there. That's Alessa. So that will likely better her 2.8. But the question is, can Sarah, nursing her leg injury, make it through all the rounds looking just as good as she is now? Here's Alice putting another solid score on the board. Now, when I talked to Sarah yesterday, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, she says she's not going to be pushing those board offs. So the question is, will she be able to get more height or more kite angle to get above that 5.2? As the rounds go on, the ladies get more and more comfortable and more consistent. So that 5.2 for Sarah will likely need to go up, and she's going to have to figure out how to make that happen. There we go. Late back roll coming in. Once again, consistent landing. She knows what she's doing. We've got about 1:10 left to go in this heat. The leader is very clear, but between second and third place, it's Alessa and Alice. Alessa's second score came in significantly better than that 2 that she had been nursing for about 5 minutes in the round. And so she has a 4.75. Alice is gonna need to hit another banger here to make sure it happens. And Greta, of course, with a 4.7, has the opportunity, if she can just get consistency, the consistency that she normally rides with. So down to 40 seconds left to go in the heat. This is do or die. We have Alessa coming up. Straight kite loop. That will not be enough to make it. So Alessa likely stuck there with her 9.1. Will it be enough, or is Alice or Greta going to come in? We have Alice spinning towards the water and coming in with a smooth landing. 18 seconds left to go in the heat. Does Greta have another attempt? Can she make it? 10 seconds left to go. Each of the ladies not in position. There's Sarah trying to better her scores, but at this point, it's an exercise in style.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day, Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
Nice.
All right. Well, we are back, and not only did we have an absolutely killer round with the ladies there, but we have a special guest who's joined us on the live stream. Andrea Principi, the one and only recent winner of the Mega Loop. Andrea, thank you for joining us, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. AP here. And yeah, already we saw it, a lot of people now, the girl ripping it on the water. Really good level from the girl. Really good to see, this level on the girl, because it's not easy to get this level, of course, especially here with this condition. And yeah.
So the condition, we saw the level on the live stream. It's obvious the jump heights are huge. The tricks are on a completely different level than last year. Andrea, you've been outside today. How's it feel on the beach?
The vibes is amazing, all the people getting ready for competing is a quite special thing. When you get ready to compete, you are only you and your brain, you need to convince yourself that you can do it. And I saw it people that doing pretty well out there, so can't wait to see more action.
Very nice. Well, we have seen some Italians out there today, right?
Yeah, of course. I have some friend,
Los paisanos?
Magic Jeremy, Alice, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have had Italians flying in the last 24 hours like crazy, raining in Italians on the airplanes, but they are taking it. So we saw Alice in the last round. She got 4.2, looking good.
Yeah.
We saw Andrea Lauro.
Yeah, as well, pretty good.
Have you seen him ride before?
Yeah, I ride with him like a few times, and he's getting really, really good. He's getting better, he's pushing his left.
All right, so we're back. So, Andrea, you were talking about being out on the beach, the vibe on the beach. What do you see out there? How's that wind looking?
Yeah, the wind look pumping. To me, looks like around 30, 35, some guys, I think. Still, the people are riding on 8. Maybe this is 7. Maybe later we're going to see some double, I think. So, yeah.
Well, there we go. Now, that is...
Yeah, we started.
We have started. That is Julian Wynn. Julian has been kicking it up as far as the height, coming in his first jump with 12.2. Not the highest score, but he's getting getting points on the board. Now,
now we have Jura sending Kite to late back. Not the high that he want to reach, but yeah, nice for first jump.
So let's see what's coming through for our scores. Looks like we lost our scores. We'll get them back up there in a little minute, but what we know is that Julian was absolutely sending it, and Lassie just banged out an 11.6 meter. I feel like the wind's coming up, man.
Yeah. The wind gonna picking up for sure. Maybe coming also some kicker, and kicker and good wind. We're gonna see some good show, man.
Well, you've spent more time here in Balneario than almost anybody in the world, man. So what are we looking at today to know if the kicker's coming in?
Yeah, just if it's not some kicker from like the sea, can come some kicker from the boat. So that now we need to wait for the kicker from the boat coming, I don't know, every 30 minutes. And I think we're gonna see soon some kicker. So Lassie is coming to jump now. Let's see what he's gonna do. Boogie loop, wow, really high, nice, and control, clean landing. Yeah, I think gonna score good this trick for him.
Now, Lassie was in full power 2 years ago, I want to say, but man, he has increased his level a lot.
Yeah, really good level. We have Julian with inverted back roll, triple rotation, landing clean.
Now, and we've seen the pace step up. They were really relaxed in the first rounds, but I see no relax now, man. It is time to push.
Yeah, when it's time to go, it's time to go. Now they need to start to push. Let's see another back roll. Board off. Whoa. Another, he couldn't stick it.
Now, we haven't seen that trick landed yet in the competition, so he's pushing for the first board off back roll of the comp.
Yeah, I think if he can land it, he can get really good score on this one. Yeah.
So
Now it's gonna get tricky, to get back the board. So the best thing for me, if I'm a rider now and I have to ride, is get my first trick on the bag, get good score, and then start to push.
now, when you lose your board like that, like
Yeah.
he's just done, how long does it take you? I mean, is it costing you about 45 seconds,
So
or
you need to be really chill and go slow. If you go slow and you not get attacked to get the board fast, I think 20 seconds and you're fine like this.
Gotcha. Okay. So the key then, Andrea, is going slow, taking it easy.
Yeah, look, it's going well. I think now you're gonna catch it.
Yeah. Pop you a can of Red Bull if you want,
Yeah,
man. We
I
keep the
think,
energy up.
Thanks, Red Bull.
There you go. So we have a slight lull in the action here as these guys are lining up, and it's tough when somebody's body dragging right in your landing
Yeah.
zone. How does that feel as a competitor when you're raring to go, but somebody's stuck in the landing zone, man?
Yeah. Let's see Julian now, maybe waiting for a kicker. Maybe something coming. Look. Yeah. And nice one.
Oh, yes.
Good eye. Let's see. Ooh, he stick it. Really good. This
Okay.
one gonna score really good to me, huh? Really nice trick in control. Whoa. Board off. Yo.
Oh, now Lassie was just trying to
Just
answer
budge.
to Julian, but couldn't quite pull it
Yeah.
through. Now, Julian, I want to say 14.9 I saw flash on the
15
screen.
was really
Now,
high, this one, yeah.
15 from Lassie.
You see the difference when the riders get the kicker. At least you see 3-4 meter high than flat water.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
kite border from the fin. Let's see, ooh, he get the chop on the landing. It's really hard to land. Looks flat, from the live stream, but then when you ride, it's really choppy. So you need to land really slow to be sure to stick the landing.
Now, Andrea, when you say ride really slow, I mean, you're coming down 60 to 100 kilometers an
Yeah.
hour. How do you get that slow landing?
Yeah, sometimes you close the eyes and you just hope to land.
Well, now, we always saw Janik, he was the master of
Yeah,
getting
cool.
slow landings. He almost stopped every time he landed.
Incredible. I really love his style, I like it smooth.
Where do you put your kite if you want to do a slow landing?
You need to put the kite behind you, like this, make your landing really soft, because you have the kite behind you. Oh, let's see, kite will board off. Let's see if you're gonna stick it. Oh, nice!
He pulled it through.
I think it was the lit fronter on the landing, so really nice. 11 meter, quite good high. Nice.
So let's see. Let's check our scores here. We got Julian in a commanding lead, 11 points versus 7.
Double front, doobie, late front, clean and quite good high. Really nice. Good, really good level from Julian. This guy coming from France. I ride a few times with him in his home spot in Barcarès. Really good rider, and yeah, good guy.
Now, he's big into the Lords of Tram team over there. We actually have Julian, and we also have Tristan in the judges panel. So getting a little French over here in Tarifa.
Yeah. Oh, couldn't stick it. Yeah, we can see now Julian at first place with 6.4. I think from the back row with the board of and kite loop. So
now we've got 3 minutes 45 seconds left to go. When you're out in these heats, what's going through your mind when you know you got about 3-4 minutes left?
yeah, you need to send all that you have,
So take out all the stops.
Now or never. You have to say. I say in my mind, now or never. So
very nice. So this is now or never. It's do or die.
Yeah.
This is separate the men from the boys. However you say it in your country, it's time.
yes. Let's see, boogie, board off. Oh,
Board
you will
gone.
stick it. Yeah.
Now, 3 minutes left. How long is it going to take him to get that board back?
This one gonna takes long, I think. If no one gonna bring him the board, gonna takes long, like maybe 1 minute. Yeah, but I think he at least he could have like 1 minute to stick another jump. He's in second place right now. Let's see what Jura gonna do it. I think he gonna do for big board with kite loop. Let's see.
Now that beautiful backdrop of the island,
Yeah.
Paloma Island at the end of Tarifa. That is the last point on the
Amazing,
continent.
yeah. It's crazy how in Tarifa you can do like so many things: mountain biking, swimming, diving, so many things.
Definitely a natural paradise,
Yeah.
and we try to use it to its fullest here in Balneario.
Let's see Julian. I think he's gonna do kite loop tic tac. Oh, It's sticky and
Yeah.
also really clean
And going to the right, so that'll help
Yeah.
his variety.
Really good also, yeah. But in this heat, we see no one jump on her right, so it's really good to see some variety, yeah. Jure went for a late bag just to get some score on the bag. Let's see, I don't think gonna score massively, but
No.
at least something, you know.
Get something on the board. Probably
Yeah.
better than his 3.8.
Let's see Boogie. Yeah. Nice and clean. Boogie loop. I don't think he gonna get bad score with this trick, but let's see.
Well, now, I haven't seen Julian ride before, and so I have been just impressed with his
Yeah.
level. I mean, he
Yeah,
has
yeah.
taken it.
Yeah. No, he have a really solid trick in his bag. So let's see what he gonna do later. Yo, back roll kite loop. No. Oh.
He looked good at the start, but just lost the handle.
Yeah. He just need to stay focused and try to stick it.
All right, now we have 1 minute left to
Yeah,
go
1
in
minute
this
left,
heat.
yeah.
If it was do or die before, this is it now.
Yeah. Let's see now he gonna jump. Julian waiting for Jura that getting back the board. You can see from the live the sand that blowing on the beach from the wind, so I think it's get really windy, like 35 for sure now.
Now we have 35 seconds left to go.
Yeah.
Maybe one attempt from Julian.
What? You gonna try with the board off? Doobie board. Oh, if you stick it, nice and clean. This
Very
gonna
good.
score really good. Really nice trick for him. Amazing.
At 12.4 meters.
Nice. This gonna for sure get better his score.
So Julian showing that he probably is trying
Yeah.
to go in for the first spot, and
Yeah.
he might even make it into Pro 1. 3, 2, 1, and done. Hey, man.
Yeah, nice.
Bien hecho. Good job. All right, we are back with the confirmed heat results. I'm here with Andrea Principi. What a heat.
Yeah, it was really amazing.
And they're going to be popping up for you there just in a moment on
Yeah.
the screen right now. We're getting those up. But, man, Julian was dominant.
Yeah, Julian was on.
Yes.
On.
It was-
And this is what we want to see, you know.
Well, looks like we're coming up to the next heat.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen you ride like that when you're on fire. You know, just when it's your day. I see that with Julian. He is feeling it today.
Today, I saw him yesterday riding really amazing. And so I think he can stick it. Let's see.
Very nice. Well, very soon we're going to be going to the next heat if we can't get those results up from the last. But it was very clear that Julian had what it took. I see the eye of the tiger with him. He is going for the top spot. We might actually see Julian ride all day long. If he makes it to the top of Pro 2, he goes into Pro 1.
Yeah, let's see.
Now, you're no stranger to competing in full power.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that I want to compete, but it's good to me taking a bit.
All right, and we are back. We have a killer heat right here. We have local Josta Pfeiffer. We have John Perez coming from Colombia and Juan Rodriguez, also Paisano de Colombia. And here we go in front of us.
First kicker, let's see. Ooh, he's going for double loop. Yeah, he's sticking.
First double of the competition.
First trick, at least. Joss is on fire.
Now, Joss just recently changed brands.
Kite loop from John. Yeah. He got 5 points almost for double loop. Kite loop, laid back inverted, laid back curl, sticked from Quan, really clean. You're gonna get good score I think from this one. 10 meter, really good high.
Now, it's cool to see the style
Yeah,
difference
yeah.
between Juan. Like, he brings a different aspect to Big Air.
You can see here how like Josh that is local can really get pretty well the kicker look he had on the waves, and this is what you need to do for jump higher. Look the waves, look perfectly. Whoa, boogie double loop. No. Oh.
Now, that would be one of the highest scoring tricks in the entire
Yes,
competition if he can make it.
Yes, it was also quite high, like 8 meter. Yes. Yeah. What I tell you is just so difficult to land. If you land speedy, you need to really like press your weight on your back leg.
Now, that's John getting the height.
Yeah, getting the height. I think he was going maybe for double loop. Let's see Quan. Another laid back kite loop with the laid back on the landing. Clean. Was, good high for him. Almost 13 meter. Good.
Now, we're starting to see these guys. Earlier, they were only jumping 8.
I think would be nice if you see like more variety, from the riders.
Yep.
Some riders, if you not see the kicker, maybe jumping on a ride. Let's see what we're gonna see. Let's see Joss if it's going. Another one. Let's see if he can stick it. This one, I think yes. Yes.
He's got it.
He got it.
Now, that's an advanced trick. I didn't expect to see that out of Joss.
No. Really good. He's on. Yeah. He got almost 6. Boogie loop from Quan. We start to see some variety because before we saw it just back roll. Now also he start to add some front roll rotation, and it's good for his variety.
Well, now the pressure's on. Joss is throwing doubles with rotations.
Yeah, let's see what he's gonna do it. Board off. Kite do board off. Let's see, stick it. Oh, you stick it. First board off of this hit. Really nice.
Very good.
Yeah.
Now, Joss looks like he's taken his riding to a different level than before.
Yeah, he needs to improving his level now if he wanna like. I think Josh is going to change kite and get biggest kite for board off. Let's see what he's gonna do. I think it's the right choice, because now he gets variety with the board off and just big loop and board off.
Well, now that's going to be the first kite swap we see in the competition.
Yeah. He left still like almost 7 minutes, so he has time for do his 3. Oh, Kyle Borov on right. Oh, we can stick
Oh.
it. Oh, but was good.
Good trick,
Yeah.
hard landing.
Yeah.
Now you see Joss just putting his white kite right in the air, and he's going to be running as fast as possible to the water.
Yeah.
Now the competitors are required to change kites only on the land.
Yeah, you can see him now on biggest kite. Let's see what he's gonna do it.
You want to make a prediction? What do you think's his next trick?
Mm,
I'm going to say kite loop, board off from the fin.
let's see.
Let's see.
No, maybe Boogie Borov. Let's see, maybe Boogie Borov. 5 euro if he get now Boogie Borov.
There we go. It's a bet.
Deal. Let's see. Oh. Was a control loop, I think. Control loop Borov. Really good high and really clean, perfect landing control. I think he gonna get good score from this one. Yeah,
14,
almost
yeah.
14.6. Yeah, John need to get the 8 because he has the trick but not the 8. So let's see if he can do it and wait for the right kicker.
Now it's clear to me that Joss has a strategy in this heat.
Yeah.
He's not playing by chance. He went out for the doubles. He switched to the singles. He
Yeah.
knows what he's looking for.
Mm. Now we see Juan doing a back row with the kite loop, but he didn't get the height that it wanted to reach. Let's see now, Josh, what he deserves for us. Back roll, inverted back roll with a kite loop in control. Yeah, clean.
Clean?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to better his 4.9.
No, I don't think so. Let's see, John. Ui. Back roll. Let's see if he stick it. He stick it.
Wow.
Back roll, kite to the board of laid back. Oh, let's see Juan get the kicker. Oh no. I think he should have get this kicker, but let's see. Oh, he has plan in the mind to get on the right. Let's see if he get it. Yes. Mm.
So Juan is just not finding the height in this
Yeah.
round. I mean,
Yeah.
early in the round, he was up above 12 meters,
Mm.
and now was he jumping 8 to 10?
Yeah.
No, 6.8. Look
Yeah,
at
I
that.
think now the wind is drop a little bit also. Looks a bit lighter than before. Just not so much, like few knots. Let's see now if Josh gonna get some variety. Yes, to jump on right. Boogie, board off. He doesn't get high, but
Josh could jump 15 meters or
Little.
3.
little one.
4.1. There you go.
Let's see, John.
Oh!
Whoa.
Oh, my heart stopped.
Oof, yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, man.
No, he didn't land clean, but he stick it. I mean, one another laid back.
Now-
Let's see now, Josh. We have still 3 minutes left, so
There we
still
go.
the riders has time.
Now, Joss has a little over 2 points above John. What do you think? John's going to have to pull something out of the bag. We saw him go for a double. Does he have it?
Oh, no.
Oh,
He
and
missed
Joss
it.
is frustrated. You see him in the air.
Yeah, he misses the board.
Now, Joss has spent years riding in Tarifa. If there's
Yeah.
anyone who knows how to get their board back fast in Balneario, it's going to be him.
Yeah. Let's see. If he's going for the jump, maybe not because he's. Yeah. Oh, he's going. Oh, he didn't get the right gas, you know. Yeah, looks tricky now. Jump on right. So let's see. Maybe it's better close to the rocks and jump on left.
So now
let's see John Boogie Borov. Oh, if he stick it. Yeah, he stick it.
Very good.
Yeah, very good and clean, smooth landing for him. We see really good riding from him. Yeah.
So now between second and third.
Oh, let's see if he stick it. Oh, no.
Dropping out of the sky like a
Yeah.
rock. But between second and third, less than 1/10 of a point between them. So it could be John or Juan.
Yeah.
Depends on the next trick.
I think John, for try to win, need to get the hay. If get the hide with a big border, I think he could stick it. If get a 6 point something, I think he could stick it. Let's see.
Now-
Oh, let's see. We see John going on right. He's going to get the jump. Let's see. Pop. Kite loop. Grab. Oh.
Now we've seen these riders go to the right now a couple times and not get the height.
Yeah, I
when
think-
when you go to the right in this spot, what kind of wind are you looking for? Is it a change in direction or just a certain level is only sufficient for going to the right?
No, it's pretty the same. The thing that sometimes the wind is like the direction is not correct, so sometimes it's better jump or right just because the wind is much better, much lifty, and close to the rocks is just really gusty.
Now we have 57 seconds left in this heat.
Yeah.
And it looks like all riders are on their boards, so this is the chance. One trick from each of them, maybe.
Yeah. They need to be fast and chasing the right waves at the right time is the only way to get it. So I think some kicker coming. So let's see if Josh gonna take it one. I think. Yeah, let's go.
I just noticed that Joss showing a Swiss flag on his. Joss is a proper local and showing the Swiss flag. What's going on there?
He missed it. No, he missed the kicker.
So Joss also missed the kicker right there.
Yeah, let's see if there is another one. If can stick. I think that the heat is finished.
10 seconds left.
Yeah.
And are all the riders tricked out, perhaps?
Well, I think they didn't get the right time, maybe on the watch or.
Well, now remember they have their 7 trick attempts, right?
Right.
And so if they run out of their 7, then
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
All right, and we are back here, and we are back with the ladies in Heat 3. We got Joanna, Alice, Nora, and Greta. Some real standout performances for them in the last rounds. And we have 9 minutes, 50 seconds left to go as we see Joanna ripping, pumping, trying to catch that kicker, going to the left. Big straight kite loop. And coming down for a clean landing. And so here we see Nora on that core XR8. There we go, Joanna with a 10-meter jump. Nora, 1 foot kite loop, getting some scores on the board. So Nora getting a little extra height from the last round now. as she is feeling a little more comfortable in these conditions, and looks like the wind is nice and strong out there. Andrea, you just went for a spot check outside.
Yeah.
How's that wind feeling?
Yeah. Whoa. The wind feel really good. I think it's not that gusty. I think the wind is really good. And now we have the woman. Let's see what they have it for us. We see Alice got the quite good high on 8 meter.
Now, Alice says she has she's been getting even up into the, I think she got an 11-meter jump the last round, so she's been finding the gusts.
Yeah. Let's see now what Nora have for us. Boogie loop. Nice. Really clean landing. Wow. She's improving his level a lot. Now we see Johanna going for kite loop. Late back roll. Wow. Oh, you can back check. I think you're gonna score, but a bit less. Like.
Yeah, take a point or something off.
Yeah.
But Johanna has been bringing the speed.
Wow. 10 meter high. Really nice. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, she went for a boogie loop, but.
Some of the worst wipeouts are low kite loops. How you say Alice?
Yeah.
Alice.
Yeah,
Alice. All right,
Alice.
it's even better. Alice.
Yeah. Alice, yeah. Let's see what shot for us. I think she's gonna jump on right. She just need to get the right gust. And wait, you know. Oh. We see kite loop. I think it was a kite loop.
Now, we've noticed
Nora.
a big difference when there's 4 athletes in a heat. It seems like it's just constant action, like the pace is through the roof.
Let's see Joanna, if she's gonna...
Competition now.
Look how the kickers start to growing because get the high tide. Wow! We see back roll, kite to late back roll. Amazing trick and good height for Alice. I think this gonna score a lot. 7 meter. Yeah. Really nice.
So she's pushing it. That'll put a score on the board for her, and she needs to add another just like that.
Yeah, we see from her really a lot of more control than the last competition, so she improving his riding. Nice, really good.
So that one was a 5.2 for Alice.
Yeah. Perfect. Let's see now Johanna. Back roll, kite loop. Whoa. Nice. I think this one gonna score quite well because she landed really speedy, you know, but still with the board on, you know, she didn't crash, so I think gonna score more than. Let's see Alice going on left for preparing his jump to jump on right.
Now, you've I'm sure ridden with her in Italy. Did she come from a freestyle background, or has she always been into big air?
No. She was doing hardstyle. Like no kite loop, but just board off and a lot of rotation. Wow! Massive boogie loop.
There we go.
Really clean.
I feel like she's coming into a rhythm here.
Yeah. Wow, really amazing riding. Let's see now Greta. She's going for a jump just too slow and she can't reach the proper eye, you know. The trick is really clean and good. But she should arrive at the point that she jump, that she take off more speedy.
So that's something we talk about a lot, is the speed that riders ride.
Yeah.
So if you essentially go too far upwind, you essentially put the brakes on, and then you don't have enough speed to get into the air.
Yeah.
So there's a good example right there of how having more speed can get you higher.
Yeah. Let's see now Joanna going for a back roll kite loop. 1 foot, I think was a 1 foot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good eye.
Yeah. Something like different, you know. We see variety now with some.
I tell you who's working hard today are those judges. These are coming fast.
Whoa. We see Alice landing something I didn't. So let's see the replay, maybe if we get the replay from Alice.
Now we have replays for you coming up after almost every heat here, and we'll go through some of the best tricks.
We seen. Whoa! Whoa. We see frontal contra loop, at least first contra loop of this hit from the woman, at least trying to reach the variety. Let's see now Nora. Kite loop 1 foot. Let's see. Whoa, she's sticking. Really nice.
Yes, very clean.
Very clean.
All right, so we have 3.5 minutes left to go in this heat, and looks like the
Yeah.
ladies are all finding their rhythm,
Yeah,
especially Alice.
Yeah, we have now first place Alice, second Nora, third Greta, and for Joanna. Let's see. Now Joanna going for the jump, big kite loop, landing clean, and really speedy. Let's see if he can get the third or maybe second place.
Now, Joanna has been consistently a high jumper.
Whoa.
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 Oh, no, the board.
Yo, was... Let's see if
Uh-oh.
he can... Okay, she get the kite. Yeah, this gonna take in time to get back the board, but the trick was amazing. Like, good height. Whoa, was almost 10.4 meter.
Now, for those of you at home wondering, is a 10-meter jump big? Yes. For the average kiteboarder, a 10-meter jump is a big jump. So those ladies are out there performing rotations at heights that would make most people cry.
Yeah, we need to explain that doing this trick, the kite pulling a lot, it's really difficult to reach the height on this trick, you know. So we see boogie loop now from Nora, landing clean.
Now, the kite loops, every time you do a kite loop, you lose quite a few meters off your overall height. So these ladies, if you see them doing a kite loop at 10 meters, that jump could probably be a 12 or 13-meter jump without the kite loop.
At least, yeah. Because at the point that you start to pull the kite loop, or you see now, you stop to go high up. Oh no. She couldn't stick it, but it was good laid back roll from her.
Now we have 1 minute 40 seconds left to go in this heat. Do or die? Separate the ladies from the girls?
Yeah. I don't know if Alicia get back the bar. Let's see. Otherwise, she need to run because have another minute to do his trick then.
Now, what'll be interesting to see is with the ladies, there are some ladies who can do double loops.
Yeah,
when do we see them? When do we see them in the
back roll,
comp?
Kite 1 foot, nice and clean. Yeah. We see pushing some double loop also from the woman, and that's amazing. Let's see. She got more high than before, and she land. I think she's gonna get better score now with this one.
So we have very little separating third and fourth there, less than 0.02.
Let's see if...
Now, Alice is definitely taking the lead in this heat. She's been dominant the entire time, but Nora is putting some good scores up on the board.
As well, yes. Kite to late back. Let's see. Yeah, she's taking. Really nice and control. 6 meter high.
So it seems to be that Joanna can find the height. When she's doing her rotation, she cuts about 5 meters off her height.
Yeah.
So it's that play between the overall height she can get and then getting the rotations with the height,
which is really difficult. Let's see now. Greta going for jump. Oh. Boogie contra loop. Oh no.
but she keeps the board on.
Yeah,
Very good.
Finish. Yeah.
All right, so we have seen an absolute banger of a heat there between the ladies. Alice taking that in dominant fashion.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Well, welcome back to the commentary booth. I'm here with Andrea Principi, and we are about to go see some replays of that last heat.
Biggest score from Halice.
Oh, wow. And here we have our first drone shot of the day. This is something we've been trying to bring you guys for a little while. In 35 knots, it is really difficult to get a drone up, but we finally have one up so you can see the spot. So, Andrea, why don't you point out some landmarks here? You know, you see the rocks and the island. Where are you jumping, and what do you see when you take a look at the drone?
Yeah, when you take off close to the rocks on left, and you jump like sometimes we jump around 25, maybe 30 meter, and it's good to see like the panoramic from the island, you know.
So this is your view from the kite.
This is my view.
Very good.
I think the drone view.
Very nice, very nice.
Just give me GoPro, I'm gonna make a drone shot.
Next time we forget the drones, we just send Andrea. So we have a sailboat out there in the background. It gives you kind of a perspective on the size. See those kites? They have about 22 meter lines on them. And this is the spot of Balneario. Rather small spot compared to the size of Tarifa. Beautiful, beautiful water.
You can see the sky, the blue sky. And
So we can see in front, that was actually the kite staging area. So all the competitors pop up multiple sizes of kites. Andrea, today, what size kites would you be bringing to the beach?
For sure, 9, 8, 7, and 6.
You take them all.
Yeah. Better more than less kite, you know. You pump more and at least you not use, you know.
You still pump your own kites, or you have kites?
Sometimes I need to pump my kite still.
Still okay. Yeah. Well, go win.
I'm working to pay someone to pump my kite because wow, man.
Well, welcome back to the booth. We have seen some amazing action. 2 really standout rounds in Division 2 from the men, and then the women's heats. I am so impressed with the level from the ladies.
Yeah, we saw it really amazing riding from her, the girl, and I'm really like surprised about the height that they reached and everything. Really amazing because it's not easy, how we say, ride on this condition and jump 10 meter high doing kite loop. So yeah, chapeau.
So there are several million kiteboarders out there in the world, and if you go look at the Surfer app and you look at in general jump heights, a normal jump maybe 6, 8 meters. Okay, you get up into that 10 meters, you're doing proper big air jumps, and these ladies and guys are doing rotations with 10-meter jumps. So that is the threshold for what we look at as extreme big air. And guys like this man here can even bump it up to over 30 meters. So we're talking about the upper echelon of all riders that you're seeing today in front of you. Thank you for being here with us. This is Full Power 2023, brought to you by Core Kiteboarding. We got about a minute left to go. Andrea, what are your thoughts as far as the upcoming rounds? What do you think we're going to see for tricks? Are we going to see doubles? Are we going to see back roll board offs? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for, I think they should try to reach more as possible, like this. Strong enough.
Now here we are, Lassie and John. Now John seemed to get into his rhythm and unlock a different gear in this last heat, and we saw Lassie do really well.
Yeah.
8-minute heats now, so notice there is a change in the heats, 2-man heats, and so that means that we have different
Yeah.
different timing. Whoa,
It's starting.
Lassie already.
Yeah.
I think I missed that one, but looked high.
Yeah.
All right, John coming into on the
Whoa,
right.
Whoa. Front control board off. Wow. Whoa, this gonna score nice.
So
Was really high and clean. Also the kite position was really good. 10 meter. Because we didn't talk about kite position, but it's really important to also get like the right kite position, and what we wanna see is the kite in front of you with the massive power on the kite.
Try to get those lines
Yeah.
level, right? Level with the water. Or level with the rider,
So
horizontal
again,
with the water.
5.2, and for the start be the first jump is really good. So I think he started better this hit. Try to take in the jump. Let's see. Back roll, kite loop. 1 foot. Yeah, clean. Yeah, he's getting some point.
Now he'll get some variety there. Interesting to see how much speed he took into that, but also still only a 7-meter jump.
Yeah.
So he was throwing spray like crazy. Let's see what Lassie
See
can
Lassie,
do.
yeah. Boogie. Late front roll. Whoa.
Ah,
He
now that
crushed
was a
it.
very
Like-
stylish boogie. That's exactly what we'd like to see, though, is perfect inversion
Yeah.
while the kite does the loop.
Kite in front of you, and yeah, man. Kite low and let's go. That's the way.
Now, I tell you what, we're going to have to start drinking water instead of Red Bull. I think we've been on Red Bull all day.
Ooh. Gonna be hard.
All right, so there's John jumping out to a quick
yeah.
lead, but for sure that 3.0 is going to be bettered with one of his upcoming tricks.
Was bored off with late back roll. He's sticked. He gonna score good also this one.
So now, I've never seen John ride before. Have you seen John ride?
Yeah, maybe a few times, but like years ago, so he's improving a lot his level. Let's see another boogie loop. If try again. Let's see if it no, nice. He didn't went for the late front roll, but he's sticked, and this is what he need to do. Just put some point. Yeah, 11.5 meter inverted kite position really well. So let's see.
Now we see the sand whipping up.
Yeah.
That means that we're probably in the middle of a gust here. If these guys can take advantage of that gust, get an extra meter or two of height.
Yeah, we're seeing John. Whoa, kite to the bar of late back roll. Nice one. This is gonna score really well for me.
So now we are in heat 11. We've
10
made it
meter.
a long way through this competition
Yeah.
already, and we've seen some clear leaders and the level increasing round by
Yeah.
round. Let's
John,
see.
John putting some level. Let's see now we have Lasse. Kite to the board off. Whoa, he's sticked. No. He gonna score less, but
He'll probably still get a score for that, as it's not a
Yeah.
full crash, just a heavy butt check.
I don't know if gonna gets better than 3.69. Let's see John going for the jump. Kite through, board off, stylish, leg extension. Oh, he just couldn't.
He delayed putting the board
Yeah.
back on for the style points, but didn't pay off for him there.
Yeah. But I think for now with the score he's fine. So he have strategy.
So 3 minutes 40 seconds left to go in this heat. John clearly in the lead, but I feel like Lassie could just put up another score and be
Yeah.
pretty close.
We Lassie need to bring it out his level now if you wanna get this hit.
Now, in the beginning of the comp, John wasn't looking as technical as he is now. Looks like he has tricks in a bag that
Yeah.
he's not even.
Yeah. Kite to board off. Yeah, clean landing. For sure gonna get better his car. 10 meter, 0.7, really nice. Let's see John going for a kite to board off. Late front roll. Oh, he just land with the kite on too much on the right, so he couldn't stick it.
Well, I'd love to see that though. He just said, "Okay, you can do a kite loop board off. Let me try one with a rotation."
Let's see Lassie. Maybe ask him for the score or what we need to do to his caddy. Always good at people on the beach like giving you the score, you know. Yeah.
Well,
Let's see John going for the jump. Contra loop. Yeah, he's sticking. He gets some variety with this contra loop board off.
Now, John's pretty impressive here. He's thinking about his variety. He's thinking about his
Yeah.
heat strategy.
I think he got it pretty well, this is it. Oh. He wanted to go for a boogie loop, but then he took the wrong gas. The wind just twisted him, so he couldn't put the loop, otherwise the kite will slack too much.
Well, that's experience speaking, right?
Yeah,
Is
this is
don't
experience
risk it.
speaking. Yeah.
Now here we are. Lassie is looking to do something to get him up into the fives, whereas John is consistent. He's got 5.23, 5.27, overall score of
Let's
10.
see. We have 1 minute 30 left. Let's see boogie loop. Oh, was maybe the wind, huh? Oh, he couldn't stick it, yeah.
Now we have a minute 20 left to go, and I have to say there's a couple standouts in Division 2. I'm looking forward to seeing Julian, John, and Joss as we get into these later rounds. They've all shown that they have technical tricks, and especially with Joss doing the doubles, they're willing to put it on the line.
Yeah. I think the best car we saw it with the double from Joss. So let's see if he can do it.
Now we have less than a minute left to go, 50 seconds right now, and so this is time to do one last trick if you've got it.
Now or never.
Now or never.
Let's go. You can see some kite going up, I think, for the next hit. So the rider have now, I think, some pressure because seeing the kite going up. And let's see, 30 seconds left. I think they finished the jump because they are not jumping.
And remember, those riders have a total of 7 trick attempts.
Yeah.
So if they reach their 7, then the heat is over and then time expires.
So they're at the point to land the kite, I think. Yeah, I think John get it, and also pretty well because we saw it from him, like really constant riding, you know. So.
Wow, experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day, Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, and we are back in the studio here with Andrea Principi. Man, what a heat we just saw.
Yeah, really amazing. John is improving his riding and he got this hit. But also really good riding from Lasse because he's improving his level as well. And this, we saw it all the competition. It got better and better during heat and after heat, so nice.
Now
Good
we
job.
are into the
Yeah.
ladies' heat
Ooh.
number 4, and we have just seen, what was that, Francesca?
Yeah, Francesca with half run riding for half one, Alessa on high rush, and Nora on core kite. So let's see. Alessa going for the jump, good kite loop. Nice and clean, good height.
Now it's time for the ladies to show what they have. We are into the later rounds of this competition, so they should be all loosened up. Everyone's had a chance to be on the water, and so now it's time to show what you got.
Yeah. Nora, we saw Nora jump with a kite loop 1 foot, I think. Whoa. Francesca with frontal contra loop. Good eye. Clean. Really nice. Wow. Gonna be a good hit, huh?
It's going to be a good heat.
Yeah,
We
it's
got
gonna be a good
3
heat, yes.
scores on the board right
Yeah.
away.
Bam. Bam.
Now we see Alessa in the black rash guard, that full power rash guard. Let's see what she has here.
Let's see. Backroll kite loop. Grab for a lesson. Really nice.
Now,
Yeah.
interesting to see that the jump heights have dropped quite a bit versus the last ladies'
Yeah.
heat. So we're in the 7s now, and last time we were touching 10s and 11s.
Yeah, the wind is drop a little bit. But also I think you know why we see like less high now, because the rider try to put in more level, and if you put more level you not focus on the height, you know. So but let's see Francesca reaching good height now, backroll kite loop.
Well, the cool thing about that back roll kite loop is
Yeah.
if you pull the loop at the right time, you get a little extra boost.
Yeah. And that's the time that you can pull the laid back. Oh, let's see now. Wow. Was really high this one. Let's see if she's she's sticking. Well, this one gonna score good to me, huh?
I think so. That was proper height.
11.7 meter for Alessa. Really amazing.
And that's the proper height. Now she's going to see a good score coming out of that. And look at she got 65 meters in distance as well.
Wow.
Now here is Nora, playing a dangerous game, leaving that kite so far behind. Okay, so all of the ladies have 2 scores on the board, and not only that, but good scores on the board for most of them.
Yeah, you can see the laid back score 5.4 from Alessa. Oh, kite Luborov. Oh, she didn't stick it.
Thankfully, not leaving that board too far behind her. So we have about 1.1 points separating all 3, so it's still anyone's game. If you look at where Nora's at with her 4.2 and 4.3, she can easily better those and get up into second or even in first place if she goes up.
Yeah. The riders are looking for the perfect takeoff. So
Now,
let's see now.
being patient is definitely part of the
Yeah,
strategy. Now,
absolutely,
how do you feel when you get to about 6 minutes in the heat? Is that your time to be patient and wait for the kicker?
You need to find it, you know. Now, well, looks like Alessa find it because she's taking a really nice boogie loop. So 8.4 meter. Maybe with this one I'm gonna get at the top. Let's see. Whoa!
That's some yank.
Yes. Whoa, this one gonna score good. You saw the yank. This is what we wanna see, like kite low and big pull. Kite Borov again. Let's see if she's sticking. Whoa, she's sticking.
And she is happy about that. See her
yeah.
pumping her arm out there. She knows
Whoa,
that is a good
9 meter
one.
Kite Borov. Whoa, we're gonna see good score now, huh?
So
yeah, we see
6.2.
Yeah.
I want to say, if my memory serves, that is the highest score we've seen from the ladies so
Yeah.
far in the competition.
Yeah. Now we can see Francesca and Alessa quite close, but also Nora. Wow, this is gonna be hard hit, huh? Wow.
Man, this is going to be a heart attack in the making.
Back roll, kite loop. Yeah.
So the consistency in this round has actually been a lot higher than previous rounds. These ladies seem to be landing their tricks much more frequently.
Yeah. Let's see now. Fighting to go upwind means that the wind is definitely picking up now.
Now, I can't read the size. Is that
8.
Nora on an 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see back roll kite loop. Grab. Whoa.
Just kept that kite dry. So important when you crash, even when you take a hard crash, is that you have to keep that kite dry. Getting it wet changes the way it flies and also puts you at risk of inverting the kite. So even when you're taking a real heavy crash, always thinking about that kite position.
Yeah.
Now, Andrea, speaking about crashes, how do you keep your trick count after a heavy crash? Like, how do you know how many tricks that you've done in the heat, even when you're getting absolutely pummeled?
Man, sometimes on the landing I did 3 backflip with my head on the water. Still some video from my crash like 2 years ago in Cape Town, man. My leg was going everywhere, like upside down, man, because I land, I don't know, maybe 100 kilometers on the water.
No remembering the trick count after that one.
I didn't remember my name, bro. I made you the trick.
I think that's in the intro to every backle video, isn't it?
Oh, she went for trying kite bar, but unlucky. She missed the bar because, man, it's so difficult when the kite pull you, and if you don't have on the right time, you're gonna miss the bar. Let's see. Now Francesca with back roll kite loop. Sticking.
Now we have 3 minutes to go in this heat now, and all the ladies have solid scores on the board, but it's still 2 points from first to third.
At this point, when it's like this, you need to try your best and just hope that you stick it, you know.
Now it does look like we've got some waves coming through. If you look on the left side of the screen, that's probably where you'll see them. This spot can deliver waves from absolutely butter flat the whole way up to 3 meter waves rolling through.
Wow.
Especially in these later times in the year, we see big storms come through along with Levante. Oof.
Whoa. I think it was a boogaloo. Trying to add the late frontal, but she didn't stick it. She landed just too speedy. The kite didn't catch so well.
So based off what we're seeing now, it's going to be a little tough for Alessa to catch Francesca because she's going to have to get up into the 6s actually to make that happen. A nice drone shot there over the whole spot looking out towards Morocco. You can really see when the wind builds is that curtain of clouds builds against the coast of Africa.
We see now, Nora trying to get the border, but the kite just pulling too much, and we have 1 minute and a half left almost.
So this is do or die, make or break, win or be eliminated, yeah?
Yeah. You can see this amazing shot from the drone.
Now, as the conditions build through today, we're watching the tide also change. So we are at 1 o'clock. So we are really at tide change point right now.
Yeah. Usually now is the point that the wind get a bit gusty, and then when gets the high tide properly, the wind gonna be really good, I think. but the kicker will be gone because the water gonna be too high. So
All right, we have 45 seconds left to go in this heat. Talking about the conditions coming up with that tide coming in, we are expecting the wind to build. We're expecting to wipe out the kicker, but an extra 5 knots, we'll take it.
yeah, we can see that they finish because they finish our 7 tricks.
Well, the action has been hot and heavy. We love to see the ladies pushing it
Yeah.
to the max. And here we are. The heat is officially over.
Yeah, we had to see that was amazing heat.
Okay. Oh, is that Stino?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, Stino, what do you want me to say about your kite? He says, oh, it's a Lula, it's this. He said, oh, but don't say anything. Oh, no. We are back live. Very good. Well, we were just commenting a little bit on the kites that are out there on the beach.
Yeah.
Obviously, we see many different brands of kites and prototypes. Having a little chat about that gold leading edge that you see there. A new material. Andrea, you've been riding that Alula material a lot. How much did that change the game for you?
Yeah, changed quite a lot, but of course you need to have like a proper shape on the kite before to have the alula, you know, because you cannot just put the alula everywhere and then the kite gonna work. But of course the kite with alula is just more rigid, and so the kite perform much better.
Well, let's see a replay of
Yeah.
that last heat. All right, and here we are. We are preparing for the next rounds. We're going to see the men in division. Let's see. We have the men coming up, and we see the wind building. Look there, you go on the left hand. Well, this is exciting. These are the leaders that we saw throughout the comp. We will not see the scores because this is the final of Division 2.
Let's see. Wow, going for a boogie double loop. Wow, this is gonna score really good.
Just in the first 10 seconds of the heat, just throwing down a monster trick.
If you wanna, well, we see Julian going for a doobie loop, late front roll. You can see. Let's see what the judge gonna score more, because we have different kind of trick. You know, one was like higher, but just with one loop. The other one was like lower, but with 2 loop. Now we see John doing front roll, contra loop.
And John's starting out going to the right, actually. And his variety score in just in the beginning. Now, these were the leaders of, like, just the standout leaders of each of the paths to the final. I'm so happy that the seating worked out this way, where the best riders obviously made it to the top. And look at that shot. You get a good perspective.
Yeah. You can see all the wind blowing into the sea.
And when we talk about gusts, now you can actually see them on the water.
Look the gas from the wind.
Man, that's pretty cool.
Wow.
That's
amazing.
really cool.
It's crazy.
So on the right-hand side, you see the guys tacking back and forth. That's them getting upwind, getting into position. On the left-hand side is the launch zone, and it carries you out parallel with the island.
Well, now we can see Julian going for a jump. Back roll, kite loop board off, another back roll. Whoa, late backle on the landing, so we have triple backle kite loop board off. This is gonna score big to me, man.
11.7 meters.
Kite loop. Whoa!
So that is an S loop attempt, the first of the competition there.
For S loop attempt, it just didn't reach the right height for pull this trick.
So that was 10.4 meters, though. That's a good solid jump. What do you think? He needs 12 or 15?
Yeah, I think if you pull the S loop like this, he needs at least 15 meter.
So Joss riding, of course, a smaller kite, faster kite to make that happen. And the challenge is, how do you get high on a small kite?
Let's see now, John going for a kite loop, laid back board off. Amazing. Wow, good one.
Now, Joss has the experience, knows what he needs to do to get that board off, keep him safe.
He's going to change kite. Let's see what he's gonna do with the big kite. He has to get big tree with the board off and rotation. Otherwise, I think not gonna be enough. Just the boogie double loop, you know.
So he's clearly got a plan. So he had 2 trick attempts, landed one, crashed the second, and then immediately went to change his kite.
Let's see what Julian gonna do, because he has really good score on big kite. Maybe gonna swap with us with a smaller kite. So let's see.
Very technical trick from Julian the last one.
Yeah, we said really solid riding from him during all the competition. So he deserved to be here right now.
Well, this is the final that we have been hoping for in Division 2. The best riders have risen to the top. One of these riders will go through to Division 1, and looking at how they're riding.
Let's see. Whoa, boogie bar off. Let's see. Oh,
almost.
Almost.
Well, looking at how these guys are riding, one of these guys deserves to be in Division 1 for sure.
Let's see, Julian going massive. Whoa.
Clean landing.
Doobie bar late front from him. This gonna score big, man.
13.3
meter. Boogie bar from John as well. Oh, just man, this one. Wow.
That's a standout trick.
Gonna be hard get higher score than this trick to me, because the kite position was good.
Well, Julian has come from France, landed here in Tarifa, and has shown his absolute mastery. Now, he has just landed 2 of the highest scoring tricks, probably, because we can't see the scores just like you can.
Let's see now, Josh, what he's gonna do it. Control board off.
Interesting, Josh leaving that kite really far to the right. What do you think about that?
Man, can be good, because if you reach the proper height, then you have time to pull like in the right time the down loop and everything. But I think if you are not high enough, then you will land too speedy, you know, because the time doesn't have the time to catch you properly. So all change how high you jump.
And that's
so
that's just a
Julian kite loop, laid back roll board off. Whoa, this one, no, man. Not every trick is Sunday, you know.
Exactly. Wow, 2 out of 3. The way he's riding looks pretty good.
Oh, boogie board off again. Let's see if he stick it. He stick it, man. He got it. Also with the let's see, Josh going for a kicker. Inverted back roll on a kite loop. Good landing. He's stuck on his trick.
Now that's the trick in the U.S. They call the sushi roll, right?
Sushi roll, yeah.
That just makes me hungry.
Yeah, man. Don't tell me to food, because, man.
Sushi, steaks, hamburgers, vamos,
pizza.
So these riders are absolutely showing why they're in the final. We've been really impressed with all of them as they come through. But Julian,
let's see, John. Maybe he's going to change kite. What is? Oh. Maybe just asking for score. Or no, not score, no, because you cannot see, but I don't know. Let's see now, Joss looking for some kicker, but no. Now we see Julian going for jump. It's a war over here right now, man. Everyone gonna get the wind and the fighting. Let's see. He will try. Oh, kite loop tic tac from the fin. Variety, man. Because we didn't see a tic tac from the fin. Just So now we see kite loop grab, tail grab with other hand.
So now we have 3 minutes, 9 seconds left in this final heat. Just like you, we don't know the scores, but we have a
Kite
good
loop.
feeling.
Oh.
Julian
Yeah.
probably has the lead here, and Joss is fighting to catch him.
If someone wants switch kite, now is the time, because otherwise later gonna be too late. Let's see. Julian, oh, he didn't read the right gas, so he released the kite loop.
Now, Julian has 2 bangers on the board. We know his first 2 scores were probably very high, so now he's working on his variety to round
I
out.
think he has really good chance to get into the first division. Josh as well. Let's see now. Pull the board off. Whoa! Tic tac! Ah! Man, if he stick this one.
Now he's got 2 minutes, 10 seconds to get back that board and run 2 more tricks. Now here we see Julian taking it relaxed, maybe thinking about what he's going to do next. Considering going back to the right again.
I think he knows. He knows that. He's chill now. I mean, man, he need just to wait the right gas. Let's see now. I think he's going for a laid back with the board off. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, he's sticking. Ah, man. With this one, I think 11 meter. We see, man, from him good variety, good eye on hold the trick. You know, the average of this side was really good, and yeah. To me, there is good chance that he get it, and he will compete on the first division as well. Gonna be long day for him if this happen, because 2 competition in one day will proving yourself. But
Now, how many heats do you think he can run before he starts to lose concentration?
let's see, if he's taking good rest, he's hitting between one hit to the other, a lot of Nutella, maybe sugar, he can get it.
Now that is actually part of why we run the Division 2 and then the women's and Division 2 and the women's back and forth, is to make sure that the riders have a sufficient amount of breaks. We are down to last 30 seconds in this heat, what has been one of the most electric heats in the beginning, and now we're watching them play their strategy. What's coming next for John Perez?
Let's see, 20 seconds left. I think they finished the jump. I think the final.
So our final is over. We are pending the results to come in as the clock counts down. Wow, what a heat we have seen.
Yeah, really amazing.
All right, and we are back for an electrifying heat. Andre. Of course, with John Perez, that's how he advanced into the final.
Now we start to see pumping some kites from all the pro rider, because soon they're gonna start, you know. You see more and more kiting on the beach, more color.
And that means Division 1 is coming up soon. Here we are right in the
Yes.
studio. Thank you, Andrea, for joining us for such a good time.
Really fun to me.
Now, Andrea, you're going to get out on the water today.
Maybe tonight, let's see, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we have Pro 1 coming up soon. We are pending results from the last heat. We will bring those to you momentarily. But who are you watching for in Pro 1? I mean, you're a favorite always. Of course, Liam Whaley and others are also favorites here in Tarifa. But who do you have your eye on for Pro 1 for the finals?
Yeah, for sure. All my friends like Jeremy, Cohen, Gil. Which I training all day with these guys. We send big loops, so of course I get friend with this guy, and I will support this guy on the beach.
Very nice. Okay, so Andrea's calling it for Jeremy, Cohen, and Hugh to be on the podium. Let's see how it turns out.
This time I gonna support my friend, but in King of the Air, no, King of the Air.
The lion comes out. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Very nice. Well, very. All right, so here we are. That was the preview of round 1 for the Pro 1 division. Timo, Filipos, and Scott.
We see Filipos, I think, going for the first streak, kite to the blade.
And now there's a kite I have never seen before. That's a Harlem kite, and that's got to be Scott, right?
Yeah. Scott is improving a lot. His riding is get better and better. Let's see. We see already like solid height from both riders, like 12-meter jump. So.
Now we can see there's a very clear difference in height and skill level between Division 2 and Division 1, and those riders who are in Division 2, they're clearly showing 12 meters again and again and again. You can tell.
Look the speed that they're getting before the takeoff. Let's see. Kite loop, blade back from Filipos. Whoa, really nice and clean. Good trick, good kite angle. Nothing to say to this trick. Just good and good height, 11 meter.
Well, he traveled a long journey to get here from Greece at the last minute.
Yeah.
Let's see what Scott has for us.
Let's see. He's going for a kite loop. Late back roll, added another back roll on the landing with the grab. Amazing.
Love the colors on that kite, man. I haven't seen anything quite like
really,
that.
Really amazing. Yeah. Let's see now. Filippo's going for another jump. He's on fire. Whoa. Doobie board off.
How did he get that board back on?
Wow.
That was impressive.
Really stylish. 10 meter, but I think this one at least gonna score 5 point something at least, because it was really good trick.
So what we're looking to see here as we see the first rounds of Pro 1.
Let's look how we looking for the kicker. He knows how to do it. He's quite localizer as well.
So Scott's been living here for at least 4 years, I know that much, and he's at that spot every day.
Let's see, get the kicker. Oh, he get the height, but he didn't probably reach the right gas to pull proper kite loop. 15 meter for him.
Now there's the local advantage.
Yeah. We start to see proper height right now from Scotty.
Now we have 7 minutes and 10 seconds left in this heat. Timo is supposed to be in this heat.
Yeah, true. Are only 2 people. Whoa, if he's sticky. Wow.
That is impressive.
Now we start to see some proper level. 11 meter back roll, kite loop, double back roll. Really nice. Yeah, the doobie border from Filippo's car almost 6. Let's see now. Let's see now Scott going for a kite through board off. Really clean and in control with also hard grab on the landing. Let's see now, yeah.
We see a significant difference in a few things. One is the height, of course. That's the result. But a lot of that comes from the speed and then the last moment, the edging technique.
Yeah. We can see solid score from Filippo's 5.95 and 5.45 for, yeah. Let's see Scott going for another jump. Kite loop, board of laid back roll for him. Amazing.
He lands so comfortably right back onto his edge like it's nothing.
Yeah. Let's see now Filippo's going to jump, first jump on right, for get some variety as well. Let's see, front roll, contra loop, bar roll, late front roll, really clean and smooth landing.
So casual.
He has to be stuck on this trick.
Now, so Scott knows this spot really well, and Filippos has just come into town recently. But I think you've seen Filippos ride in Greece, haven't you?
Yeah, I saw him also in Cape Town, and I saw it from him like really good level and good running. Oh, Timo is now on the water.
Don't know where Timo was, but he is back and landing his first trick.
Yeah, maybe a switch kite or something. Looks like another kite.
Well, he was gone long enough to pump one or two kites.
At least he has time. Oh, whoa. Backward kite loop, board off, quite inverted. The rotation on the loop with the late backward, really smooth landing. And he gets the height because he's almost on 13-meter height. So this one gonna score big to me, man.
Now, keep in mind that even though Timo joined late, he only has to get 2 monster tricks on the board.
At least he got 140.77. Let's see now what he had for us. Let's go. Back roll, kite loop, tic-tac. We see the first tic-tac. Oh, nice. Whoa, man. Start to be hot at the situation here with this hit.
Now, Timo coming from the Netherlands, along with those Dutchies. Oh. Double rotation.
Whoa.
And puts it down.
Yeah, man.
Filippos, I haven't seen him ride here in Balneario before. I think it's been a while since he's been here, but man, he is showing up.
11-meter height. Really good. Oh, we can see 6.4 for Timo. He could stick it, man. He could stick it because if you get another score like this.
Now, we know Timo can also do the doubles.
Let's see now, I think, he's going for a whoa. Amazing doobie loop. He couldn't grab the board, just too much pull on the kite, but still he got the height, so for sure gonna get better the score that he has it, 13-meter.
Now, it's impressive to see Timo getting 13 meters on a kite that is actually an all-around kite. That is not a big air dedicated kite at all.
Yeah.
But he is finding the height. Maybe his height is actually helping him.
Yeah, man. Could be.
So here we see Scott laying down a solid heat.
Scott going for, I think, front roll. With the whoa! Is massive, man. If he stick it, and he stick it. Yeah, he has to be stuck on this one because he knows that he had put good work on this one. 13.3 meter, man. At so far, I guess, jump that we saw it on this hit, man.
So now we have 2 minutes 20 seconds left.
Another doobie. Let's see if it's. Oh, wow, really amazing, man. He got almost 7 to the last streak. Timo, let's see what he had for us. Whoa, man, really close it, amazing.
That doobie board off is a beautiful trick. Watching that second rotation.
The thing is like, let's see now, Scott.
Scott doing his stretches there.
Yeah, he's dancing. He's getting on the trap level.
Ready to send it to the maximum. Well,
Yeah.
Scott's no stranger to the full power here.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now, most of those riders out there on 7s and 8s.
No, he didn't get the right gas. Unlucky. He has 1 minute almost left. But I think Timo is the only one that still have his like at least 3 tricks, I think.
Well, now we just saw that Scott has taken over second place from Timo, so that is a big swap. Scott doing a great job as a local rider getting that in there, but Timo has more in the bag. He can throw down a 6.4, 6.5 and get back up there right on top.
Yeah, he has to pull 1 trick. I think the best thing for him is do be bored of hires that they can, and that's it. Let's see if he can do it, but he has not so much time. I hope for him that gonna come soon some big kicker, but looks flat.
30 seconds left to go in this heat. It is anybody's
No.
heat to take right now.
He's going out from the water. Yeah, I think for him the game is finished now.
I should start counting these tricks, but I
Yeah.
feel like Timo, he got 7 tricks faster
No,
than
man,
anyone.
It was impossible counting. They were jumping too close and they need to do, you know.
So now we have 7, 6, 5, 4.
You can see people getting ready with the squat. That's the way.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
That scoring system with that live scoring was incredible. And to be honest, that was a much better system than King of the Air's live scoring.
I think it's the #1 scoring system around, so definitely go check it out. Heatscoring.com.
I've got to give a massive shout out to Michael Erickson. He was there every second of it, watching the scoring from a distance and helping our judging team.
In and out of Dolo when I need mass. To the boys who up on him when he crushed that. To the king back, man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head, it's so mad at. I'm like,
Well, welcome back to the studio. In just a moment, I will introduce the one and only man that we have right here. But first, before anything, we are going to the ladder to look at the results. So here in front of us, we have the ladder for Pro Division number 2, and here we can see the results. Julian Wynn taking the final, followed by John Perez and Joss DePfeiffer. So Julian Wynn will be taking it into Pro Division number 1. Well deserved by Julian there. Excellent job and congratulations. He's going to be a tired man, but happy to be in Pro 1, certainly. All right. As I said, look who we have in the studio today. The one, the local, the legend. Watch out. All right, so as I said before we cut, Mr. Liam Whaley is here in the house, obviously the local legend and one of the best kite surfers on the planet. So Liam's here to give us his perspective on the comp as we have Valentin, Luca, and Nicolas Gambier here for heat number 2. Liam, welcome to the live stream, man. Happy to have you.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. I mean, I would be happier on the water, to be honest. But yeah, maybe some of you guys have seen I had a little bit of a small injury from the last few competitions and travelings and trainings. So gonna be doing something different today. Gonna be in the booth with Ian. Something different. Let's see how I do. I think I'm better than I am at commentating. It's definitely a hard job. So let's see how it goes.
Well, we have another local out on the water, Valentin, nuestro Valentin. Our very own little local shredder here who has grown up to be one of the best competitors out there, banging in a 10-point jump. Liam, how about you call the tricks for us as you've got the eye and give us a little bit of feel for maybe what the conditions you've seen today.
All right, so there's Luca Cerruti with a classic doobie loop, which is a front rotation going up, then another front rotation with the loop, and then some added rotations at the end. Did 12.2 meters. Today it looks a bit challenging to get height because the water is so flat. Obviously when we have those kickers in Balneario, we get the kicker going against the wind, you get a main line tension, and you just get launched into the sky. Today, I think the wind is good. I think the wind is constant, which is something really important. There you have Nicolas Gambio with a Kite board off. So I think the most important thing is that the wind is constant, and I think the forecast says it's going to be picking up throughout the day. I'm not sure what the tides are doing at the moment, but sometimes when we get a higher tide, the waves start to roll in. So let's hope for that, and if that happens, the guys are definitely going to be going at least 5 meters higher.
And as we see, we actually have just passed the low tide mark, so we're going to be coming up with the tide over the next couple hours. So as you said, Liam, hopefully that brings in a little bit extra wind and maybe some kickers.
Yeah, it will definitely bring a little more kickers. There you have Valentin with a contra loop front roll board off from the fin, super stylish. Yeah, he's currently in third place, but he hasn't had his second score come through yet. We got Nicolas Gambia in first place with 2 scores of 5.01 and a 3.99. Not super high scores yet, so I'm sure the other guys might get closer to him within the next couple jumps. Luca with a nice one there.
Now, Luca, actually, he was competing with you in the Mega Loop. Took a really hard crash, actually had a concussion. Had to come out of the water. I talked to him this morning. He's in full form. Really impressed with his style.
Here we have Nicolas Gambia with a back roll, board off, laid back, the Kite loop. Yeah, he's been training hard as well, Nicolas Gambia. It's impressive to still see his progression. He's one of the a bit older guys. I think he's around 30 years old, and he's super motivated and he wants to keep up with the kids. But obviously it's really challenging. Even for me, it's just so hard to keep up with these kids nowadays. It's like a never-ending story. Catch up with one, and then the next one comes through.
Well, we used to think that the 26-year-olds were the young kids in the sport, and then the 19 and 17-year-olds started, right?
Exactly. Now there's 17, 18-year-olds. Like pretty much the whole podium at the Red Bull Mega Loop was 18-year-olds, teenagers, except for me. Here we go. Luca Cerruti. I'm not even that good with the names, but I think he did a back roll going up, took the board off, contra loop, the tic-tac. It's quite a unique trick of his. Valentin, Kite loop, lay back roll with the board off. So now you can see Luca Cerruti is in first place. His third score hasn't... Well, the overall impression hasn't come in yet until the end, right?
Right. So we'll see that after the heat's actually finished. What's interesting to see right now is that we got 5.7, 5.5 sitting on the top for Luca.
Yeah.
But Valentin has a 5.7 and can definitely throw another 5.7. So it's right now anybody's game with 5:20 left in the heat. How are you feeling, Liam, when you get to about 5 minutes left? What's going through your mind?
It really depends on the format. It depends on the tricks that I have scored already. I usually if it were to be this format, which you have 7 trick attempts, only 2 of your best tricks count, I think I'd go for like maybe 3 secure tricks, and then I'd risk the last 4. If I get 3 good scores on the board, like maybe 3 4s or 3 5s, then I'd start to risk it after that. So I think they've gotten to that point of the heat. They can see Luca with a back roll, board off, tic-tac, late back, and I think he's definitely going to continue to up his scores. He's leading now, but Valentin is pretty close to him. So can we see what the second place would need to overtake the first? We can't see that.
We have to do a little bit of mental math here.
Okay.
You know what strikes me?
Actually, it's easy right now. So
there you go.
Valentin needs about a 5.8 to overtake Luca at the moment. That was pretty awesome. Very stylish. Back roll, board off from the fin with a tic-tac and a kite loop. Almost 10 meters now.
It's curious to see between these 3 competitors. I mean, they have such different backgrounds. As you mentioned, Nico is from France and quite a bit older than the rest. Very nice. Luca coming from actually a competitive rowing background, so he has a lot of competition experience outside of kiteboarding and has recently, within the last 2 years, converted into one of the better big air riders on the scene. And then, of course, Valentin, local rider, been kiteboarding his whole life here in the conditions in Tarifa. So really cool to see them all arriving to a similar level from such different backgrounds.
Big crash from Nico Gambia. His kite almost landing on top of him. Let's hope his kite doesn't roll over, and let's hope he doesn't tangle his lines, but I think he's all right. He went big on that one. So I think, yeah, the guys that are going to be going over that 10 meter mark are going to be getting scored a bit more. I think with the Big Air Kite League format, it's a lot about technical difficulty. So it's a lot about rotations, board spins like tic-tacs, board flips.
Well, now we've just seen Valentin make a huge jump in the scores. So Valentin, you said he needed a 5.8. He must have been listening, because now there is 0.01 between first and second.
Yeah, he needed a 5.9 actually to get Luca, or 5.83. It is so close at the moment. So I think, if he had someone on the beach telling him the scores, he would definitely only focus on the big tricks. I think they must be reaching the end of their trick limit, which is only 7. But there he goes. I'm not sure if that will get him the score he needs, though.
Well, and you look at him using that handle to do the tic-tac, or from the fin to that handle. I know he's got a special handle.
All right, so we got 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes left on the clock. I don't know how many trick attempts the guys have done, but they must be down to their last one, so they're going to be going for the bigger tricks. There you go. There you see Luca Cerruti going for a boogie loop with a tic-tac and just losing the board while he was spinning it. Sometimes happens. You're spinning the board at the same time as you're getting that yank from the kite, and it's really hard to keep the board in your hand.
Well, 13.1. Now we're starting to see the heights go consistently. Now I wonder if that's from the wind increasing, or if it's just simply these guys have that extra edge when it comes to takeoffs. Only time will tell.
All right, let's see. Valentin, he needs a 5.83 to overtake Luca.
We are waiting on the edges of our seats here. It is just such a close heat. Valentin doing everything he can.
Here we go. He's got a little kicker. Gets the height. Kite loop, board off, late back. He's going for a little bit less of a technical trick there. Maybe trying to go a bit higher. Let's see the height he gets on that one. 11.5 meters. Not sure if that's going to get it for him. See Luca. See if he can... Ooh, that was a nice one. Oh, another crash. Another crash from Luca.
Now that's always terrifying when you're coming down backwards after a loop. Getting yourself turned back around seems to be priority number one.
Yeah, everything looks very chilled here on the live stream, but when you're out there and there's like 30 knots, this Levante is probably one of the gnarliest winds in the world. You get so much yank at this spot, especially when you're catching that kicker. You get a lot of line tension. You're almost flying backwards when you take off, and then you loop the kite and it pulls you so aggressively. So you don't want to be coming down backwards. You could have a nasty landing.
So we have 10 seconds left to go. This will be Valentin's last trick attempt. Can he make over 5.81?
Going for the same trick again, trying to get a bit extra height. Maybe he's come back to the beach and realized that that trick was scoring well. But yeah, he needs like a 5.83. And then we have to wait for the overall impression scores to come in as well. So yeah, I guess the overall impression is depending a little bit on variety within your tricks, heat flow, maybe not crashing too much during it's the overall feel of your heat. And I think Luca and Valentin both had a similar heat in that way. They were both doing tricks both ways. Maybe Luca crashed a little bit more towards the end. I don't know if that will deduct his overall impression score.
And we'll be...
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now. Well, welcome back. We are on the edge of our seats, and let's look at some replays from that last heat.
Most during his heat, it was
All right, and we are back, and we have an incredible heat for you. We have Miko Sitares, Arthur Gilbert, and Jason van der Spy.
There we go. This is Jason starting the heat off with a doobie loop board off. Super stylish rider from South Africa. That's going to get a good score. I think, yeah, it's going to be a battle between Arthur and Jason. I'm not sure who the other guy is. Do you have any information?
Yeah, he's a Polish rider. Actually, he has been moved up from division number 2 to division number 1. So this is his first chance to really show himself fully among the pros. But I've seen him ride. He has level.
All right, there we go. Arthur Gilbert with a front roll contra loop board off from the fin. And as you can see, he's trying to do that tic-tac. And again, he's losing his board. getting yanked by the kite while trying to tic-tac the board, and you have to like be really quick with that and try to grab the handle quickly, and yeah, it's challenging.
Well, some people don't realize quite how strong that yank here is with Levante. You go from basically straight vertical to 60 kilometers an hour.
There we go, Jason, with one of his classic moves. It's a back roll going up, loop the kite with another back roll rotation, and then you pretty much try to spin as many times as possible. I think he did about 4 rotations in that one. And
so that's Miko.
And then Miko with a big crash from this angle. Doesn't look that hectic, but yeah, these guys are moving super fast downwind, so when you crash, it's not nice. There we go, Arthur going for the same trick again, and now another crash.
In real terms, if we look at what happened between Division 2 and Division 1, the riders in Division 1 are traveling almost twice the speed, and that's why you see so much more consistency on the heights.
And they're going higher as well. These guys are averaging around 12, 13 meters, so it's way above the 10 meter mark now, and I think it will progressively get bigger throughout the day. I think these guys started the heat off a little bit too intense, maybe didn't go for their easiest tricks, because we've seen a lot of crashes, but Jason has been the most consistent so far. Jason van der Spy from South Africa, putting in 2 big scores. He's got a 6.09 and 6.84 already on the leaderboard, so he's leading with quite a margin. And Arthur, who should be actually going for some easier tricks, he's been crashing, so yeah.
Well, that's a different one we don't normally see. Was that a board-off rodeo there? A little bit of old-school style. You know, Jason has just made it look almost effortless to almost break the 13 overall, which will be one of the higher scores that we've seen thus far in the competition.
Yeah, I've been training quite a lot with this guy in the past, and he is very committed. He's been just traveling all around the world, chasing the wind consistently, and there you see him with a doobie loop, but as he took that board off, he also added a tic-tac mid-rotation, which is something really hard to do when you're upside down. So he's going to be scored a little bit extra for that.
And doing it at height, 12.3 meters.
There we go.
Very big.
6.84. So his score has 6.6. Oh no, they've changed it back. No, 6.84 and a 6.64. He's got a total heat score of 13.48, leading with quite a margin.
Now, Jason is coming out in this heat and just laying it down. He's saying, this is my heat. I'm dominating. I'm coming for the top spot. Now, Jason van der Spy, not only on the water, but in the gym, is an absolute monster. The size and the dedication he puts to his training. When you see him in person, he's more like an American football player in some ways than he is a skinny kiteboarder.
Yeah, I think all of these guys are taking training off the water a bit more seriously recently, because it's a high impact sport, and when we come down from those jumps, especially when we're crashing, your body wants to be as strong as possible so you can take those impacts, and also as flexible as possible. You can't be strong and stiff because you're going to break something too. So these guys are spending a lot of time off the water. There you see Jason with a back roll kite loop, board off from the fin, and a tic-tac. Super technical move. 15.2 meters. That's one of the biggest jumps we've seen all day.
Absolutely. Jason's just putting on a clinic today of consistency and technicality at height. This is exactly what we expect to see for somebody who's trying to get on the water.
Yeah, the wind definitely must be picking up now. I mean, the riders are also getting better throughout the day, but the wind, I think, is definitely picking up. Hopefully that kicker comes through. We go Arthur with a doobie contra loop with the added rotation, doesn't quite stick it. Was doing everything he could to try to get that clean landing, but unfortunately the way he landed wasn't perfect, so it was really challenging to keep balance on that landing.
Now, so if you're Mikola, what is your thought process right now? At 3.8, are you going for your max?
Sorry for interrupting, but Jason's just done a handle pass. I don't know if anyone's done that yet.
First handle pass of the competition.
Yeah, back roll, unhooked back roll pass. It's the one Jesse Richmond does, and it's really challenging, especially in big air in general, just to unhook in such strong winds. I don't know how much he's going to get scored for it. It wasn't too radical, but yeah, definitely give him a little bit of credit for being the first guy to unhook today. And to answer your question, you can ask it again if you want. You were asking what, how do you say his name, Mikolai?
Yeah, what does he have to do right now, and what's the strategy? Because we have 3 minutes, 55 seconds left in this heat, even though you can't see the timer. We've got it up on heat scoring. Does he go for something safe to get him up there, or does he just go all out?
Yeah, I don't think he has much of a choice. I think he either has to enjoy his heat and do things that are fun and make him happy, or go absolutely all out, because he's up against two dedicated professionals like Jason that you can see trying to add that extra rotation. I think we have to name that trick the tornado, because there's too many back rolls involved in that trick to count every single back roll.
It's time to officially name it today. We're just calling it the tornado. It's somewhere between 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. If not, it would be a back roll kite loop board of back roll, back roll, back roll, back roll.
Sometimes we're getting to the absurd with the amount of level that these guys bring. So what can Artero do?
Oh, that was a nice one. Doobie contra loop again, not landing in control. He's just not getting the time right with that last down loop before landing. He's landing with his board at a little bit of an angle.
And so that's the trick that was popularized by the one and only Janek Gregorjeski.
Absolutely, Yannick was the first guy to do the front roll contra loop. Then they called it the Yannick loop. And now the guys are just adding rotations on the way up, on the way down, tic-tacs and all sorts of variations. But he was the first guy to kind of make that trick popular.
So now we can tell Mikko is feeling the pressure right now, up against two veteran competitors and in his first outing in Pro 1. So baptism by fire here.
I think he'll just be enjoying having Balneario. It's very rare to have this spot for yourself. It's usually full of people screaming at you in the water, a lot of pressure, all the pros training. But here we go. Ooh, going for it. He's definitely going for it. He's maybe never tried that before, but he's definitely pushing himself in this heat against two top athletes. So we have Jason van der Spy with the leading score. He's got 13.75. Two really high scores that he got pretty much at the start of the heat, a 6.84 and a 6.91. And I think he's probably going to get the highest score for overall impression as well. So I think he's pretty comfortable at the moment.
Well, now, Liam, you talked about how this spot is very full these days, but you grew up here in Tarifa. I imagine it's changed quite a bit since when you were training in the beginning.
Absolutely. When I started riding here, nobody wanted to ride here. I used to go to school, like literally a few hundred meters. We could see the spot from my school. There's no one. Strong Levante, like two crazy guys out. And now it's just become so popular. It's been trending. This spot, as Big Air, has been trending. It's the biggest discipline in our sport at the moment, and Balneario is one of the best spots. So people have taken over the spot.
Well, we have...
Surfer is the all-in-one solution for tracking your kite performance whilst keeping you as safe as possible. Just take your phone with you and start measuring your jumps and your route. So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
his front rolls on the way down, so like a doobie contra loop board off.
So we've got a full slate of scores now. Looks like we've got 6.7, 6.8 for Jeremy. Chemo's coming in with 5s, and so is Lucas.
So what exactly happens in this round? If you come second, are you through? Is this a non-eliminatory?
Yes. So you always have a chance. So you don't get eliminated the first time. You always have a chance to ride at least 2 heats. But Jeremy, if he does keep this up, will jump over one of the rounds.
Okay, so first place jumps straight into round 3, and then second and third goes to round 2, and basically has to do an extra heat.
And that's just to make sure that if you have one bum heat or you have something happen with your gear, you always have that chance to make it still to the top of the competition.
Absolutely. This format makes sense. You don't want to be flying all the way from
All right, and we are about to go to a word from our sponsors here in just a minute. But Liam, we have seen 2 heats with 2 really standout performances.
Definitely. From Jason in that previous one and from Jeremy, they are 2 standout guys. I mean, these guys are competing in all of the top competitions around the world, so you would kind of expect that from them. But they're still new faces. They still want to make their mark, and I think this competition is really important for them as well. They feel like they can win this competition, so they feel like the men of the event. I think, yeah, they're going to definitely be on the podium. I think I'm predicting one of these 2 guys are definitely going to be on the podium. For now, Jeremy is my favorite. But Jason as well, he's definitely pushing it, and they're making it really challenging for these other guys. So,
what we have seen in the last years that Full Power can be a launch pad for some of these young riders' careers, not just to get on the podium, but also get the exposure. Tarifa really is the mecca of water sports here in Europe, and there are a lot of eyes on these riders. So a big part of what Full Power does is bring the audience and the eyes of the world onto these younger riders, these earlier career riders, or the riders that haven't yet won those major competitions. So keep your eyes out. The entire Full Power fleet has the potential to be at the top.
Absolutely, it's really cool to see Full Power give and the back will give these guys a platform to show their skills on, and I think they're doing that today. So super excited to see some new talents as well, and yeah, let's see. It's going to be an exciting day.
Well, now the question is, Liam, when are we going to call our guesses for the podium? You just mentioned 2. You got 1 left to go.
I mean, I'm saying Jeremy's definitely going to be on the podium. Jason, I don't want to call it yet. I want to see the other guys ride a bit more. Let me see this first round, and then I'll make a guess.
Then we'll make the guess. All right, sounds good. Well, I am always biased for the locals. Los tarifeños, sí, tienen mi corazón siempre. But I also have a special favorite in mind who's coming up in the next heats, Mr. Kohan van Dijk. I have gotten to travel with him and watch him ride. When a rider is on form and has that eye of the tiger,
He's got the momentum going for him. Coming off a podium in the last event in the Red Bull Mega Loop, he was fired up. He was just so happy to be in that final. So yeah, Cohen is definitely a name to look out for. I think he's really comfortable on his gear as well. He moved last year from Nash to North, and I think yeah, he's you can see that change. He's very comfortable with his gear. He's got a lot of support around him as well that maybe he didn't have in the past, and he's pushing it. He's young and on fire, so let's see how he does.
Another rider who can also unhook, I saw him do some unhooked mega loops that had not been done both in competition in, I think, almost a decade. So coming off a win of Bakel Cape Town, coming off a win of Bakel USA there in Hood River. Question is, can he make it 3? We will see.
Let's see. It's going to be challenging.
All right, we have a couple more seconds left to go. We will be looking in our next round.
So who have we got in the next heat?
Here we go.
Is that Gil?
Oh, it's got to be.
Oh my God! So it's not Cohen in this next heat. Sorry guys. It's we've just been going on about someone that's not in this next heat.
No, it's all good. I'm just. All right, so we have been talking about the podium, and one man who is always in the conversation about the podium here at Full Power is last year's champion, Mr. Gil Vloot. Now, we have a very interesting heat here in Balneario. What's so interesting about Charles, do you think there, Liam?
Charles is usually riding on a foil, and now he's taking out the twin tip. And I think this is a very exciting heat. Gil definitely being the favorite, starting off with a classic there. Kite loop, board off, late back, getting the height. Yeah.
Now,
Yine not quite getting the takeoff he wants. Gil been complaining about his ribs on social media for the last few days. I saw him the other day and he went out with a seat harness. Oh, Charles Royal is on a foil. He's actually on a foil.
So Charles is actually the only competitor on a foil. As many of you know, Onyx is a foil company, so foil is deep and close to my heart. I love seeing Charles out there representing loyal to the foil in big air.
Curious to see how the judges score him for being on a foil, because obviously it's not really fair playing grounds, is it? Twin tip versus foil.
I've had people say it both directions. They say, well, he's got a massive advantage, and then they say, well, no, he's got such a disadvantage. Let's see what the judges say.
I think he'll have an advantage in light winds, but not in strong winds. And the winds are a little bit on the lighter side right now, actually. I don't know if there's even 30 knots, maybe just about 30 knots. Heel going for that doobie loop, getting super inverted on both rotations. Easy work.
Now, he does not look like he is phased at all. When I talked to him about his rib yesterday, he said, yeah, it's broken. I'm going to compete. I am the champion from last year. I want to be there. And I said, all right, man, well, why don't you, take some painkillers, numb it out. He said, I want to feel it all. Absolute Viking, that man.
Absolutely. Gil is one of the most motivated kiters I've ever seen. I've followed him from the beginning, and it's been a really exciting journey to watch. And he's also motivated me to train a bit more and spend more hours on the water, because I was going through a phase where I wasn't spending as much as I wanted to. And yeah, just seeing Gil train so much and progress so quickly really motivated me. So there we have Yine going for a kite loop board off with a late back, but not quite making the landing. I think Gil still has another score to come through. He got a 5.45 for that first one. And yeah, we're still waiting to see his doobie loop score.
Now, something that's important for us to talk about today is the fact that you can vote for each of the riders to be the rider of the day. So we are in the Pro 1, and now is the time for you to get in your votes. Go to kitemana.com/vote to vote for your favorite rider of the day. Last year, we had Beto Gomez as the winner of the day, as the Colombians came through for their paisano. And this year, it's up to you. Voting is open right now, so whether it's Charles, Gil, or Yine, or any of the other athletes, go to kitemana.com/vote.
Okay, so you see that the judges are liking Charles Brodel on the foil. They're not taking scores away from him. He's getting height. Look at that, 15.8 meters from Charles. That foil obviously helping him getting a bit higher. When he loops the kite, it doesn't seem as radical as the other guys. So maybe he won't get as much points for the power and the commitment, but he's definitely getting the height.
Well, and I think on that foil, he's forced to ride a smaller kite, so he's definitely not going to get the yank that you do with a big
exactly,
kite.
Yeah, imagine trying to ride like a 9 meter on a foil in 30 knots. That would definitely be challenging.
I accidentally tried that one time. Did not go well. So Gil has actually switched kites within the range also with Ocean Rodeo there. See, he's flying a new 5-strut design.
Boom.
He was known for his doubles always, but we haven't yet seen him do a single double.
I think the wind is not quite there to do doubles yet. Hopefully the wind's going to increase throughout the day, so that you're going to see the guys doing that changeover, changing over to a smaller kite and mixing up both single kite loops and double kite loops. Look at Charles.
No.
Super stylish.
That is just art in motion.
So Gil has been doing a lot of tricks to the left, but he's been doing both kite loops and contra loops to the left. That means he's using different hands and he's being a bit ambidextrous. Most guys do contra loops one way and kite loops the other way, and yeah, Gil has been training it all, so he's got a lot of variety in his tricks, and maybe it's better to go to the left. You see a lot of the guys popping to the left today, so he's choosing to do his tricks to the left, but he's going to get a good variation score for those kite loops, contra loops, doing board offs with different hands.
Well, now we have just hit the 5-minute mark here in this heat, and what's interesting about this heat is it's a lot tighter between Gil and Charles than the previous 2 heats we've seen.
There we go. Back roll, kite loop, late back board off. Super stylish, super clean from Gil. He's going to get a good score for that one.
Well, and actually Charles is only 0.2 basically away from Gil, 0.19 essentially. So this is either one of them to take this heat. I know Gil wants to win this heat, so he doesn't have to ride that second one.
Yeah, I think for Charles to beat Gil, he's going to have two really high scoring tricks, because I think Gil will get that little bit extra on the overall impression just because he's adding more variety. Charles's tricks are high, they're stylish, but I don't know how big of a bag of tricks he has.
Well, let's see. This
oh my God.
S-loop. Oh my God.
Gone for the first S-loop of the day, and unfortunately he's crashed that. And there we see the foil giving him that little advantage, making it possible to ride on a smaller kite in light winds, therefore being able to do an S-loop or a double kite loop in these conditions. Yeah, that's interesting.
That is a different dimension to this game now, right?
Go back to fair playing grounds. I think I'm not sure that's fair.
Man, I tell you what, it terrifies me to think about crashing at your foil. They are very sharp, and the idea of coming down from an S-loop on a foil is not a fun thought.
There we see Gil pulling a switch doobie loop board off. So he normally does that trick to the left, and now he's doing it to the right, which means looping your kite with your hands that you're not used to looping it with, and taking it off with your right hand, which you're not used to taking it off with either. So that's really challenging, and you don't see that from a lot of the riders.
All right, so here we see Yine. He should be able to land this nice and controlled.
There we go, trying to get some scores on the board. He's had a few crashes. I think he's trying to get something consistent on the board, and that was a doobie loop with an added rotation.
Very stylish as well. So, Yine, probably one of those riders that needs a little more time to warm up into these conditions.
Here we go. Charles going for the back roll with the double kite loop, losing his board. He saw that the kite wasn't quite going to catch him, so he kicked off the board quickly. That's something really important in big air kite surfing, knowing how to kick your board off. If you see that your kite is not going to catch you in time and you're not going to land smoothly, you want to get that board off of your feet so that you don't injure your legs.
And here we are running down to almost the 2-minute mark. Still super tight in the scores between Gil and Charles. It can be either one of them, but I have to say, Gil is really showing what he's made of here. Knowing how much pain he's in today and seeing his level of riding, it's impressive. All right, we have 1 minute 45 left to go. As we expected, Yine is starting to improve his scores, but still hasn't been able to break into the fives. Let's see what he's got today. So doobie board off with added rotation on the way down. Nice smooth landing. Let's see what the judges think.
Getting those scores in. He's playing the consistent game. Not quite getting past that 10-meter mark. I think that's really making the difference today. If you see the guys going above 12 meters, you can see they're going higher than the rest. And Charles with that double kite loop, I don't know what he got for that, but I guess it was his highest score. Was it the 6.1 for the double kite loop? The S loop, sorry. I think Charles got a 6.1 on his S loop, so one of the higher scoring tricks of his heat, and I think he's still on that small kite, so he's still going to be going for doubles and S loops. Here we go, takeoff.
Just a big single loop.
Yeah, didn't quite get the takeoff he wanted. Those double kite loops and S loops are really about timing. It's all about getting that perfect pop and feeling the right gust in the air, and then just watching your kite and hoping it loops perfectly through the sky. Because if it loops too low on that first one, then it means it's going to go even lower on the second one, and the kite could not catch you. Gil amping up the crowd. Let's go, let's go.
That's right. Now, Liam, I have seen not only your singles, but your doubles, and then also your triples.
10 seconds left on the heat. And
We'll talk about that triple loop when we get back.
Yeah, I think Gil's got this one on overall impression too.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
Wow, experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, well, welcome back to the studio. We have just seen a great and varied competition between Giel Vloet, the champion from last year, and Charles Brodel. We're going to hop to the results here in just a second.
Yeah, Giel really pushing it in that heat. He had to push it. I don't think he thought he had to because he was up against a guy on a foil. And then he must have seen the guy on the foil really pushing it and be like, oh shit, I can't lose against this guy. So I think that was a pretty tight one unexpectedly tight between Giel and Charles. Charles going for that S-loop, he landed it. I think that was the highest scoring trick of his heat. And Giel using this one as a bit of a warm-up heat, doing all of the tricks that he knows how to do, securing the tricks, landing smoothly, and he's looking.
All right, and so we are back, and you have just seen, well, we will announce the winner of the last one. That was Giel Vloet as expected, but now in Heat 6 of Pro Division 1, we have Julian Wynn, the winner of Division 2, Stijn Mul, and Kohan van Dijk. So Stino out there, who is Stijn, or Stino as everyone calls him, out there riding the white and gold kite. Julian Wynn, you've seen him all over today. He'll get the most exercise out of everyone on the green kite, and Kohan van Dijk will also be on a white kite.
So Kohan, we were talking about him earlier. He's been really pushing it. He's been doing super well, and he's been on the rise in the latest competition. So his confidence must be super high going into this event. I think he really wants to win it. And Stino going for a massive doobie loop, getting that kite super low. I think that's what Stino's style is all about. It's about going really big, getting the kite low. He's maybe a little bit less technical than the top guys if you compare him to Kohan, for example, but the difference he can make is getting that extra kite and being more radical with his tricks.
Well, now, as we just jumped into the heat, we missed Kohan's first trick was a 7.02. That is a massive trick. That's one of the higher, on the higher end of all the scores that we've seen today. Of course, Jason van der Spy still taking that title. But Kohan, very first trick out of the gate, staying, this is my territory.
Okay, so we got Julian in the yellow lycra, tacking to the left. Getting some speed. Let's see what he's got. Oh, losing a foot on that takeoff. Maybe his straps are too loose. It's a hard balance finding like how tight to tie your straps. You have to have them tight enough for your board to not come off your feet, but loose enough to be able to get that board off your feet when you're performing the board offs. So
well, here's Mr. Kohan in red on red.
Oh my god, there we go with the tic-tac. No. He tried to spin that board, and that was the reason he wasn't able to get it onto his feet in time.
Now, what we're seeing today is where a couple clouds rolled in. That may actually affect the wind. So stand by, let's check out those jump heights. And with a board off from the fin, that is Stino's classic move. I saw him pull that a few weeks ago again and again and again, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Stino has got a very unique style. He got the height on that one. Just a big jump. You loop the kite, you take it off from the fin, and he gets a super nice extension in that one. So he's going to get some extra points for style on that one. It's not the most technical trick, but he definitely does it in a unique and stylish way.
So Julian, hoping to get a proper score on the board right now.
There we go. Back roll, kite loop, late back with a board off. Easy work.
Nice stylish rotation right at the end there on the way down.
Not quite getting the height that I think he wanted to get. 8.3 meters. You can see there's some clouds pulling through that could affect the wind, as you said. It could make the wind a little bit gustier. We could have a little bit of a lull in the wind. But I think it's going to pick up throughout the day. It's going to go up and down, but hopefully throughout it's going to pick up.
Well, and in this heat, we have an interesting mix of rider sizes and weights. So I would say that Cohen Van Dyke probably has 20 kilos over Julian. Stin is a dense rider, but also not as tall. So it actually does factor into how high you can go. The wind gets on that lower range, and guys like Cohen, they do need a couple extra knots to get the same height.
Yeah, definitely. We got two riders from Holland here, and Julian is from South Africa.
He is actually from France.
He's from France, but he's got a South African accent because he spends a lot of time in South Africa.
These guys throw me off all the time. I hear all these South African accents, and turns out they're all from Europe.
Yeah, everybody training in Cape Town. So we got two Dutch riders, and we got a French rider on the water. Cohen having the highest first trick score, but not getting that second score. So he's actually in third place at the moment, but maybe not after this trick.
Oh man,
that was actually Julian. That looks high, it looked good, and then he got a yank from his kite. Here we go, Cohen. Let's see if he can get that second score on the board, aborting the takeoff and deciding not to go for it. Maybe he couldn't find the kicker or the gust. Stino is riding super consistently at the moment. He's got a few really stylish moves on the board. There we go. Kite loop, late back from the fin, board off from the fin. Super stylish. He really extends his body on the rotation. And he's definitely going to get points for style there. I like it. I like the way he's riding.
Now we're going to have to see Stino start mixing up the variety, right? Because he's done the same trick, I believe, now 3 times, or a variation thereof. Here is Cohen. Classic move from Cohen. That's a safe trick for him. That's one that actually doesn't even push his comfort zone at all. So just getting that second score on the board.
Actually, Stino's been doing different tricks. He did 3 different tricks. The extension and the style is similar on all 3 of them. But yeah, I think he's got at least 2 or 3 different scoring tricks on the board. He's leading right now. He's got an 11.23. Julian in second, and Cohen still.
And there it is.
Oh my God, he moved up into first now. Cohen got the highest scoring trick of the heat, and then he's got a 5.91. He's ahead of Stino by approximately 1.5 points.
There we go. So Cohen, we know that he has a huge bag of tricks to pull from. He's got a repertoire, and deep repertoire, and he's actually lived at this spot for multiple months at a time. So the local advantage is there for him.
There we go. That's a good takeoff. Gets the tic-tac, and he gets the board back on. That was a back roll, kite loop, late back, board off, and then he added a tic-tac as well. So super technical tricks. 3 back rolls, kite loop, and a tic-tac. Amazing from Cohen. I think that might be his highest scoring trick. I didn't see his first one, but that's definitely going to be up there.
So he's definitely going to replace that 5.9 and increase his lead. Now the question is, can Stino answer?
Let's see. I don't know how many more tricks Stino has in the bag. I don't know if he's going to continue to try to go for new tricks, or he's just going to try the better one to better the ones he already has.
Now, Julian Nguyen, looking at less than 3 minutes left here. Now, we know Julian's got some technical tricks. We saw that in Division 2. He was able to get into a rhythm and pull those technical tricks out. Question is, can he deliver it right now?
Right now, he has a 1.88. He wants to get rid of that score as soon as possible. Here we have Stino going for another trick. So he is going for different tricks, but unfortunately not landing that one to the right.
All right, 2.5 minutes left to go in this heat. We have a clear lead from Colin Van Dyke. Interesting, Liam, that we have another heat where we have over a 1.5 difference between first and second. It's there's a couple leaders in our minds as we came into this competition, and they're showing us that it's not for nothing. There's a reason that they're at the top.
Yeah, these guys are on the highest level. I mean, they're competing in this event, but they are like world-class kiters. They can take out the biggest events in the world. And there we have Cohen going for the tornado. Easy. He's got it. That's going to be a high-scoring trick as well. I don't think he went as high on that one. 11.5 meters. Still above the 10-meter mark. But it was a very technical trick. Let's see what the scores are for that one.
Now, if we have to look at the variety score, now who do you think is going to have the best variety score based off the riding so far?
I think Cohen will have, he's done rotations both ways. He's been adding tic-tacs to his tricks. But Stino could be pretty close because he's also been trying tricks to the right. Unfortunately, he hasn't really been landing them. So I don't know how much that goes into play. But yeah, another crash from Stino there, unfortunately.
So in the Big Air Kite League scoring system, for your variety score, attempted tricks actually do play in. So you're not even required to land the trick to have it count towards your variety.
And if you crash a lot of tricks, does that take away from your variety score?
Well, actually, it doesn't. Especially if you try things that either have never been done before or are very technically challenging or very extreme.
So you will get rewarded for pushing yourself.
You will definitely get rewarded in the variety score for pushing yourself.
Here we go. Look how close they are riding up against the shoreline. Cohen going for a contraloop board off from the fin with front roll rotations. That was really, really stylish. I think he's going to get a really good score from that. You don't see that many riders taking their board off from the fin because it's a lot harder. It's easy to reach it, but once you get that board off, the board is flying very far away from your body, and it's really hard to get your feet back in the straps.
Oh, Julian Wynn there having a little bit of a kite mare over there on the left-hand side. Looks like he's got an inverted kite. Let's see if he gets that back and sorted, but we are down to 3 seconds left.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
Well, welcome back after that exciting heat. We're going to give you a view to the ladders and what's coming up next. So here, Liam, what do we have right here? We are into round
number 2. And we have Scott taking out that first heat. We have Luca Cerruti winning the second heat. We have Jason van der Spy winning the third heat. We have Jeremy Berlando winning the fourth. We have Giel Vlucht winning the fifth. And we have Cohen van Dijk winning the sixth. So there you can see who are the top guys of this first round. It's a non-eliminatory round, so everybody will be advancing today, but the guys that are first place are advancing straight into round 3. The guys that are second and third are going to be advancing into round 2, so they have to do an extra heat. You get that advantage if you win your first heat because you get to rest a little bit in between. You do one heat less. But I think some of the guys enjoy doing more heats, getting warmed up.
I think so. Now, once we add in that variety score from Cohen, he's actually into the 16s. You remember Jason?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have 2 of the top riders into the 16 points overall. I would love to see what happens later on. I hope that they meet up.
Definitely. It's gonna be interesting. I think for now, for me, the top guys, it's Jason, Cohen.
All right, well, we are back, and you have just heard it called by Liam Whaley. We've seen the entire round 1, and Liam has called his podium.
I haven't called the podium yet. Don't put that much pressure on me.
There we go.
But I mean, yeah, I think Jeremy is definitely riding the best at the moment.
So one of the heats, Liam, where you were out on the beach checking it out was when Philippos took the top spot over Scott and Timo. So now we are seeing the second and third place riders against one another. So now we're seeing Timo versus Yine, and the winner of this heat will go on. The loser of this heat is out of the competition.
Yeah, so you don't want to lose this heat. The pressure is definitely on. In that first round, you have a little bit less pressure because you know you're not going to be eliminated. But now it's man on man. Winner takes the win and moves on into the third round. And second place packs his bags and goes home, unfortunately, or has a holiday in Tarifa, which is not too bad.
That's also not too bad here.
There we go. Big kite loop, late back, board off from Timo. Getting some good height there.
Now, while we're watching these riders feel out the conditions, we have to give a shout out to our sponsor, Makani Beach Club. I know, Liam, you've probably been there before. It's one of the best kite surfing beach clubs in the world, based in Egypt. And from the Full Power and Big Air Kite League side, we want to say thank you very much to them. They've been a sponsor of the tour this year. And if you have the opportunity to go to Egypt, some of the best kite surfing in the world and some of the best hospitality over there at Makani.
So both Timo and Yine going for the same trick. It's going to be interesting to see how their scores compare. I think they were very similar. Yine maybe adding a little bit more power to his, Timo going a little bit higher. So let's see. Okay, there we go. 4.85 for Yine and a 5.55. So Timo getting a bit more height and getting rewarded on the scores.
Now, Liam, we've saw a couple bomb outs or dropouts of the sky throughout this competition. Maybe we should talk a little bit about kite position versus wind, and why is that sometimes you drop just straight 2 meters down right in the end?
Yeah, so actually in big air, the higher you go, it's more extreme, it's more radical, but you have more time in the sky. So if the wind's a little bit on the lighter side, as we can see today, it's not super strong, so the guys are just making it past the 10-meter mark. So if you loop that kite too low, it might just not catch you, and if it doesn't catch you, you can kind of feel that. You can risk it and keep the board on your feet, and you might just land with the kite catching you, but yeah, usually you want to kick that board off just to save yourself from breaking your legs, basically.
Absolutely. Well, there's high risk. There's some certain zones in kiting. And once you get above 10 meters, it's plenty safe to loop your kite, as we're seeing right there. That's a proper jump, probably around 11 meters for, is that Timo? And once you get above that 10 meters, the kite loops become a lot safer. But when these complicated tricks, getting even up into that 12 to 15 range makes it to where the landings are much more consistent.
Yeah, definitely. So Timo getting that second score on the boards. He got a 5.31 for that doobie loop. So now he has 2 solid scores. And I think that is a good tactic to play. It's what Yina needs to do first. He needs to get that second score on the board.
And as we're talking about jump heights, a good reminder to the audience that we're thankful to Clean Hub for sponsoring 1 kilogram of plastic out of the ocean for every meter jump today.
Definitely got some height on that one. That's Timo going for a kite loop, back roll kite loop, late back. Playing it safe, but going for a bit more height. Not sure if that will better his 5.3, but maybe it will because of the height. Let's see.
Now, definitely difficult for that drone to stay in the air today. I think they can only put him up for about 4-minute intervals when it gets above 30 knots, but love to see that shot of the looking out at Africa.
This is a nice angle. You can see the whole bay of Tarifa in the background. Timo going for a boogie loop. Board off with a tic-tac. Unfortunately, again, losing that board on the tic-tac. We've seen a lot of guys losing the board on the tic-tac today. I don't know why that is. Maybe they haven't been practicing enough tic-tacs at home. You see Andrea training them in the gym non-stop. But it's hard because you're essentially turning the boards with the handle, and there's that one moment that you got no grip on your hand, so the board's just flying and spinning. So if you don't catch it, then the board's going to fly away, especially when you're getting yanked by the kite in one direction, the board's blowing with the wind in the other.
Now, the question here is, Liam, as a competitor, is the risk of a tic-tac worth the score?
Depends on the format. I don't know what they're rewarding. But I would definitely, if I was competing, I wouldn't add tic-tacs to my first tricks. And yeah, I would maybe risk it in the last few tricks and add that tic-tac.
So as you see up here on the screen, we have the event schedule on the right-hand side. And what you can tell is that we are running through the first rounds of Pro 1 and going on our way to the prize giving. So I encourage you to stay with us here on the live stream as we go from the action. Go grab a beer, grab some food, and in about 30 minutes after the final round, we will be doing the prize giving from the Chiringuito Balneario here with the classic full power prize giving on the podium.
There you saw Yine getting that second score on the board. Doobie loop with an added rotation. Definitely going to give him more than his previous score. Now he's got a 4.85 and a 4.95. He is getting a bit closer to Timo. That's what he needs to do. Get those 2 scores on the board, and now he can start to risk Timo losing his foot on the takeoff.
All right, now these two guys, they of course are in the lower range of scores, but both of them very accomplished riders, and both of them actually very young in their careers. So a lot of runway left for them. Some of that younger generation kind of coming into their maturity. Timo, for example, he's got some maybe extra 30 centimeters of height over some of the other guys in the fleet, and is now filling out that frame. So I would expect to see a lot from him over the upcoming years.
Here we go, Timo, back roll takeoff. Couldn't quite see with the drone angle, but I think he did a back roll kite loop, board off with a late back and a rotation on the way down. I think that might be one of his higher scoring tricks. I think it will definitely take out the 5.3. Let's see what. And yeah, better his lead over Yine. Yine losing his board again,
There's
unfortunately.
that tic-tac.
Yeah, it's the tic-tac. Tic-tac is cursed today.
So definitely the variety score is helped by that board rotation. But as far as an overall score, if you look at the Big Air Kite League system, which anyone can do logging into the Big Air Kite League homepage, you'll be able to see the scoring rubric, and that gives you kind of the generalized scores. The judges are actually all using that rubric, and then once it puts out the standard score, they adjust up or down based off extremity, based off of style and execution.
Okay, so Timo leading this heat at the moment with a 5.55 and a 5.31, a total heat score of 10.86. For now, look at
All right, and we are back. Sorry for that little break there. We're watching the athletes tack back and forth as they're trying to get back into position for their next trick. But you can see a little bit of the size here of this spot compared to places like South Africa. It's definitely a different traffic pattern. You know, Liam, each spot has its own challenges. Okay, each spot has its own challenges. Balneario is the size, right? How do you compare that to other famous places like Cape Town?
Yeah, it's definitely a different spot to ride at. I'm obviously very used to this spot, but as you can see, it's probably only about 200 to 300 meters wide. So as soon as there's more than 5 guys out there on the water, it becomes really challenging, and everybody has to make sure to circulate very well. Obviously, it's a different case now in competition. You've only got 2 or 3 guys out there, and that's an absolute privilege to be able to ride the best spot in the world, in my opinion, with only 2 or 3 other guys out there pushing yourself, crowd on the beach. It doesn't get much better than that. And yeah, this spot, you really need to take off as close to the beach as possible. That's where you're going to get the flattest water. If there's a kicker, that's where you're going to get the kicker, especially today because the waves are really small. So the guys are riding like right up against that shoreline, trying to take off from that tiny little shore break if it ever comes, and those are the guys that are going to be getting the extra height today. So we're hoping that the swell comes in and they can get some more height towards the end of the day.
Well, what's really curious about this spot also is, depending upon the day, not only do you have the kicker as it comes in, but then you also have the bounce back kicker that creates that little triangle wedge over there on the left-hand side. So very different waves than you'll normally see in a place like Cape Town, where they're curling up and say up to 2 to 3 meters. But tell you what, let's go to a replay of that last heat.
So yeah, in
All right, and we are back. Hopefully we got our audio back here so you can hear the mellifluous sounds of Liam Whaley, myself here today. You know, Liam, I have been really impressed with the level today. The guys are absolutely bringing it. They're doing justice to the spot, as we were talking about. And then they will actually be moving on after Tarifa, if they continue the Big Air Kite League tour, to Cape Town in South Africa. So there's some special surprises on the tour coming up. But what I love to see about each tour is that the progression, and as you mentioned earlier, the Italians pushing each other, well, the groups of riders also. So now you have seen the overlay. We have Julian Wynn and Miko Setares. Liam, what did you see that stood out to you between these two riders over the last rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know how to say Miko's name. So I don't know where he's from, but that name's looks quite hard. What is that?
It's
with the little
that's a special Polish character, I think. Nikolaj. It is Nikolaj Setares.
Nikolaj Setares, Julian Wynn. These guys both trying to make a name for themselves, new talents. Julian from France.
Okay, so it looks like we're having a little bit of audio problems. So Liam and I will be sharing the mic for now, and going through. Come on, go ahead, Liam. What's standing out to you for? Let's talk about Julian in these last heats.
Yeah, so Julian and Mikola both trying to make a name for themselves. Julian from France. I've seen him train a lot in Cape Town and be very involved in the scene. But yeah, he's still a lot younger than some of the top guys, so competitions like these really gave him an opportunity and a platform to make a name for himself. And then we have Mikola going for a big kite loop board off with an extension. Like even for me, it's challenging because I've never heard of some of these guys before. So coming and watching these competitions is really cool to see the new and upcoming talent. And I hope, like it's always fun to support an underdog. So I hope one of these guys does really well, or at least feels like they've progressed and they've gained some competition experience from this competition moving forward and after today.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, the Big Air Kite League really started with the mission to provide additional opportunities beyond Red Bull King of the Air, as the King of the Air fleet is only for the most elite riders, as you yourself know. It's tough to get into that competition and certainly tough to make it to the top. So the Big Air Kite League is really about providing opportunities for some of these riders who haven't had the opportunity to show themselves.
Okay, Mikola going there for a massive doobie loop with a contra. Doobie contra loop to the left. Definitely getting the height on that one. 12.4 meters, 71 kilometers per hour, covering a distance of 55 meters. And then we see Julian answering back. Julian really needs to get some scores on the board. I think how much time is left? Probably around.
Well, let's pull up heat scoring right now and check how many minutes are left. What we saw with Julian is that he progressed. We have 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in this heat. We'll get that timer up there on the screen for you here very soon.
So I think Julian just needs to be smart, and he just needs to land some tricks now.
Now, we have to keep in mind that he has ridden an entire competition. So this is his second competition of the day, as he was the winner of Division 2. So
amazing.
He increased round by round in his consistency and technicality. And since joining Pro 1, we haven't seen the same level that he had in Division 2.
Yeah, that must be very challenging. Doing 2 competitions in one day. Definitely have to get some credit for that.
I think he's going to get the Iron Man trophy.
Definitely, you need endurance. Normally kite surfing, especially big air competing, is more explosive. You need more of a explosive energy than endurance. But now both of them are combining. He's going to need to have some endurance and keep that explosivity up. He needs to get some sugar in him between those heats, stay hydrated, and
That's right. What did Andrea say? Get some Nutella.
Get some Nutella.
So Nutella, eat a banana, have a Red Bull, and get on to the next heat. So let's see what Julian has here. We see Miko coming in to the left, Julian there behind. Miko's trying to maintain his lead. Contra loop, and cannot keep his hand on the board.
The cursed tic-tac again.
I think that's the theme of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, but Julian's second score has come through now. So he's got a 3.95 and a 5.82, giving him a total heat score of 9.77. They are very close to each other. Julian just needs to put pretty much one score on the board that's anything higher than a 4, and he will take the lead over Mikola.
Now, a reminder to our audience, you are part of this competition for the Kite Manor Rider of the Day. That's the Kite Manor Rider of the Day at kitemana.com/vote. Current in first place is Miko at 22%. Then we have Cohen Van Dyke at 15% and Francesca Maini rounding up at 14.7, and then Alici Riggio at 13.8 with Filipos at 11%, as well as Chemo. So if you want your rider of the day to win that $1,500 prize from Kite Mana, go on to kitemana.com/vote for the rider of the day.
Okay, so there you saw Julian crashing again, and Mikola just landing, being a little bit more consistent in this heat, and getting a good trick right there. I think that might better his 5-point score. So let's see about that. If he gets a higher score than 5, he's going to be furthering his advantage over Julian. And there we go.
Interesting to see that both of these riders riding the same brand and probably the same size kite. So taking out the variables there, it's just down to mano a mano.
Yeah. So yeah, he's got Mikola has a 5.09 and 5.61 on the board, 10.7 total score. That is 1 point ahead of Julian. So yeah, Julian really needs to improve that low score of that 3.95 by at least a point. So he needs pretty much a 5. Let's see what he's got. Kailu board off with a tic-tac, losing the board again. The guys are really struggling with those tic-tacs today. I don't know what it is.
Ever since the clouds came in, Liam, you know, we've seen the consistency of the competitors actually go down.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm imagining things, but when it was sunny and clear, there's that tornado. Can he land it?
Boom, he's done
There
this
we
one
is.
with the board on. Amazing. Like, that was that Mikola? I think Mikola's really been showing consistency throughout this heat, and Julian's maybe been risking a little more, but just crashing more. It must be that tiredness kicking in after having a full day of competition already.
Now, what do you do to manage your energy during heats? Because you've ridden cold Hawaii, you've ridden some really crappy, challenging conditions that just suck the life out of you. How do you keep your energy up when you're in heats?
Obviously, it's super important to come into the event super fit already before it's even started. I mean, that's the biggest.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now. Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
All right, well, welcome back to Balneario. If you are just joining us, this is Full Power Tarifa 2023, brought to you by Core and the Big Air Kite League. I am Ian Avra, and this is, of course, Liam Whaley. So we are here. We have watched some incredible action, and the tension is building. You can feel it. The biggest names are coming to the top. Liam is here giving us his insider athlete insight into what it feels like to be a competitor and what the conditions are like in his home spot. So we have a tremendous show coming up. If you're just joining us, these are the best athletes in the world competing in some of the best conditions in the world.
Yeah, definitely. It's super exciting to see some top names in there, some guys that compete in all of the biggest events, but then also some upcomers, up and newcomers, new talents. So it's really giving them a platform to show their faces, show their tricks, get themselves on the map. Now we are in round 2, so it's the guys that have come second and third in round 1, and yeah, they're gonna do everything possible. It's man-on-man heats, so it's kill or be killed. And let's see who makes it into round 3. So this round is maybe going to be a bit slower than the first one because you maybe don't have those guys that came in first place. But yeah, now you're going to see some replays from the last heats. All right, so we are back. As I said, we're in round number 2. So the guys that came second and third place in that first round now are fighting to stay in the competition. They do get kicked out if they lose this heat, so the pressure is definitely on a little bit more than that first round. If you lose, you're out, and your opportunities of winning this event are no longer alive. So yeah, I don't know what goes through the guys' head, but that definitely goes through my head. And yeah, you really want to win that first round, and you put yourself in a vulnerable position now.
Well, to be fair, Liam, it's been too long since you lost that round. That's
Yeah.
why you don't remember it. For coming up for heat number 9, we have the veteran, Nico Gambier, and the young up-and-comer on a different brand from before, Lucas Gramstrup, coming out of Denmark. Of course, Nico, veteran of the industry, coming out of France. Both of them flying in specifically for this competition. So we have the old versus the young. Old being, I think, in early 30s.
But Nico holding his ground, yeah, that's the thing. Nowadays, if you're like above 30, you're getting pretty old. This is an extreme sport. The impacts are super high. France, Lucas, from where did you say he was from? He's
Denmark.
from Denmark.
Denmark, and actually our only Danish rider in the big air scene since Nick Jacobsen. There you go, since Nick Jacobsen. So
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting. I have to say, Nico, as somebody who is a little older than 30, Nico's made me proud this last year, watching him go from in the middle of the pack to actually one of the leaders when it comes to progression.
He's definitely holding his ground, and he's definitely still progressing. He's super motivated. He's chasing storms. Every time it's windy in France or in Tarifa, he'll come down and train. So the dedication is still there. Obviously, it's really hard to keep up with these young guns. But at the end of the day, if the dedication is there, you will continue to see progress. And it's all about at the end of the day, it's all about competing against yourself, right? If you continue to progress, then you should be happy about that. You can't always compare yourself to everyone else. Here we go. Kite loop laid back, board off from Lucas Gramstrup from Denmark.
And there he is, our baby face.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again.
All right, and we are back. Sorry for that little technical delay there, but we are back in business, and we are watching the young gun Lucas Gramstrup against the veteran Nico Gambier. Scores coming up. Both of them have put 5.05s on the board by coincidence, huh? But Nico will be up against it, but he definitely has experience and a bag of tricks to pull from to make sure that he comes out with a win. Lucas has been pushing himself this last year. Had him in the shop actually for full power in the spring, and we had to talk about where he's pushing and where he's going, and he is fully focused on being a full-time international rider.
Yeah, definitely. And also, coming from Denmark, you had the inspiration of Nick Jacobsen coming from your country as well. Nick being one of the most important guys in the sport in terms of promoting himself, getting great results in Red Bull King of the Air. So I'm sure that guy's an inspiration for Lucas. And then also having the Cold Hawaii event in these last few years, which has been a super successful event. It must have motivated a lot of young Danish boys to start competing and getting into Big Air. I think it's really important having those events at different places around the world. Just like this one here in Tarifa, it's amazing to have events. The more events, the better. The more events we have, the more progression we see in the sport, the more young guns we see get introduced into the sport. And Lucas is one of them. Up against Nico Gambier, veteran. Lucas taking off right now. There we go.
And look at that kite angle from Lucas. That's what we want to see. Nice horizontal type of kite angle. And this is the view that the audience in Tarifa gets. You see this bridge, or el puente, gets you up about 3 to 5 meters above the action. And that is that corner shot in la esquina del balneario.
Here we go. Nico Gambia, back roll, kite loop, laid back with an added rotation. Oh, butt check. Oh, he was trying to save that landing, but
he got close.
He got close to saving it, but he was a little off balance on the landing.
And there's that beautiful green blue of Tarifa. Tarifa is famous for: strong wind, beautiful water. Actually, people come to Tarifa sometimes even just for the therapeutic benefits of the water. I found that out the other day.
Amazing fact. So you can see the balneario is an offshore spot. The wind blows straight from the land and you ride parallel to the shore, but as the bay curves around, the wind gets more and more side or onshore. So balneario is really unique because we pretty much have Tarifa town right behind it, which would theoretically make the wind very gusty. But when the angle of the wind is just right, it kind of blows from the Mediterranean and it just misses the town. So you get a wind channel kind of going through the ports of Tarifa and the town, and it hits balneario just perfectly, making it one of the best spots in the world for big air. You got the offshore conditions that make the water really flat. You got the pier on the left, which is it blocks the Mediterranean Sea from coming through, so that's also part of the flat water, and it's great place for the spectators to view the action.
Nico Gambier putting his kite down there. We saw a super deep kite angle, and that is actually one of the challenges in balneario. It's a complicated spot. The bridge will block the wind if you get that kite too low.
Yeah, absolutely. The wind is great here, but it can be a little gusty. It is still offshore wind, so depending on the angle of the wind, it can be a little bit gusty. The guys have gotten used to it over the years from so much training here. Sometimes if you take off really close to the pier, you get a little bit of an uplift in the wind because the wind hits that pier and then it kind of goes upwards, and that gives you extra lift. But depending on the direction of the wind, it's better to pop closer to the pier or closer to the rock, which is on your right hand side right now, as you can see on that drone clip. I think today the guys are popping and taking off a little bit closer to the pier because I guess the wind is better there today.
Now we have 2 minutes left in this heat right now. We have Lucas Gramstrup coming up with a total of 7.08, and Nico still waiting to put his second score on the board.
Boom, big trick from Lucas. Can he get that landing? There's a spectator in the front, but he has landed the trick, and he will further his lead. He will definitely get a higher score than that, 2.03. So I'm guessing he'll get a 5 or a 6 for that. That was pretty stylish. Contra loop, front roll with a board off, and Nico needs an extra score on the board. Going for something safe. Oh, butt checking it.
Well, it'll be more than a 0, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's hit the water with his hand there. He's not too stoked. He still has a little bit of time. All he needs is higher than a 5.36. So Nico just needs to land a trick.
Now, Nico certainly has it in the bag to pull out scores that get up into the 6s. He definitely has some technical scores. Maybe a lull in the wind here as we don't see so much of the froth and chop on the water as we did earlier in the day.
Maybe he's already done his 7 tricks. I can see him kind of hitting his hand against the water. So maybe his trick attempts are up. Okay, the heat is over. That's why Nico Gambia is upset. Unfortunately for him, Lucas was the most consistent rider in this heat. Okay, there you can see the results of the heats. Lucas Gramstrup from Denmark winning this heat over the veteran Nicolas Gambier. with a total heat score of 10.41. Yeah, unfortunately for Nico, he didn't manage to land his tricks. He wasn't consistent enough. So, yeah, congratulations, Lucas. You are through to the next round. There you have the drone angle of Balneario. You can see the Mediterranean Sea on the left, the Atlantic on the right, and the pier blocking the currents and the choppy water. That's why Balneario is so flat. You got the beach and the pier blocking the water coming through from the other side. It is truly a unique spot. And there, if you look over on the left, you have Africa.
So this is the furthest south, and I think I see a foil flying through the air. This is the furthest southern point in all of Europe, believe it or not. And so now let's take a look at our ladder and what's coming up. So here we go. We've just run through round 2. So that's Timo, Mikolas, and Lucas taking the top spots. We've seen Charles, and for round 3, already out there warming up. So it's going to be Charles, Arthur, and Mikolas. So we are seeing a progression into the final rounds here. So we have round 3, semifinals, and then the finals. This is what you have been waiting for. The top talent in Europe is here in Tarifa right now, pushing to the max.
So as you can see from the ladder, what has happened is the guys that have come first in round 1 have moved straight into round 3, and the guys that came second moved into round 2, giving them another opportunity to make it to round 3. There's a few guys out now, and round 3 is going to start. So now you're going to see a few of the big names competing again.
All right, and we are back. We have actually just checked the live stream on YouTube. Keep those comments coming, man. We love to see it. This is all part of the community. And holy smokes, we are not in the heat yet, but look at that 18.1 meter jump from Charles.
18.4.
Ah, 0.4.
That's like one of the highest jumps of the day.
It is the highest jump of the day, if I'm not mistaken. You're right.
Amazing. So that foil is definitely helping him out in these lighter winds. We're still waiting for the forecast to come through. It's a struggle with Levante. You never know if you're going to get 40 knots or you're going to get 30. The wind funnels through the Straits of Gibraltar and it accelerates, so the forecasts are not always accurate. But here you have Charles again getting that height. He's doing a contra loop with a front roll rotation and a board off, and he's extending himself with the foil in his hand. So it looks pretty unique, that's for sure.
Well, it's radical, that's for sure. And there's definitely a different balance point on that foil. You've got a lot of weight actually underneath the board, which, you know, if you ride both twin tip and foil, you recognize how different those two aspects are.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that foil landing on your head. It is razor sharp. I think he's wearing a helmet, which is a smart, responsible decision. Yeah, it's scary. Even with the twin tip, having your board, losing your board and having it land near to your head or hitting you in the ribs can be extremely painful.
So let's look at what we have from Mikolas. Now, we see that there are actually only 2 riders showing up on the scores, but we do have 3 riders in the heat.
Okay, that was Arthur Gilbert with a back roll, contra loop, and a tic-tac. 9.8 meters. Guys are not going as high as they were in that first heat. Here we have kite loop back roll, multiple rotations from Mikola. He's been riding quite consistently today.
You know, he took a little while to warm up in the earlier rounds, but now that we've seen him in these later rounds, it's like he's gotten into his groove. He's really started to dial it in.
There you can see Arthur on his kite. He looks like he's on quite a big kite. It's at least a 9 meter. It could possibly even be a 10 meter. So we've definitely seen a decrease in the wind, which means the guys are gonna have to be quite smart about their tactics, and they're gonna have to adapt to the wind. Maybe that means taking a bigger kite. Maybe that means going for less crazy tricks and just getting those scores on the board. You've seen a lot of guys just go through the rounds, getting the scores on the board and being consistent. Here we go. Front row on the way up. Contra loop, added rotation with a tic tac. Oh. He had it.
Almost pulled that out. He almost had it. Well, you know, Liam, it's interesting you say, because different wind has different types of tricks. Here we go. Up, board off, and can he make it back with the rescue?
Another
loop?
one, getting
Yes,
another score on the board. So Mikola going for a little bit less technical tricks, but he's just landing. He's just landing things today, and you're definitely seeing that in his results.
So we will probably see a separation between Charles and the others, as Charles can still pull some of those technical tricks, whereas on a bigger kite, a 9 meter or 10 meter, you have to actually go for simpler tricks with more extreme kite angle.
So you cannot see Arthur's score on the live stream at the moment, but he is currently in 3rd place. Yeah, Charles Brodell in 1st place and Mikola in 2nd. Charles has a 10.67, Mikola has a 10.61, so they're very, very close to each other. Yeah, Mikola just needs to improve that 5.1. If he literally gets a 5.3, he'll put himself ahead. He'll be winning the heat, so it's cool stuff to see the underdog fighting himself up.
Well, that's the heart we like to see at full power, right? Takes courage to get out there in these kind of conditions. Let's see Arthur. Now that he had a 0 there, that will put him on the board. We might actually see a lead change depending on how far into the 5s that score gets.
So Arthur currently has a 5.9 and a 5.9. So yeah, let's see if he moves up. Arthur Gilbert with that last trick moving into 1st position. So
wow, what a swap, huh?
Yeah, jump from 3rd to 1st. Charles going significant, much higher than the other guys. You can really tell on that foil he's getting the extra height. Unfortunately, not landing the trick.
And there's the disadvantage with the foil, is those tricky landings become twice as tricky on a foil. So he got the height, but he's really struggled with the landing there. 13.7.
Ooh.
Well, as we see the massive boats go by, you know, Liam, I sometimes think those boats are larger than the city of Tarifa.
Absolutely massive. There's a lot of transportation, cruiser ships going through the straits, and there we see Arthur going really big with that. Oh, that looked painful. I wouldn't have been able to handle that landing with my back today.
He made the tic-tac, though.
Yeah, he did keep the board in his hands, which is nice to see for a change. And he went massive on that one. That would have been the highest scoring trick of the heat. And then there you see Charles, great sportsmanship, grabbing his board, making sure he's okay.
Now, Artur, he has a long history in freestyle before he came to the world of big air. Did you ever have the chance to compete against him?
Absolutely, yeah. I competed against him for many years. They're a big group of Frenchies that have really been pushing it in freestyle. And Artur actually won a world championship a couple years ago. So he is a world champion kitesurfer in freestyle. So it's really impressive to see him do well in big air as well. It's not easy, I can tell you that. Oh my God, look at Charles go, spinning with that foil on his feet. I mean...
And he lands it and comes up on foil. I don't know if the audience can fully appreciate how few people on the planet are actually able to do what Charles does. There might be...
16.2 meters. He is a world champion in this discipline in big air foiling.
That's for sure, and well deserved. There might be 5 people in the entire planet who can ride anywhere close to that level.
Okay, so Arthur going for the same trick he previously crashed, and this time sticking it. 11.4 meters. It's going to be a tight battle between Charles and Arthur. Mikola. Maybe he surprises us too, getting 4 rotations in there. I think he span one more time than he wanted to, and lost a bit of control at the end there, crashing onto his back. But he's definitely pushing. He's surprising me.
Well, no, he's been coming to Tarifa for quite a while now to train. I see him on and off here. He flies in from Poland, and this is his first real opportunity to prove himself, and I have to give him, however this turns out, commendations, job well done.
Yannick must be at home supporting his fellow countryman from Poland.
Absolutely, and he was concerned about being in Pro 1 today because he has a flight running out at 9 o'clock tonight, and he's got to get to the airport, so still keeping his nerves under control, even though he's under time pressure.
I don't think he'll be thinking about the flight right now. Definitely be thinking about that clock ticking away. They haven't got that much time. I'm not sure if they've completed their 7 attempts yet, but just a reminder for you guys, after each rider has completed their 7 attempts, they will no longer get scored. So
now we have 2 minutes left in this heat, counting out now. We know we don't have the timer up on the screen. We're working on that, but 1 minute 55 now as the riders are trying to get in their very last scores.
Boom. Arthur Gilbert with a boogie loop with a tic-tac. Nice and clean. He's currently leading. Charles Brodel got a 5.7 on that last trick. Getting him a little bit closer. It's super tight at the moment between Arthur and Charles. Mikola is currently sitting in 3rd place with 10.61. So he's gonna need to get one big score if he wants to overtake one of these guys.
Now here we are down to 1 minute 10 seconds left.
Boom. Not the most technical trick, but he definitely went big on that one. Okay, guys, the heat is over.
All right, looks like we are still going to stay on the beach for a moment here, and we have Arthur Gilbert. You know, he was inconsistent in the beginning of the heat, but has just been landing so much. As I say that, he rides away. Okay, don't make a liar out of me, Arthur.
That was a massive one from Arthur. He will get some points deducted from him because the landing wasn't clean. And here we have Charles on the screen. Back roll, kite loop, try to get that board off, but unfortunately only managed to take one of his 2 feet out of that board. But riding away on that foil. Now the heat is over. 16.1 meters. You see him definitely getting more height than the rest of the guys today. I think the average height must be around 12, 11 meters. And this guy's getting a solid 4 or 5 meters more than the guys, especially now in the lighter winds. Hopefully we see that wind increase a little bit more.
Well, welcome back to Full Power 2023 here. We're going to review what has been done and what's coming up. Right now we have made it through our first heat of round 3. That's heat number 10. Upcoming is heat 11 and 12. In heat 11 we have Stein Muhl, Scott Berenson, and Timo Boersema.
So Arthur Gilbert just won that previous heat. And Charles Brodel was really close to him. Nicola put on a great performance. Unfortunately, he's out of the competition now. But congratulations to him. He really rode well. And yeah, now we're going to start the next heat, which is Stein Muhl, Scott Berenson, Timo Boersema from Holland, Scott from Holland as well, and Stein from Holland as well. 3 Dutchmen battling it out.
In their second homes of Tarifa.
In their second homes. They're taking over Tarifa. We got to send some of them back to Holland.
or send some Tarafeños to Holland, you know?
One of the two. But yeah, these guys are definitely good friends off the water. And I think they train a lot together on the water as well, but now it's competition. They're not going to be friends with each other.
Here we have the scores from Artur, and we can see that in the beginning, crashing quite a few of his tricks, but coming out with an overall of a 14 score. So Artur really getting into his rhythm in that last round. I'm excited though, because this. All right, and we are back. That was actually a recap of the last heat. And for this heat, heat number 11, we have Stein, Scott, and Timo. So we've got Stino, Scott, and Timo. And here Scott has already got a whopper of a jump of 1.6. The jump heights are brought to you today by the Surfer app. They have been supporting the Big Air Kite League and multiple other competitions over these last years in the resurgence of Big Air. And we want to say that actually today, for every meter jumped, a kilogram of plastic is being removed from the ocean by Clean Hub. So thank you to Clean Hub for partnering with us and the Surfer app for measuring those jumps so we can get that charity matched from Clean Hub.
There's Stino jumping, trying to get that board off from the fin, but unfortunately not able to take the board off of his feet. So the 2 guys that have jumped first have not done what they want to do. That puts Scott in a very relaxed position now for his first trick. It's always nice watching your rider your competitor mess up that first trick. And yeah, Scott aborting that tack as well. Maybe didn't get the right gust, maybe didn't get the right wave. Here we go, Timo, second jump, back roll, kite loop, late back board off with a tic tac. Will he get that board on? Extra back roll, landing it. Amazing trick. That was really technical, really smooth. He's going to get a good score for that one.
Well, and that's what Timo needs. You know, the last heat he was trying to find his rhythm, and looks like he's come out right on point.
Let's see what he scores for that. So he got a 6.37 for that last trick. Very nice score. And Scott in the background going massive. Back roll, kite loop, late back with an added rotation. He won't get a huge score for that, but look at the height, 15.2 meters. Definitely going to get scored for the height there.
Now, Scott is on a really interesting setup. It's a kite that very few people have ever seen, much less ridden, and he is making it work today. There's Stino with his classic board off by the fin.
Boom, landing
he
it.
has that dialed.
I like that landing. Powerful. Some speed, and let's see the height. 14.1 meters, so maybe we've seen the wind pick up a bit here. The guys are definitely going bigger than in the previous heat.
And that is the thing about balnearios. You'll have gusts come through in multiple minute segments. So you might have 10, 15 minutes high and the rest dropping off a little bit. Let's see if we can grab that trick where we just had Timo go up. And it looks like we won't be able to catch that trick for you there. But Timo going up and looking like he has plenty of speed going into.
All right, so right now we have Timo in first place, Stein in second, and Scott in third.
So 13.2 for Timo there, and look at the distance. Now we're starting to see with those loops with plenty of power, 80 meters downwind in distance. If you remember from earlier in the comp, we were looking more at 50. So that signifies that these guys are getting the kites nice and low while still having the height. This is that upper echelon of riders who are getting past the threshold of beginners and into experienced competitors.
Ooh, I like that word, echelon.
Ah, there we go, right?
We're learning new things here on the live stream.
repertoire, echelon. What else can we pull out?
Bag.
Yeah.
That's the way the kiters say bag of tricks.
Excellent.
Never heard anyone say echelon. But here we have Timo right up against the pier. Unfortunately, not having the takeoff he wants to, just going into like a few front roll rotations, not wasting energy. He knew his takeoff wasn't right, so he wasn't going to risk going for the trick. Stino, aggressive pop, front roll, contra loop with a board off, super stylish, extending, will he land it? Boom. Boom. That's going to get a really good score. I think that will definitely put him into second place. Possibly into third. Timo has a 6.3. Okay, so Timo is still in first. Stino is in second place, and Scott is currently in third. But it's really tight. All the scores are very close to each other. We have Scott, kite loop, board off with a late back. Easy.
Now, Scott is definitely in the mix, and, proud to see him come through. Scott has put a ton of effort in the last year, and actually, he was a reserve for last year's competition. Wasn't even going to ride. Got in on the recommendation of Hjulvlut at the last minute.
Wait, say that name one more time.
I'm not in the upper echelon of
Hjulvlut. Oh my god, that was a nice one from Stino. Stino is definitely riding incredibly. That was a kite loop. Late back board off from the fin. Again, few guys are taking the board off from the fin, so it's really nice to see. And getting 12.8 meters of height. That might put him into first place.
Now we are down to less than 5 minutes left in this heat, so this is starting to get into critical time.
There we see Stino in first place with that last trick. It just put him a little bit ahead of Timo. Scott's still in third, but the scores are very close. Anything can still happen. How long did you say there's left? 4 minutes and 38 on the clock. So these guys still have plenty of time to change up the scoring.
That's a big jump.
Boom, he wanted to, he reached down for that board. He wasn't able to take it off, but he'll still get a score on the board. I do not think it will change his scores.
I think the wind has picked up significantly there, Liam. You see that? When they can't get the board off because of the yank, you know the wind is pumping.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to see. We're here in the booth. We don't feel the wind. We don't see it. We're just looking at the same thing that you guys are looking at. But according to the height, the wind has definitely picked up. And there we go. A doobie contra loop board off from Scott. You don't see too many riders doing tricks to the right. But yeah, Scott does that one to the right. And
with height, too.
With height, 13 meters. I think that will definitely better his 5.05 score. Here we go. Stino. Boom. Look at that extension on the legs. Didn't quite get enough height. And landing on his head. He must have got some water in his ear on that one.
Well, the wind has picked up significantly. We can actually see it out there, and we can see the flags bending, the sand flying. And if you look closely, look at the water. Look how close that wind line has moved right up on the edge of the beach. The chop has got to be brutal out there on the back.
Right now we have the sun pointing straight at the camera, so that's why you see that glare on the water. This angle, get a bit more of a clear view. Look at that, taking the kicker right up against the shoreline, again reaching for that board and not able to take it off, unfortunately. He's not too happy about that one, swinging his hand. We can see his gestures.
So we have 0.02 between first place and second place between Timo and Stein. Variety score is going to come to play heavily in this. Stino has done a good job, if you pay attention closely now, of mixing up his tricks, right hand, left hand, contra, kite loop, from the fin, from the handle. So Stino definitely has the variety. Question is, can our local shredder, Scott Berenson, jump up into the sixes with a score going to the right or to the left?
So for those of you that don't know, the format, the scoring consists of 2 of your highest scoring tricks, scored from 0 to 10. You have 7 trick attempts, and after those 7 trick attempts are over, they take your 2 highest scoring tricks, and then there's a third score that is scored from 0 to 4 points. So a maximum heat score could potentially be a 24. Obviously, that's near to impossible to get. But yeah, right now we have Timo in first place with a 6.37 and a 5.04, and he will get that that variety score at the end of the heat. So that could always change up the game. Potentially, Stein has a little bit more variety, as Ian just mentioned. So, yeah, as the scores are so close, you don't really know what's going to happen until that heat is over.
Well, what is certain, Liam, is that we have seen the jump heights go from 9 meters, 10 meters, up to 13 plus. No foils in this round, so it is a true measure of the wind speed.
There we go. Timo getting the board off after 2 attempts. On that third attempt, doing what he wanted to do. He must be stoked on that one. That is a doobie loop board off. So there's a front rotation on the way up. Then you kite loop and do another front rotation while taking the board off at the same time. So it's quite a hard maneuver, but
and done
Timo
at
getting
height.
it done, and he's leading. He's leading, so that might put him even further in front.
Well, a lot of work to do for second and third place, Stino and Scott, to catch up, but we have 45 seconds left in this heat. Not much time. That will likely be the last trick there for Scott.
Boom, Scott celebrating that trick on the landing. He'll be stoked on that one. That is a back roll kite loop, board off late back with an added rotation. So 3 back rolls and a kite loop with your board off. And Stino doing the same thing. Will he land it? Oh, yes.
And he pulls it out. Good
amazing,
job, Stino.
Amazing, Stino. That might put him ahead. It's very close between Timo and Stino. Maybe we should say Timo and Stein, because Timo and Stino sounds a bit too similar. And look at that. Timo landing yet another trick, adding a tic-tac there. I think he's adding variation now. He's adding variation, so that could potentially give him the win over Stein. Let's see the results. The heat is over.
All right, and we are back. We are going to a replay of that last heat, an electrifying heat between some of the best riders. All right, and we are back with a view of actually the studio now. Liam, we have seen some incredible action. I feel like we are getting to some of the best heats of the entire competition right now.
Yeah, I woke up pretty late this morning. I was a bit sleepy when I arrived here, but I'm definitely waking up now. I'm getting into it. So the heats are definitely getting more exciting. The wind is picking up. The guys are going higher, sending better tricks. So it's exciting times.
All right, now we're going to take a look at the winner from that last heat. It comes down to the variety
score. It was close
score.
between Timo and Stino. Let's see who got it.
Timo, wow.
Boom. Timo beating Stino. Oh no, look at that. Scott in second place. So his variety score put him into second place.
Wow, that is a surprise. Wow, good for Scott, the local shredder. Stino, of course, looking for a better result, but Timo Boersma coming out on top, making those kites work for him.
So second and third are out now.
That's it.
Second and
Dunzo.
third, it's out. So it's basically you have to win all of your heats from now on if you want to make it to the finals, if you want to win the event. So it's the pressure is definitely on. 3-man heats. So you got to come out on top over your two opponents. You really got to watch their tricks carefully and up your game. If you're losing and you're down in those last minutes, you really got to push yourself to come out ahead.
Well, this separates those who can from those who can't, the men from the boys. There is no margin for error. I know, Liam, you've been in this spot, I don't know, countless times before. Well, as we were saying, Liam, I know you've been in these spots where you have everything on the line now. How do you think it's going to affect, say, our local shredder Valentin versus Kimo and Lucas in this upcoming?
Well, not too well on that first takeoff. But yeah, Valentin riding for Holland, but he is a local here in Tarifa. He lives here, his parents live here, and he is out on the spot every day.
That's Kimo. Nice. Big
Kimo going massive boogie loop with a tic-tac and an added rotation. Definitely going to get the highest first scoring trick unless Kimo beats him on this one. That was massive. The wind has definitely picked up. That's a kite loop. Board off with a late back roll. Getting good height on that one.
Now let's see what
15.4 meters. That's one of the highest jumps we've seen from a rider on a twin tip.
Well played. So all of the riders landing their first tricks here. I hope we see consistency is the name of the game in this heat. Lucas missing the height on this, but
he's doing a good job with his consistency though. He did
yes, he is.
Yeah, throughout the heats he's been playing the consistent game, but I think he's going to have to push himself a little bit in this one. Put in some more technical tricks if he wants to beat Kimo and Valentin.
Well, I've watched Valentin ride and gotten a chance to sit down with him and talk about his progression. And he has the technical tricks to pull out if he wants.
Boom. Big kite loop. Board off, late back. Very stylish. Quite high as well. I think it's above the 10 meter mark. 10.5 meters.
Well called. So we see Kimo with a style, a characteristic style developing here. A big powered loop. He's getting that kite low.
Absolutely. So the higher you go and the lower you get that kite, the more you're going to be scored, as well as adding a very technical trick, being fluid in your jumps, making them look stylish. There we see Lucas just with a front roll, not what he wanted to do, but he still has a few more attempts left. I think these guys have done about 3 attempts each, so they probably have about 4 more. And there you see Valentin taking the board off from the fin, adding a tic-tac and getting a little bit of lift at the end of that jump, giving him enough time to ride away smoothly. So that's going to be a good score from him.
Caught that magic gust right at the end with the heli loop.
Boom! That was a Yannick loop with a contra loop front roll, board off.
And Kimo's making that look good. I really like his style. It's something that a lot of big air fans have not really seen yet, and I like his big powered loops.
Here we go. Lucas finding the kicker on the inside, popping aggressively, going for a front roll, contra loop, and a board off and landing it smoothly. The man from Denmark.
Well, he's starting to get into his rhythm, don't you think?
Absolutely. He's riding really, really well. He's riding consistently, and he's progressively doing better and better tricks. And that's what you need to do. You know, it's not all about doing your best trick in the first heat. It's about building your way up throughout the day. So here we have Kimo taking off, back roll rotation, board off with another back roll, and an added rotation on the way down. He kind of kicked his feet in the air. I think he lost a bit of balance halfway through, but he managed to recover and land smoothly. So that was massive, 15.1 meters.
That's everything you want in a trick right there. 15 meters, heavy kite loop.
Boom! Get the board on! No!
Oh, so close.
So close. He's really going for it.
Now, Valentin has the pressure on him because as those scores start to come in, I mean, you've got to keep upping your game. Kimo's at a 6.5 already and a 5.5. Valentin's sitting at 2 scores of 5.3 each. So he's going to have to keep pushing that up if he wants to stay in the game.
Getting the kicker on the inside, back roll, kite loop with a late back, taking the board off from the fin, flipping it around and putting it back on. Amazing from Valentin. Maybe not getting the height he wanted. 12.3 meters. It's solid. It's solid. That's going to give him a good score. And he needs something within the 6 range to overtake Kimo. Remember, whoever wins this heat is through to the next round, and the other 2 competitors are out. So you really have to go for broke here.
Well, cumulatively, we've got almost 2 points between first and second. So Valentin's going to have to keep pushing the envelope. He does have the skill. He can do the board off technical multiple rotations if he can get the right gust and get the right height. So let's see if he can push up to that 15-meter mark.
The wind has definitely been picking up. You can see those white caps on the sea, especially from the other angle. The man from Denmark, Doobie Contra Loop. Nice and easy. I don't think that's going to get him the score he needs, though. But still, very consistent riding. And someone putting their kite down. I don't know if they're out of trick attempts here or they're doing the kite swap. Here we go. Valentin, take off, kite loop, lay back, board off, added rotation, boom, sticks it. Don't think that's going to give him anything higher. Maybe. He needs a higher than a 5.37. He needs something like around the 6 range to overtake Kimo.
Well, now he just pulled in a 6.25 from that last trick, and it seems to me that the judges might be getting that towards the end of the comp bias where the scores start to creep up as the wind creeps up. But keep in mind, those judges have the best view in the house. We try to bring you the best here on the live stream, but they are actually out on the bridge as close as possible to the action. We will get a shot from that school bus where they're sitting, a big old yellow school bus out there on the bridge, but they have the best shot, so they can see the difference between a 10, 11, 12-meter jump right in front of their face.
Okay, so Kimo has swapped his kite here. I don't know if he's swapped down to a small kite. It looks like a small kite. He's going to go for the doubles. We're going to see some doubles coming up shortly from Kimo. Exciting. Valentin getting the takeoff. Again, taking that board off from the fin. A lot of style. That could give him a good score.
Valentin needing about a half a point to catch up to Timo. Lucas needing quite a few points here, sitting at a 9.75.
Trying to find power in that small kite. Will he get the height? 1, 2. Let's go. Let's see if the kite catches him. The kite just caught him, and he's ridden away from, I think, one of the first double kite loops besides the ones from Charles today.
That's right. We haven't seen many double kite loops. That's been a huge figure of the sport, especially here in Balneario. Something we'll probably talk about in a little while, Liam, was the doubles and the triples, actually, that you've done even in this spot, but not been a big factor in this.
Oh, Lucas going for the double loop. The kite stalling on that second one, but still coming around and catching him. So let's see if the judges are liking those double kite loops. From what I can see, they are not getting the same height on those small kites. And they're not looking super radical because the wind is not very strong. But maybe as it's something different, it will definitely play into the variety score. And let's see, it's innovation because it hasn't been done today. Boom, adding that back roll at the end of the double kite loop.
I love that. That is a little bit of that unhooked freestyle signature style coming in one way and then reverse the other.
Here we go. Valentin staying on his big kite and just like landing on his back, unfortunately.
Now, all of the riders are obligated to wear an impact vest specifically for that reason. That is an absolute rib breaker if you don't wear the safety gear.
So we got Kimo in first place currently with a 12.6 total score. Valentin in second with an 11.72, and Lucas from Denmark in third place with a 9.75. Valentin needs to land something big to overtake Kimo. Kimo's just been riding really well. And Lucas wanting to go for the double, but not quite getting the takeoff there.
That's wise competition right there. Knowing he doesn't have the height, not risking it. You got another attempt. Wait for it.
So the guys have to play it super smart right now. I think they don't have a lot of attempts left. They don't have a lot of time left. So it needs to be something big. Valentin, front row. Oh no, unfortunately not getting the trick he wanted to get. And it looks like Kimo might just run away with this first place.
Oh, his foot came out of the binding on the takeoff, and so he couldn't get the double loop. He's going to be gutted by that one.
It looks really challenging to do double kite loops at the moment. The wind is not quite strong enough. I think it's kind of on that breaking point where it might be strong enough in about a heat's time. But yeah, they're just, they went for it. They went for the kite swap. Sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit. So let's see who gets the biscuit in this heat.
So here's Lucas trying to make an impact to his scores. Double kite loop front roll.
Will he land it? Oh, he's landed on his bum.
Ah, so close. He's just missing about a half a meter of height.
That would have been a big score for Lucas. Unfortunately, he did not land it. But good effort for going for it.
That's full commitment, full send, full power.
Absolutely. All right, the heat is over.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store.
Getting some proper action right now. Let's check if there's anything. Oh, we are back, and we're actually over here checking on the YouTube live stream. Keep the comments coming. We love to hear your feedback. Yes, we are seeing the doubles, and I am, of course, rooting for the doubles to come back. Here's the ladder. So we are sitting here at the end of round 3, going into the semifinals. We have the hero from South Africa carrying the torch for the country, Jason van der Spy. We have local legend and Dutchie Hielvloot, and our Frenchie from the freestyle background, Arthur Gilbert.
This
all
is
coming
going to be
together.
a super interesting heat. This is going to be probably the heat with the highest level of the day so far. We got Jason from South Africa killing it, Hielvloot, obviously famous for his double loops, and Arthur Gilbert, freestyle world champion, but pushing it heavily in big air at the moment. So it's going to be a super exciting heat. I can't wait for this one.
So we are going to go see some replays of the last heat now.
I think there's definitely going to be some doubles in this next one.
All right, now we get a great aerial shot from the drone here of the competition zone. You can see those wind marks on the water over there on the right-hand side. It looks flat from this angle, but there's definitely wind chop even 50 meters down. And you see all the kites set up and staged in the most iconic place to kite in big air in the world, in my opinion.
In my opinion as well. And yeah, it might look flat to you, but it is not flat on the landing. It's very flat on the takeoff, but the further you get away from the beach, the choppier and the more challenging it gets to land. So yeah, obviously these guys' objective is to go as high as possible, but that means covering more distance and landing in more chop. It's difficult to see from the live stream. It's hard to see the chop that's in the water, but these guys are traveling at like 70 kilometers per hour, and on the landings it can be really hard. If your kite doesn't catch you, if you don't do that safety loop with correct timing, and you're not super precise with your body positioning on the landing, you can have a nasty wipeout.
It's almost as if you're thinking about another sport like snowboarding. Imagine going down the slope and having 30-centimeter whoops the entire way down as you're trying to maintain control, and doing that at 60 kilometers an hour.
This heat is going to be very exciting. I hope that there's going to be a kite swap, and I think Gil is definitely going to be hungry for those double loops. That's what he's known for. That's going to give him the upper edge on the other guys. Gil's a big guy. He's always trying to cut weight for competitions, and he's never happy when the wind is not strong. So I hope for Gil the wind picks up a bit. He's able to swap down to that 7 or 8 meter and get some radical double loops in. And Jason's been doing double loops too, and so has Arthur. Everybody's been pushing it, so it's going to be a very tight heat, and I think depending a bit on the conditions, it's going to benefit one guy or the other.
Well, and what we actually even haven't talked about yet in this heat is short lines. Jason is known as a short line specialist, and I have to say, when I watched the Mega Loop, out of all the short line aficionados that was there, his were most like the Super Loop even. So if there's enough wind, Jason could choose to go to something like 15 or 12 meter lines. He's proven that he can make it work. Question is, will it score in the comp?
I think he's not going to take that risk. I don't think he's going to take that risk. Maybe in the first rounds he would have done it, but he's up against 2 super challenging competitors. These guys are no joke. Arthur, Gilbert, and Gil Vlucht. And Jason, they're all going for the win today. They all believe that they can win today, and they have the potential to do so. So it's an exciting heat.
Now, we have, of course, an event schedule that we're trying to follow as we go through these heats, and we expect... All right, so we are back. Liam, well said. Both of these guys, rightly so, believe that they can take the podium, and they are gunning for it. We are live in the heat. Ooh. Jason taking a little chunk out of the beach there. He'll take that Tarifa sand back with him to South Africa.
There you can see how challenging the conditions are. If you put that kite too low, the pier will block your kite and the wind. Gil taking off. Front rotation. Contra loop, doobie contra loop with the board off. Nice first trick. Amazing way to start the heat. He'll be happy with that.
Well, absolutely. That was actually just a few years ago the most technical trick in all of big air kite surfing.
Here we go. Arthur losing a foot. Well, not losing a foot, but 1 foot coming out of his straps. We hope he doesn't lose any feet today. Jason not doing what he wanted to do, but going for a rewind there. He's done a rewind. That's not seen too often, but I definitely think Gil's score is going to be the highest.
Now that rewind, we've seen it a handful of times in competition, Liam. From a rider's perspective, how does that feel? Have you ever tried to do something like that?
It's a bit of a weird trick. I don't think it looks super natural. I think in Jason's case right there, he kind of did it without wanting to. He was going for another trick, and then look at Gil with that doobie board off, super clean. That's textbook execution right there from Gil.
Gil is another rider. We talk about Jeremy making things look too easy. I sometimes think Gil does the same. He practices these tricks so much, they're just second nature to him, and he can throw at almost 14 meters that trick and make it look smooth as silk.
Boom, Jason getting a landing there with the kite off to the side. You could see he had one arm out on that landing to try to compensate the balance, but unfortunately him butt checking that trick. Here we go. Arthur, will he get a trick on the board? Boom. Doobie contra loop with a tic tac. Will he get that board on? No, he will not. Unfortunately, that's a big crash from Arthur. Let's hope he's okay.
Now, Gil Vlucht has put 2 6-point scores on the board right now. He has got to be absolutely stoked on that. Jason Vanderspy, Mr. Consistency, has not put a solid score on the board. A 4.2 for him is actually a very low score, so we would expect him to be in the 6s, 7s, maybe even 8s.
Definitely, but Gil just getting those tricks, and all of his tricks so far have been absolutely textbook. He is looking so smooth out there, getting the height, taking his time with the rotations, no discontrol. Everything under control now for Gil Vlucht, and you can see that in the scores. with him in first place. Jason in second. Jason going for a big one, tornado, legs all over the place. And that's a nasty crash.
Well, smart for Jason to keep the board off, so he didn't have to didn't have anything major happen. Keeps the board close to him. But notice, Jason's at 14.5 meters. Hill is also breaking 14 meters. This is the first time we've seen Hill fly a new design of kite. He stuck to that more C-shaped kite all of last year for those doubles. Now he's on a new design, and it's paying off in its height for him, even though he's a big rider.
Okay, the pressure is on. There is 6.5 minutes left of this heat. But the riders have used up quite a few of their trick attempts. So for Jason, who is someone that I know he definitely wants to win this heat, the pressure is going to be on for him. He needs to land his next tricks. Gil is just absolutely dominating at the moment. He's landed everything he's done.
Well,
tricks to the left, tricks to the right. He's going to get a great variety score. So let's see what Jason has for us now. Doobie loop, board off, added rotation, very wellly executed. He's going to get a good score for that.
Well, and you saw him coming down from 3 meters high. He knew he had that landing, a 13.7, absolute textbook. Jason van der Spy finding his rhythm, we hope. And I have to say, Gil Vloot is putting on a show so far for everyone to watch.
Okay, so Arthur has just gone for broke there. He knows he hasn't had any good scores. Well, he's had mostly crashes, and his chicken loop coming off of his harness hook there, and him like maybe wanting to do some freestyle tricks there while he's crashing. But yeah, unfortunately for Arthur, he hasn't been consistent in this heat. He's not going to be happy with this. Gil is comfortably in first, and he seems to be putting his kite down. He might be going for a kite swap.
Well, and to Gil's strategy, with those broken ribs he has right now, he needs to avoid crashing like the plague. And so far, he's sticking to it, landing everything.
That is a big one from Jason. That might be the highest scoring trick of the heat if he lands it, and he does. Boom. Amazing. That's going to be in the high sixes, I reckon.
And he comes out of that trick with control. Notice he gets back on his edge, starts the spray. That plays into the control factor that the judges are looking for. If you come down straight on top of your board, look like you're about to fall over left, right, it does impact the overall appeal of your trick. So when you get back on your edge, throw that spray up. The judges are looking for those small details as we're getting into this upper level of riders.
So we've got 3 amazing athletes in this heat. We've got Gil Vloot from Holland, Jason van der Spy from South Africa, and Arthur Gilbert from Holland. And we're waiting from France, and we're waiting for Jason's score to come in from that last trick. It was an amazing trick, and I think it might put him closer, if not make him overtake Gil.
Because he has a 4.24, and we know that he can get in the 6s and 7s. So Gil Vloot is certainly not in safe territory yet. He needs to continue to push and keep that variety. We'd love to see him start doing some tricks to the right, but let's see what he's done with his kite swap.
Okay, so there you have it. Jason is still in second place. He is very close to Gil. He has a 13.11, and Gil has a 13.24. So they're 0.10 of difference between them. It's an extremely close heat. You guys can't see it. There you go. You have it on the live stream now. You can see the scores. Gil in first. Jason very closely behind in second, and going for another one. Adding more rotations than the last time, but unfortunately crashing that one. Yeah, the battle is on. Let's see if Gil goes for a double now. Has he got a smaller kite? No. I think he's stuck to the big kite. I don't think the wind is maybe quite strong enough for the double loops.
Well, now, Gil, out of all the riders, Gil has a strategy. He's looking to pull something out here that he's got in mind.
Let's see. Takeoff, front rotation, doobie loop. Oh my god, he's going for the double. That is a horrific crash. Let's hope he's okay. That wouldn't have felt nice on the ribs.
Now, imagine that. 13.9 meters
Is he
straight
okay?
down into the water. That is like running into concrete.
These guys are going for absolutely everything. Jason checking Gil out, making sure he's okay. I think he must be okay. Oh, Jason waving.
I think Jason's going down to check on him to see how he is. That is a heavy, heavy crash, even when you're in the best conditions.
I think he's fine. He's Jason waiting for Giel to move out the way so he can perform his trick. But that was an extremely heavy crash from Giel. You saw he went for the double loop. He went for the doobie booby, as they call it. That's a doobie loop with a double kite loop. And the kite just kind of stayed underneath him, didn't catch him on time, and he's still body dragging that water. Let's hope he's okay. I really hope Giel's okay.
Now, Arthur has tried 2 tricks while we've been commenting and has landed neither of them. So Arthur's still under 3 points overall due to inconsistency. What's amazing about that trick that Giel just pulled is that at almost 14 meters, he couldn't get the kite to catch him. This comes down most likely to being so close to the bridge there. There is a lull in the wind right near that bridge, and it's a dangerous thing to take off that right in that spot.
And also, he's riding a big kite. Giel's trying to do these double loops on an 8 meter while other guys are doing them on a 6. I don't know what he's on, but it looks like an 8 or 9, and he's still body dragging. I don't know if he hasn't got his board. He seems like he doesn't have a massive injury or anything, but maybe he's hurt his ribs on that crash. We got 1 minute left, and Giel is still in front of Jason, but he's body dragging, and now Jason is grabbing his board for him. I think Giel might have hurt his ribs. I hope not, but...
Absolutely. Well, the scores that you see on your screen are reflective. Well, actually, they've just changed back, so that's good. We do love to see the sportsmanship here in the sport. As you can tell, we all have a very close connection to the riders. Liam, personal friend of Giel Vloot. We've got 30 seconds left in this heat. Let's see if Arthur can actually make a score here. He's out of the competition essentially, based off of what he's landed so far.
So Jason has overtaken Giel now after that crash, and Jason's last score has come through with a 6.83 for that kite loop back roll tornado board off. Jason is in front now, and now we're going to wait for the overall impression, the variety score to come in. It's going to be very tight between Jason and Giel. That's the end of the heat.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store. Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, and we are back. While we were waiting for the results of the heat and also the status of Giel Vloot, we are going to go to a replay of the last round.
All right, so Gil has won that heat, and we have confirmation that he's okay.
Yes.
We don't know if he's hurt his ribs.
All right, so we are back, and we are straight into the action. That is Jeremy Borlando against Filipos and Kimo Verkerk.
Jeremy covered a massive distance in that first trick with a kite loop, laid back with the board off from the fin. I think it's
19.2 meters. That is the highest jump of the day.
Boom, the wind has definitely picked up. There we see Filipos with a kite loop, laid back roll, board off. This is going to be an insane heat.
Well, we have some of the best riders in the world, and Jeremy Borlando is showing why he thinks he should be on the podium. 19.2. If that stands, that will take the Surfer highest jump of the day. 500 euros goes to the highest jump as measured by the Surfer app. That jump was in a league of its own.
So all three riders landing their first trick. Jeremy's being significantly higher than the rest, and more technical trick as well. That's why you see he's got a 6.7 for that first trick. We're still waiting for Kimo's score to come in, but I think it will be within the 5-point range. There you have it. 5.79, second place Kimo. Filipos in third place with a 5.67.
So to follow up, we have heard back that Gil Vloot is okay, and as the winner, I'm sure he'll be happy, but he's going to be evaluating his status as we go forward with that rib, but it does look like Gil has come out all right.
All right, here we go. Kimo. Boom. Back roll, kite loop. Board off, late back. Losing the board on that one. Crashing, unfortunately. See, those are two of Jeremy's kites. He has the smaller one. His caddy on the beach standing with a smaller kite, so he can swap up at some point to go for those double loops. Filipos. Doobie. Board off. Will he get that board on? I don't oh my god.
Wow.
Surprising. I didn't think he was going to get that board on, but he surprised me and he did.
Well, in the nick of time. And you know, Liam, we've gotten to the point in the competition where dropping tricks can be a big deal. You can lose the comp over one dropped trick here. So these guys have to be very careful to be consistent.
Consistent. And crashing, it definitely affects your confidence as well. But confidence is not something that Jeremy's lacking today. Let's see that. Boom. Doobie loop, board off with a tic-tac. Adding that extra rotation, going much higher than the rest. I reckon I'll be above 15 meters as well. Let's see.
Well, he's cleared the island. 16.7.
Boom, boom, boom. All right, here we go. Kimo. Everybody has to push in this heat. Big Yannick loop, contra loop with a front roll board off. Amazing, stylish, powerful, and clean. That's going to get him a good score. I reckon the high 5s or low 6s. And look at that, 15.6 meters. Waiting for Kimo's scores to come in still.
Well, Kimo has the ability to rise to the occasion, but from what I see here, Liam, Jeremy is just on another level. I don't know if I've ever seen him ride this well.
I've seen him ride this well, but I haven't seen him ride this consistently. He is on fire, this competition. And yeah, he's just landing his tricks. He's going big. Execution is perfect. He's ticking all of the boxes. There you see 2 scores on the board for all riders, and Jeremy in front by almost 2 points.
Now, Filipos, he is spending a lot of time preparing in Greece. They've got some gnarly wind there. Let's watch for Jeremy coming to the right here. Variety, double front roll, board off.
Tic-tac, extra front roll, another front roll. Will there be one more front roll? Another front roll. That was about 5 front rolls with a contra loop and a board off and a tic-tac.
Oh, he's trying to take the top prize for most rotations and highest jump.
That will definitely be his top scoring trick. And Filipos. Ooh, looked like he landed on a skateboard there.
Now here's Kimo coming to the left. Got speed.
Kite loop. That's not what he was looking for. A kite loop is not going to get you a high score today. The level is way too high for that. You're going to have to take that board off. Rotate as many times as you can. Flip the board, tic-tac it. A lot of variations, almost too much to wrap around. But yeah, these guys are putting on a show, that's for sure.
Well, this comes down to thousands and thousands of repetitions. It's not uncommon for us to see these young Italians like Jeremy spend up to 6 hours a day on the water, specifically in this spot. There's very few people on the planet who know this spot as well as these guys have, as well as these guys do and have learned over the past few years. So definitely insider advantage there for Jeremy. As we see Filipos taking off from the middle.
So you can see there that, oh, that's a big crash. That's a nasty wipeout from Filipos. You can see there that Filipos hasn't ridden this spot as much as Jeremy, because you can see when he takes off, he's not waiting for that kicker. Jeremy is being super smart with the takeoffs, waiting for that kicker that doesn't come around that often, but that's giving him about 3 meters of height. And in that last one, 9.1 meters, Filipos not quite getting the height, therefore crashing pretty badly.
Now we're watching a kite swap from Kimo, right? I just saw a slingshot kite go down.
Yeah, Kimo is riding a slingshot, so he will be swapping. Maybe that's his strategy to beat Jeremy. You have to do something different if you want to beat Jeremy. So maybe Kimo is going for the double loop strategy. Again, Jeremy finding the kicker. Ooh, not quite getting the timing on that one, and just choosing not to use one of his trick attempts, because remember, you only have 7 trick attempts, so you don't want to use them up if the kicker's not there for you, if the gust is not there for you, if you're not feeling just right on that takeoff. You don't want to use that trick attempt up. Filipos, boom, massive front roll, contra loop board off.
And this time with a smooth landing, in control. Filipos, he's a smart rider, he's adjusting himself, and he's got over 12 meters this jump. Getting
a bit more height in that last one. Let's see, Kimo, has he swapped down to a smaller kite?
Yes, he has. He's got a green slingshot kite out there now. Now, Jeremy actually riding a prototype.
Finding the kicker on the left. 1 foot coming out, but still going for the loop and taking the board off. Will he land it? This guy has so much control.
Oh.
He's able just to adapt in the air. He took off there with 1 foot out of the foot strap, and he was still able to pull off the trick he wanted to pull at 16 meters of height.
Absolutely stunning. What Jeremy's putting on right now is a display of thousands of hours of practice and a natural ability that few people on the planet can have. He's leaving me tongue-tied. Listen to that.
Well, you've been here for a lot of hours talking. I've only been here for like 2 hours. I've got some energy in the tank still.
Very good. Well, I'm on my 4th Red Bull, I think, today, so maybe that's the problem.
Don't give yourself a heart attack, mate.
Oh, man. No, we'll leave that to Heel Vloot. He does that for me all on his own. Okay, so... Here we go now.
2 minutes 40 left on the clock. There we see Filipos going for a trick that he hasn't tried yet. Has he landed it? We haven't seen that. The live stream has changed angle there, so we don't know if he landed that. But oh my God, that's a double kite loop from Kimo. Not getting the kite super low. I'm not sure if that's going to be scoring much higher than the single kite loops. Remember, double kite loops are a new trick. They are something exciting. But if you don't get that kite low and you don't get the height, the scores won't be too high. We see Jeremy. He's taking off right in the corner there. We see the tornado board off. And he gets that board on so late, but you just know he's going to land it because he has that much control. Amazing.
Well, I think a lot of that comes down to his loop and where he's putting that kite, Liam. You watch him as he's rotating it very far around, and so he has this kind of floaty landing that others can't seem to manage. There we go. Double board off.
First double kite loop board off of the day. Kimo, that's going to get an amazing score. Let's go. Good job from Kimo. Definitely going for the double kite loop strategy. He knew he had to do something amazing against Jeremy if he wants to even compete with him. I think that's going to get a good score. That must be in the high 6s. Let's see how the judges like it. 6.47. Okay. Still in 3rd place.
So Kimo's going to have to put another banger on the board in the mid-6s just to get into 2nd place, and that is not going to be good enough today. Now, we know when that variety score comes in, Jeremy already sitting at a 14. He's going to be well into the 16s with his variety score. Jeremy is still pushing to see if he can get 2 scores in the 7s. I get the feeling once we get to the finals, we might even start touching the 18-point range.
So there's 1 minute, a little less than 1 minute left on the clock. Jeremy comfortably in 1st place. Kimo going for those double kite loops and doing tricks that we haven't seen yet, but not getting massively high scores, maybe because he's just not getting enough height on that small kite. I think the strong wind is there, but it might not be strong enough for doing big double kite loops. So Yeah, Jeremy deciding to stick to his bigger kite. What has he done there? So some sort of double.
I think
oh yeah, he switched down. He switched down to a smaller kite now, Jeremy.
Jeremy's taking out all the stops. He's saying, I am here and I am in it to win it.
Ticking all the boxes. There's a little over 10 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure if all the riders have completed their trick counts, but I think so. I think Jeremy's pretty comfortably in that first place. And the question is, who is second and third? I mean, the only guy making it through to the next round is going to be the first guy. Double kite loop laid back from Jeremy. Easy.
He's got it all. He's trying to concrete that variety score. Wonder if he can get above a 3. Now the heat is over. What an exciting heat.
Very exciting, very exciting. Ian's about to have a heart attack.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day, Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
Alright guys, we are back. You have a nice drone angle and a
All right, so we are in the studio, and I have to say, Liam, this is getting so exciting. We're trembling. I don't know if it's the excitement or the Red Bull, but this is starting to heat up. We are seeing the best riders. We are seeing Jeremy Burlando. We are seeing Jason van der Spy, Gil Vloot, Filipos Tamantes. Now we're about to see Luca Cerruti, Koen van Dijk, and Timo Boersema. I've got my eye on Koen in this heat because he has been bringing it the last competitions, but it is really anybody's game.
Alright guys, this is going to be a super exciting heat. We got Luca Cerruti from South Africa, Koen van Dijk from Holland, and Timo Boersema from Holland as well. Super excited to see what Koen can do. His confidence has been going through the roof in these last few events. Coming off a podium at the Red Bull Mega Loop. Here we go, his first jump. Doobie loop, board off with a tic-tac and an added rotation. Will he land it? floating through the air. Great control. What a first trick from Cohen van Dijk. That's well over 15 meters.
Absolutely monster. He is staking his claim. This is what he wants. Cohen going higher than he has all day long.
He's flying a 9-meter kite, so choosing to go for a big kite there. Here we go. Luca Cerruti. Contra loop. Board off from the fin with the tic-tac. Also getting that height. Super technical, super controlled. It's going to be a tight battle between these two guys riding on the same team, both riding North Kites. And here we have Timo from Holland on the Nash Kite, not managing to get that board off. So yeah, it's definitely going to be Cohen with the highest scoring trick, and then I think Luca with something close. There we go, 7.4 for Cohen, 7.25 from Luca, first and second place, and Timo not managing to get the takeoff he wanted to. It's going to be a tight battle this heat. I'm excited.
Man, this is amazing. Well, look at that. The lowest jump was from Timo at 12.6 meters. That's how much the level has increased. We've got 2 7-point scores. We are cooking with gas, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we've come to see. The most talented riders on the planet in the best conditions that Balneario can offer. They are sending it. Here we see, is that Cohen or... It's going to be tough with the two kites that are the same. I say Cohen in the black rash
Cohen's in the black.
looking for that kicker. He's got the tension coming up. Can he make it? Nope. We run to the abort. That's smart. Avoid losing your attempt. Save it for the next.
So hard to time those kickers there. The kicker breaking so quickly on that shore break. You've got to hit it perfectly at the right time. But it makes a massive difference. If you get that kicker just right. Look, Timo, unfortunately, losing his boards. Maybe the nerves are starting to kick in. He knows he's up against two big names. Here we go. Luca Cerruti. Doobie contra loop. With 2 extra rotations. Will he get that board on? Oh, he gets it on.
Very
Amazing.
nice. I love that floaty style, leaving the board off until the last moment. That is the pinnacle of confidence. 17 meters nearly on that jump.
I'd like to see the height of the first jump. I think it might have been even higher. And yeah, Cohen going, not doing what he wanted to do, but Luca on that last trick, getting a solid second score on the board. Let's see what comes through for Luca. I think it's going to put him up into first place. There we go. 6.62 and 7.25. Luca Cerruti is in first place. He is leading the heat with 7 minutes to go.
Now we're expecting a small score from Cohen's second trick. That was definitely not what he was looking for, so don't be worried when you see that pop up. Cohen has something in the bag. Now, Timo's got to be feeling the pressure, but there's that kicker. It's building under him.
Not the takeoff he wanted. Again, not getting that board on. I think Timo is either feeling tired or he's feeling the nerves. Yeah, something's up. He's gonna have to get stuff together. He's gonna have to get stuff together if he wants to beat Lucas Cerruti or Cohen van Dijk. These are two big names in the sport at the moment.
Well,
young and upcoming, but they are competing at all of the best events.
Well, these are two experienced competition riders, even for their age. Can he get the board on? No, that's going to be a heavy crash.
Massive crash from Cohen.
Well, Cohen and Luca both have high-level competition experience over the course of the last 2 years. Timo getting his experience, and sometimes the nerves just get you to a breaking point. And so we hope that Timo can get his head together, get a little bit of water in his face, and get back on the horse and land few tricks that he is capable of getting. We've seen him get into the sixes previously. Let's see what he can do now.
All right, so I don't know. Does Cohen have a second score on the board? In the live stream, he doesn't have a second score yet, but I think he does. I think he must have a second score.
He definitely landed that second trick.
Okay, so there we have it. We see the scores here in the booth. So Cohen has a 7.43 and a 7.43, two 7.43s. And Lucas Cerruti has a 7.25 and a 6.82, which actually means Cohen is leading at the moment. You can't see it, but he is leading. So we got Cohen in first place, Luca in second at the moment, and Timo in third. He's come back to the beach and maybe doing a kite swap. There we go. There we go. Boogie, loop, tic-tac with an added rotation from Lucas Cerruti. Flying a little under 16 meters.
Well, what I love about this spot is everybody's lined up on the right-hand side. The moment that the comp goes green, we get back-to-back-to-back tricks. Get to take a little breather after that. So it starts out frenetic, starts out hot and heavy, and it's what we love to see is the action right away.
There you see Cohen waiting for the kicker. They're being patient. They know they have plenty of time and they only have 6 trick attempts, so you don't want to waste those attempts when there's no kicker. Timo taking off without a kicker again and not managing to do the trick he wants to do.
Now, Timo really should be learning from Cohen here. You know, he passed underneath Cohen's kite and saying, nah, I think I'll take that wave, and did not pay off for him. Watch the older ones, watch the ones who have lived here, and maybe wait for just a moment for that kicker. There we go.
Cohen van Dijk, back roll, kite loop, board off with a tic-tac, added back roll rotation and landing it very smoothly. It looked like he was a little bit off balance halfway through that trick, but as you can see, the most experienced riders are able to adapt in the air, even if their takeoff is not perfect. Cohen van Dijk really proving himself, and he has moved back up into first place.
So here we see coming off the front of that kicker, we got Luca Cerruti with the tornado coming in and just can't get the board back on his feet in the last 2 meters of that jump.
Pressure is definitely on. I know Luca and Cohen are super competitive between each other. It's a good competition rivalry, but they're on the same team, so I'm sure they want to prove to their sponsor who's the man.
Well, that is a monster team that they are both on, including former King of the Air winners. That is definitely a spot where it is alpha dog going to the top of the team. So that North team fully competitive, and those boys both vying for the top spot.
Here we go, Cohen. Back roll, kite loop, board off, late back. So smooth, so big. And Timo, unfortunately, is on the beach changing his kite, and seems to be a tangle in his lines. And he's just managed to get on the water now. He's really going to need something big if he wants to get anywhere near Cohen and Luca.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left as we see Luca going up, trying again to get the trick, and he lands it nice and smooth.
He's landed that one, not getting the same amount of power as Cohen is getting. He's doing very technical tricks, but he's not getting that massive yank from his kite. That's what we want to see. We want to see a big yank. We want to see some extreme moves.
It is full power Tarifa 2023, and that is first and foremost in the judges' minds. We make it a part of the judging criteria of the power of that kite loop.
Here we go. Timo finding the kicker, and it's a double kite loop with a late back roll. He'll get a good score for that one, claiming it on the landing.
Maybe Timo a little more comfortable in that smaller kite in those doubles.
I think he thinks he can definitely differentiate himself from the rest by doing doubles. And here we have Cohen, oh no, it's Luca coming in for the kite swap with 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
This is a risky strategy right here. There's very little time. You can get back out and maybe get one, perhaps in the best case, 2 tricks out, but most likely 1 trick left. So we're going to see it all go for broke. Only the winner goes on to the next round.
Let's go, Luca. Get that kite up in the sky. You've got a little over 1 minute to perform a double kite loop trick.
Here it is. You see that swell building underneath his feet. Can he get the timing right on the front of the wave?
Oh, no, definitely not getting the takeoff he wanted. He's not been getting the takeoffs. Here we go, Cohen. Cohen with the boogie double. Oh! Look at that. He kicked off his boards. And he crashed in a way that it looked like a bad crash, but he's so good at Cohen. There's no one that I've seen crash more than Cohen and get away with it. I'm pretty sure he's fine.
So that is actually right in the same spot with the same type of trick as we saw Hill take a massive crash. Difference being that he pencil dived in and saved himself.
And Hill's ribs are 100% going into this heat. Luca just with a double kite loop, very stylish, adding the grab to it and flying over Cohen's board right there.
So currently between the two, between first and second, we only have 0.3 of a difference, actually less, 0.24 of a difference between the two. It's anyone's game at this point. We have tricked out, the heat is over, it comes down to the variety scores. Liam, how do you feel about the variety?
I'm not sure, but I think Cohen's going to get it. I think Cohen has it.
Wow, experiencia increíble, fascinante, wow.
Well, welcome back to Full Power 2023. We have just seen one of the most electrifying heats in the entire competition. We are waiting on the results to see if it is Luca Cerruti, Koen van Dijk, or Timo Boersema going into the final to join Giel Vloet and Jeremy Burlando. This has got to be one of the most stacked finals that we have seen in a long time. Liam, how are you feeling, man?
I'm excited, and there we see the results coming through. Luca Cerruti has beat Koen, and he is in the final. It is Giel Vloet that is riding with injured ribs, but still going for this final. He really wants this event. Jeremy Burlando, who for me has been riding better than anyone, and Luca Cerruti. Now you're going to see a replay of the last tricks. It's been an amazing day so far, and the guys are really pushing it. So can't wait for this final.
And here we are in the studio. We are waiting on that replay. We have got to see the last heat again.
Let's see those tricks.
All right, so we are here at Full Power 2023, brought to you by Core and the Big Air Kite League. If you have just joined us, well, you have missed out on one of the best competitions of the year. The cream has risen to the top. I am here with Liam Whaley. I'm Ian Avra, and we have just been witness to an absolute spectacle.
So we got 1 minute and 20 until the final starts. Luca Cerruti beating Koen van Dijk. Massive upset for Koen. He's been riding so well throughout the whole day. But yeah, they're both super talented riders, up and coming young guns, and it was tight between both of them. I really didn't know who was going to win until that variety score came through. So yeah, Luca Cerruti beating Koen van Dijk by a tiny margin. And let's see who's going to take it in the final. It's going to be super exciting. Giel riding with the injured ribs. I think he's not going to be thinking about this at this point. He's just like, adrenaline must be full on running through his body.
He is living on adrenaline right now. So we are anxiously awaiting this final. How Giel performs is, I think, a story for the year.
Absolutely. Yeah, Giel's been complaining about his ribs for the last couple of days on social media, and then he just took a massive crash in that semi-final, but he still managed to have the highest scoring tricks, and he
All right, and we are back. As we were just speaking about off the air, Liam, one of the most electrifying heats that we've seen.
Okay, we've missed the first trick.
And here we go for the women's final. Give the men a little bit of a break. Elsian, Sara, and Francesca Maini.
Yeah, I was not expecting the women's final to start. I was expecting the men's. That was a bit of a surprise. I'm like,
well, I think we got so caught up after the excitement of that last heat, we have just not paid attention.
These guys are looking skinny out there. They got longer hair. And then we have Zara going for a massive kite loop, late back roll. I think she's really been training hard in these last few months. She's been suffering with a bit of a small injury in her groin. And she's just been battling between training off the water, looking after herself, and getting as much time as she can on the water without hurting herself. But I think she's managed it quite well. As we can see, she's here in the final up against Elsienne and Francesca.
That's right. And so for the final, we will not see the scores. So you ride along with us and we're with you. No one has insight to the scores except for the judges, and that's so that it stays a mystery up until the prize giving. So we can give you our opinions and perspectives based on the whole day, but we're all in this together. And feel free to drop your comments in the YouTube. I have to say, now is your time. Vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day. kitemana.com/vote. Put in your votes so that you can vote for your favorite man or woman of the day.
Okay, here we go. LCN going for a contra loop with a front roll to the right, sticking that. Really nice execution on that one. Boom, another contra loop front roll from Francesca, also landing it.
I think the women are channeling that energy from the last heat because they are sending it. 9.5 meters there for Francesca. Well executed. Here comes Sarah. She goes up.
Another kite loop late back roll. I think she's really trying to get a high score for that one. She's trying to go as high as possible, put that kite low, and really extend on the rotation.
There it is, a jump over 10 meters, and you got to say 10 meters with the kite really horizontal.
Really impressive here from the girls, especially the consistency. In the last few years, I've seen a lot of girls ride well, but what was missing was the consistency, and you can see in this final that they've just been landing their tricks, which is amazing to see in these challenging conditions.
Now, in the finals, of course, we do have extra time in the heats, and there are extra attempts. So you get to see the best riders for just a little bit longer.
How many attempts are there now? Whoa, massive kite loop back roll from Francesca Maini from England, riding that blue F1 kite. Sorry if I'm saying those names wrong. Back roll, kite loop with a late back, sticking it. A lot of consistency in this final, amazing. Massive boogie loop from Zara there, so much control. This is the most controlled I've ever seen her ride, amazing. She must be happy with that one.
Well, and how do we feel about the conditions here? I mean, I'm seeing smoke coming off the water when the waves break. By the jump heights, getting over 10 meters, appears to be nice and strong.
It's definitely looking stronger. It's definitely looking like it's been picking up throughout the day. And these girls are going massive. Kite loop board off. Will she land it? Oh no, that was so close. Crashing her kite there on the landing, losing the boards. That would have been a massive score.
All right, and as we are wondering about those scores, take your guesses on the comments on the YouTube live stream. We are watching those come in. Straight kite loop from Sarah, definitely not what she was looking for, but a lot of height.
Yeah, I definitely think that she's got the most scores on the board. We cannot see the scores ourselves, so we have no idea who's in the lead. But just watching the heat so far, I think Zara has been the most consistent so far. She's gotten the best tricks, but the other girls are definitely pushing, and they're definitely very close. Boom, kite loop with a nose grab there. Ooh, as you can see, it is choppy there on the outside. It is not easy to land. It looks nice and turquoise and flat here from the live stream, but it's definitely not the case when you're out there battling on the water.
And we see Francesca lining up there. I think she thought a kicker was going to develop, and it's all about reading those conditions. Nobody does it better in the women's fleet than Sarah. That's why you see her a little bit higher every time. LCN, though, she's got a 9.8 on her last jump. She's starting to push the limits.
Here we go, Zara with a jump. Massive contra loop with that late front rotation. That is a new trick that she's been working on, and that was executed perfectly. So much style. Amazing.
Now, Sarah for the women's fleet is really pushing the level, pushing the innovation. Kite loop board off.
Oh, unfortunately not able to get that board back on her feet. If she sticks that one, she will get a high score because it will be the first kite loop board off of this final. There we see 7.4 meters. Doing a very technical trick, but not quite getting the height. I don't know how the judges would score that, but I think a kite loop board off would get a very high score. Zara going for the basic kite loops with rotations, but doing it very high with the kite very low. And Francesca getting a few high scores at the beginning of that heat, but I haven't seen many tricks from her lately. Let's see. She's in the red lycra. So we've got Elsian in the yellow lycra, Zara in the black, and Francesca in the red.
Well, now from the drone shot, you can see every time those waves break, look at that smoke that comes off the water, that spray that's coming back. It does get in your eyes when you're out there. You have to watch out, but it's a more of an indication of how strong the wind is. We are getting the conditions that we wanted all day long for the final. This is what we want to see. Sarah going in, left foot forward, her favorite direction, trying to catch that kicker.
Let's see Zara. She's got the kicker. She's got the height. It's a boom loop with a massive yank. Will she land it? That's going to be a big score. Amazing from Zara. Amazing. Good job.
Perfect. Excellent. Now, we are going to see that yank probably in the downwind distance. Yes, 50 meters, 12.1 meters high. Sarah is on another level.
Here we go. Will she get the kite loop board off? She does not manage to get her board back on her feet. She's been struggling. It looks like she's going to land it, but she's been crashing a lot. And Zara has just been consistent. And with that last one, massive yank in the buoy loop.
Sarah's really embraced that style, maybe characterized by Joshua Emanuel, that kite low, massive yank, and then just heart-stopping slack in those lines as she comes down.
I think she's comfortably in the lead here. I can't see the scores, but I can just feel that she's comfortably in the lead. I'm not sure between Elsian and Francesca. Must be tight between second and third. But Zara, you can see she's got the experience at this spot. She's going big. She's getting that kite low, and she's just landing everything.
Consistency is key. Local knowledge. She's actually catching that wave right on the shore where very few people can. Comes down to practice, time on the water. She's put in the effort this last year in her training, and it is paying off. It shows. I'm with you, Liam. She is clearly the leader of this heat.
So there can still be an upset in this heat. We do not know what's going to happen until we see those girls on the podium. Here we go. Elsian with the kite loop back roll, and she's landed it.
And that had the height. That was nice. We haven't seen anybody jump quite that high from the middle.
13.1 meters. Amazing kite loop back roll. Getting those scores on the board. That's what they need to do at the moment.
Ooh, tough to see from the drone.
Oh, that's a big crash from Zara. Her kite flips around. It inverts. Her kite is inverted. Will she be able to flip it back around?
6 minutes left.
Here we go. Kite loop board off. Will she get the board back on her feet? Yes, she does. Has she crashed? No, she's crashed. She's crashed again.
Sarah there. Can she get that kite flip back? She's got it turned around correct way, but are her lines twisted? What will she do as she comes back out of the water, gets her board? What do you think, Liam? Is she going to do a kite swap?
I don't think she has the time for it. The heats are a little bit longer. There's 5 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Her kite is currently still in the water, inverted, but I think she has the highest scoring tricks on the board. So obviously she wants to get that kite up as quickly as possible, but she's still in a good position. Let's see if those other girls can catch up a bit.
Well, this is what we love about the final. Just a little bit of extra time to add some more drama. Change the strategy a little bit. She has plenty of time. There's 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. She can get back to the beach in that time, even body dragging without the board. But I think that landing out there at the back is just choppy as hell. It's difficult to get a smooth landing. So Zara, she's feeling the bite of that last one.
So Francesca is going over Elsian. Francesca is going for more technical tricks. She's going for that kite loop board off. But Elsian seems to be a bit more consistent and seems to be landing more tricks, even though they're a little bit more simple, a little bit less technical, but she's getting some scores on the board. So yeah, let's see. What trick is it going to be? Again, kite loop board off. Will she get that board on her feet? Oh, yes. Yes, it's a butt check, but she's still going to get a score for that.
It will count. There we go. So persistence pays off. I think she used 4 trick attempts. Were we right on that to finally get the kite loop board off? But that is a high-level trick and not one that many of the ladies can do. Here we go. Here's Elsian. Front roll.
She's looped that kite, and she's coming down fast. Oh, from this angle, it doesn't look like it, but she's getting yanked all over the place by that kite. The wind has definitely picked up. It must be around 35 knots, and the women are battling it out there in this final right now.
Now, these are some of the toughest ladies in kiteboarding. Most of these crashes that you have seen today would take an average kiter out for a week. And these ladies are getting back up, getting to their kites, and back on the water.
All right, so we got a little under 4 minutes left in this final. Zara seems to have launched her kite, and she's back upwind. And the trick attempts are over, so the heat is over. Even though there's still 3 minutes and 30 left on the clock, the girls have done all of their trick attempts, so the heat has been finalized, and it's been exciting. It's been a mix between Zara's consistency and the other girls going for technical tricks. A lot of crashes, but let's see. It'll be interesting to see the results.
Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
Alright guys, we are back. The red flag is up, and choppy conditions.
Well, Liam, this has been one of the most exciting women's finals that I have ever seen in my entire life. Perhaps the most in kiteboarding, actually. That
Super
was
exciting.
Electrifying.
Super exciting final there from the girls. Zara showing that consistency, getting that kite really low, and pulling a few tricks that I haven't seen her pull in competition yet. Then it was Francesca really going for that kite loop board off, crashing many times, but getting it in the end. And Elsian going for a bit more simple tricks with a bit more hang time, but sticking them, getting that consistency. 3 different styles, all each their own way. I have to say, what really stood out for me was that one trick from Zara, the absolute pull and yank. That was proper. I think the judges are definitely going to like that. We do not have the scores of the girls' final. You guys are going to have to wait until the podium to see who has won the event, but that was definitely an epic final with all kinds of drama, crashes, massive loops, yanks, Zara inverting her kite halfway through the heat, and it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be tight between second and third place. I have a feeling Zara's won it, but we can't say for sure.
Well, Liam, thank you so much for joining me in the booth for this Pro 2. It has been an absolute pleasure to share this experience with you. This has been a wonderful Full Power 2023. We got to say thank you to all the sponsors who have made this possible. Thank you to the volunteers, and thank you to the athletes and co-commentators.
Yeah. This is my first time commentating, so excuse me if I'm terrible with the names and things like that and the format. I'm doing my best.
10 out of 10 for the first time, mate. Excellent. So we are going to see the men's final coming up soon, and then after that we're going to the prize giving. I encourage you to stick around, go grab a beer, sit back down, watch a couple ads on, and then join us for the prize giving. You will find out the results as we transfer from here in the live stream booth over to the prize giving at Chiringuito Balneario, the iconic spot where you see all the pictures of Full Power Tarifa. Liam, your first experience here in the booth, commentating at a Big Air Kite League event at Full Power. This event I know has a special spot in your heart. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, it's really fun to be commentating here. It's a little bit hot in the booth, so wouldn't mind some air conditioning next time, Ian. No, but I'm super excited. It's really fun to commentate and watch all of the best athletes perform their tricks, and this final is going to be really, really exciting. We've got Gil, we got Jeremy Burlando, and we've got Luca Cerruti from South Africa, all top riders. Gil having a little bit of a rib injury coming into this event and then crashing again super hard on his ribs, potentially hurting them even more, but being the Viking that he is, pulling through and showing up for this final. So that's pretty impressive, and let's see, hopefully the adrenaline is kicked in for him and he can make it through this heat and still perform.
Well, Gil is one of the toughest athletes we know. He is the winner of Full Power from last year. He is invested in this competition. It's in his home spot. He lives here in Tarifa. He was an instructor here on these beaches. That's where he cut his teeth in kiting, so to speak. And now we see the athletes are taking to the water. This is the final.
And also, Gil being the first guy to do some double loops. Hopefully he can pull some double loops in this event. Then we got Jeremy Bolando. I forgot to mention Gil has won a Full Power as well, so he's definitely got that experience in the final. He's definitely got more how competitive and how driven he is, I know that he's going to finish this heat no matter what. But I don't know if he can take many more crashes. And here we see Jeremy take off, front roll rotation, doobie board off with a tic-tac. Added rotation, putting that board on so late, so much control, and he sticks it again. Another big score. He's going to get another big score for that. And it seems like Jeremy is winning this heat so far. We haven't seen much from Luca. He's had that one trick. He didn't get the takeoff he wanted. So he'll be looking to get a big trick in now. Takes off. Doobie contra loop tornado with a board off. And just crashing it.
You got to say the chop is having an effect out there at the end. Both Gil and Luca crashing essentially in the same spot now. Yeah, you can see the chop. The chop has increased because the wind has increased, therefore making the landings a lot more challenging. And yeah, Luca struggling on that last one, still going 17 meters, covering a distance of 57 meters, but just struggling on the landing. And we saw Jeremy on his last jump, 16 meters, but covering 89, almost 90 meters down for Jeremy last jump. Let's see if Gil can do something with those ribs. Takeoff is good. No, unfortunately. It's just the pain. You can see he just almost touched himself in the air on the ribs. It's a lot of load you take through that kite. Those kites actually can lift up to 800 pounds or 400 kilograms in full send. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in Gil's position at the moment, being in a final of such an important event for him and having that pressure to perform while having pain in your ribs. And Luca going for the contra loop tornado with the board off and sticking it this time. Absolutely amazing. That's going to be a high score for Luca Cerruti from South Africa. That's what he's looking for, an 18-plus meter jump. He found his rhythm. Going to the right, though, Jeremy Borlando, multiple front rotations, board off, kite loop, or contra loop, actually. Doobie loop, contra loop, board off with a tic-tac, added rotations. That's the full package right there from Jeremy, going 17.2 meters. Right now, he's definitely the most consistent rider, and there you can see Gil possibly retiring from this heat. I think he's retiring from this heat due to too much pain in his ribs. That is really, really unfortunate to see, but that does not look like a kite swap. That looks like he's putting down his kite and retiring. That is pain right there. If you've ever been injured on a kite. Oh, no. He's going for the kite swap. No. He's going for the kite swap. Gil Vlucht is going for the kite swap despite having a lot of pain in his ribs. He is a true Viking, this man. And he is surprising us here in the booth. Oh, that's absolutely certain. I've seen that walk. You felt that, Liam. That is a rib injury, puro y duro. And he is going out to show that he has what it takes. He wants to be on the top in every fiber of his being. Let's watch Luca Cerruti coming here to the left. Can he pick up that kicker as it's starting to roll in? Oh, my God. The wind is picking up here. You can see the guys struggling to hold onto their bigger kites. Gil going for the kite swap, switching to a smaller size. He's going to go for the double loop strategy. Will that separate him from the rest? Look at this. The wind is really pulling through. The guys are struggling to get that takeoff. They don't want to have a bad takeoff because you don't have many trick attempts. So you don't want to lose a trick attempt on a bad takeoff. Guys being smart and waiting for that perfect kicker and that perfect gust. Well, these are some of the strongest athletes. That posterior chain that you get from many, many hours of kiting, they are strongest, and they're getting ripped off the water on those eights. Here we go, Luca Cerruti with a massive kite loop, late back, board off, claiming it in those choppy conditions. No problem on the landing. Getting those scores on the board. I still think Jeremy has done harder tricks, but Luca definitely has one really high scoring trick. Jeremy might have 2 or 3. It's close. And let's see if Gil can get those double loops. That's what will get him back into the game. Because right now he's crashed a couple times. I don't think he's gotten the tricks he wants to with that rib pain. But maybe this kite swap is going to do it for him. I think Gil only has one proper trick on the board right now, so he's going to need to throw some doubles like he never has before in his life to take this comp. He wants that top spot, but Jeremy Borlando is trying to stake his claim to the king of Balneario, the champion of full power, Tarifa. Yeah, exciting times. We've got the conditions now. The wind is definitely pumping.
I think it's good 35 knots out there. Giel patiently waiting for the kicker to arrive. The kickers aren't massive today, so you have to be super strategic and patient and wait for that right one to come in. And Giel doing so right now on the screen in the yellow lycra. He's gonna turn around, abort the tack.
Well, he is fighting mentally through the pain. Hopefully he can keep his head clear. When you go through this much pain, that stabbing pain of a rib injury, you know that it fogs your head. I love to see him, though, still being strategic. It shows he has those wits about him. He's safe to compete. He's waiting for that kicker. He knows this kicker. He's lived here for years, and he's got this innate sixth sense for when it's coming.
Here we go, Jeremy Bolando taking off. Good takeoff. Back roll, kite loop, tornado. Getting that board on super late and just landing so softly. It's amazing how radical he does the trick and how soft he lands.
Oh, and he spends 2 seconds just flying backwards in the air as he's put his board on, as if it's no big deal whatsoever. 18.6 meters, over 100 meters downwind. Over 100 meters downwind into the toughest chop in the zone.
He's definitely covering the most distance. This guy is flying almost a football pitch long.
So Luca having a little rough closeout there from that shore break, and definitely not the easiest place to take off.
You can see the guys are playing the patient game. They're waiting for the right kickers, especially Giel. He's done the kite swap. No! He doesn't get the takeoff. I don't know if it was because of the kicker or if it was because Luca was a bit in his way. But he didn't get the takeoff he wanted. I don't know if that will be counted as a trick attempt, but I think it will be. He's lost one trick attempt there. The wind is pumping now.
Well, you can tell if someone Giel's size and Luca's size, Luca's a stout guy, if he can't hold down his 8, he's getting ripped off his edge. You know that you're in that 35-plus type of range. Giel maybe made the smartest decision to swap down first.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes 30 left on the clock. Plenty of time still for anything to happen. I feel like Jeremy probably be winning and Luca probably in second place at the moment, and Giel just waiting for that perfect gust and not getting it there again, not getting his takeoff, unfortunately. I can feel his pain right now. I can feel my ribs hurting looking at him.
Okay, we are getting word right now that actually for the final here in the men's, rather than the 7 attempts from before, that we have 11 attempts.
Here we go. Kite swap on the beach from Jeremy Bolando. Jeremy switching down to a smaller size. He has done the most technical tricks that he can do on a big kite, and now he is switching down to probably a 6 meter. The wind is strong enough for it, and we're going to see some doubles from Jeremy Bolando, that's for sure.
Well, big change in the mentality here. I thought we had 7. We've just received an update that in the final there are 11 attempts. That is not good news for Giel Vloot for sure, but for the other riders trying to push to the maximum of their scores, Jeremy's going to throw everything and the kitchen sink at this today. Every board spin, every double he can get, he's out there to get the maximum score possible. We might even see 9s coming out based on how he's
Here we
riding.
go, Luca Cerruti. He wanted to go for that double kite loop. But not quite getting the takeoff he wanted. Let's see who gets the next kicker.
Well, with the wind, with the additional time, with the additional attempts, and now 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat, it's anyone's game, but Jeremy's looking strong.
Again, not quite finding the kicker. All right, guys, we are in the final of the full power Tarifa. We have Giel Vloot from Holland, Jeremy Bolando from Spain, and Luca Cerruti from South Africa, all battling it out to win this event in the extreme Levante conditions here in Tarifa, Spain. Giel suffering with a small rib injury, being a true Viking and fighting himself into the final and still competing with all that pain. Jeremy just showing consistency and just massive moves throughout the day and landing everything so cleanly. And Luca, I think Luca really wants to prove himself. There we go. It is a doobie double. It's the doobie booby. The doobie booby from Jeremy Bolando. Perfect execution. It looked easy.
He made that landing look like he could do it in his sleep, and a double at 17 meters, proper kite angle. That is textbook, exactly what the judges are looking for. He will be rewarded for that.
Here we go. Oh my God, that's a contra loop front roll with double contra loop with a front roll board off from Luca. That would have got a massive score. But Jeremy, again, being the consistent rider, going for a little bit of an easier trick and landing it ever so cleanly.
Well, Jeremy is reading the conditions and finding a way to get that height. You look at the 4-meter difference in height, and that's the difference between making that trick and not. Jeremy is finding the height, and that is his key to success. Look at that smoke blowing off the water. You see the mist crossing, and now we see the safety rondo coming down to the beach. We have less than 2 minutes left to go in this, the final of Full Power 2023. The Levante is delivering. I am here in the booth, Ian Aber, with Liam Whaley. It is a pleasure to watch this. Liam, there's Jeremy.
Here we go. Jeremy taking off. Kite loop, double kite loop, board off with a late back and getting that board on last minute. And unfortunately, that would have been a massive score. That was a double kite loop with a board off late back roll rotation. Amazing from Jeremy, but unfortunately, with that small kite, you come down so much quicker. Here we have Luca taking off. Double kite loop, late back. Is he going to stick it? I think he is.
Yes!
What a landing. What a landing.
Wow, this is action like we haven't seen. That trick from Jeremy could have been trick of the year if he had brought it down, but the small kite's so hard to manage on the landings.
19 meters on that last jump from Jeremy Bolando. Unfortunately, he did not land it. It would have been a massive score.
We have 1 minute warning, 1 minute left to go in the final. We have been here all day waiting for this moment. Who will be king of Balneario?
Here we go. Jeremy is going to be jumping next. Waiting for the kicker. It seems like a massive kicker is lining up. A big kicker is lining up. Will he take it? No. Yes, he will. He will. He's getting speed on this kicker. Riding right up until the pier. Getting speed. Loading up. Double kite loop. Late back. Will he land it? Of course he will. Oh. Wheelie. He did a wheelie on a kiteboard. Amazing.
And he pulls it out. 16.8 meters for Jeremy Orlando, making it happen. We have less than 20 seconds left. Luca Rudi's last attempt. Liam, call it in for us.
Here we go. Luca. I'm not sure if he has a watch, but he should have one on because he's got 9 seconds left and he needs a massive score. I think he's going to need a big score if he's going to want to beat Jeremy Bolando.
And that is the final from Full Power Tarifa 2023. Liam, I am shaking. I don't know if it's the Red Bull, but I think it's the adrenaline.
What an amazing event. That final was very intense. It was very intense. For me, I saw Jeremy pretty much dominating throughout that final, but Luca definitely giving him a run for his money, and Gil unfortunately suffering with that rib injury and maybe not getting the tricks he wanted to get, a lot of crashes, and he came out early on that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, sometimes the mind is willing, but the body is weak. And he'll show that he has the strength, the mental strength to make it happen, but sometimes the body won't cooperate. So our thoughts go out to him, as he is definitely going to need some ice after this. But congratulations to the young generation, both Luca Ceruti and Jeremy Orlando, showing what they can do today.
I called it at the start of the day.
You did, didn't you?
I did call it.
Yes.
But we don't know the results yet, so I still can't claim anything. I have a feeling that we might see the Spaniard come out on top. But it's a tight battle between him and Luca Ceruti. Luca riding super well throughout the day, very technical, and above all, just both those riders being so consistent. Gil also very consistent until that crash that hurt his ribs, but fighting to the very end. So chapeau to him for making it to the final and finishing the event with that injury. Can't wait for the results.
Well, we have seen a lot of drama over the course of the entire day. The whole way from Division 2, where we saw Julian Wynn rise through the ranks. We saw John from Colombia also coming in. We saw them struggle later once we got into the later rounds as exhaustion took its toll. These are powerful conditions. We saw the women delivering the best fleet and the best result that we have ever seen in a kiteboarding competition from a women's fleet. The level was beyond double of last year. It was absolutely insane. And then we saw an amazing Pro 1 competition. Big upset in Cohen Van Dyke.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to mention that Cohen versus Luca. I really thought Cohen was going to do super well at this event, but coming up against Luca proved himself. He won the North Battle in this particular event. Cohen doing better in the last one. Luca actually knocking himself out pretty much in the Red Bull Mega Loop in the previous event, getting a pretty bad concussion, being sent to hospital, and then a little over a week later, or not even a week later, coming and competing and making it to the final, potentially winning the event. So amazing job from Luca. That's true warrior spirit from him.
Well, he's a soft-spoken man, but he lets his results speak for themselves. I was truly impressed with him today, and I think he's got a bright future. Step by step, he's making his way to the top.
Definitely. These guys are still so young. Jeremy, Luca, Cohen, they're all, 18 to 20 years old. They've got a long career ahead of them, unless they injure themselves too many times. But that's the goal, is consistency and to play the long game. And yeah, you can risk it, but don't risk it too hard, because you want to have a long career. You want to still be up there like Aaron Hadlow and Kevin Langry and Ruben Lenton. When you're like 30 plus years old, you still want to have your name up there in the sport. This is a sport that you need consistency throughout your career to make a name for yourself. So yeah, push it, but don't go too hard.
Well, coming up next, you're going to see a lot of these athletes going down to Cape Town in South Africa for two competitions. One is Big Air Kite League Cape Town, and the other is the world-famous biggest event of the year, King of the Air. Liam, I know that's a competition that is always on the mind of every Big Air rider. What are we going to see coming up over the upcoming weeks and months as this fleet of absolute shredders heads down to Cape Town?
Yeah, there's no time for rest, basically. These guys are going to come straight off of this competition, and they're going to go back straight into training again. There's a few more days of Levante left here in Tarifa, so I think guys are going to stick around here in Tarifa, and then as soon as winter kicks in Tarifa, everyone's going to be heading over to Cape Town for the King of the Air, the Big Air Kite League, and it's just going to be such a show. You can see in every single event, the level is getting higher and higher. Everybody's risking more, everybody's getting more strategical, more professional. Young guns are really hungry for the win. You saw the podium of the last year King of the Air. They were all teenagers.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, definitely from my side, I'm going to try to hold my ground. Decided to rest at this event because of a small pain in my back, and just wanted to save myself for the upcoming trainings. But yeah, this event has definitely motivated me to train hard, and it's been exciting just to see where everybody's at and see these guys push it. So again, well done to all the athletes. It's been
Jeremy's
amazing.
Setting the bar high. He's throwing the gauntlet down and saying, anybody come for me. Luca Ceruti, big surprise of today, making his way through. But a massive thank you to all of our sponsors. This was brought to you, and this is these events are only possible by the sponsors that you saw on the live stream. So in between the heats, you saw representation from those sponsors. If you want to help Big Air Kiting, if you want to make all of this possible, just go and support the sponsors. They want to support Big Air Kiting, and in this year, which has been challenging for the kiting industry, they have stuck with it. So we have to say a massive thanks, a shout out to all of the sponsors who made this event possible and continue to allow these types of things to happen. These events are made possible by them. So big thanks to all of our sponsors. We will join you from the podium. We're about to wrap up here in the booth, and then we're going to head over for the prize giving. We will roll some ads in the meantime. We'll roll some replays, and then in about 30 to maximum 45 minutes, depends on how Spanish we are today, we will make it to the prize giving. You'll like to see the trophies. There's something special in store.
It's going to be a close battle between the three finalists, the girls and the boys. It's been an absolutely awesome day, full of action, wind picking up throughout the day, tricks getting more extreme. Ian been working for the last 15 hours here in the booth non-stop. You deserve some water, mate. Maybe a beer, maybe a massage. I'm not going to give it to you, but
well, I'll pass on the massage then. We're going to wrap up here in the booth. Pablito. All right. No. Continuamos? All right. Then I guess we're going to keep talking.
Okay.
All right.
I put the mic down already.
I think I'm pretty much gassed at this point. The excitement has come to such a level that I'm running out of adrenaline actually. Ready to go get that beer like we talked about. Una caña, por favor.
With all these highs, all this adrenaline in the sport, you also get the lows afterwards. So when you're competing, you ride that high for a while. So you compete the whole day, and you get so much adrenaline throughout the day that you are so hyped up that you sometimes can't even sleep the same night. But then the day after and the following days, you get a bit down and a bit depressed and a bit tired, because it's you put your body through so much. Imagine just like competing at this level for 5 hours. Kitesurfing can be super dehydrating as well. You're out there on the sea, not drinking water, pulling all of these tricks. You're fighting against a massive kite in strong winds, trying to stay upwind, and it's intense. It's intense. Yes. So these guys are definitely going to be tired tomorrow, but they're going to be hyped up today, especially when they're on that podium. They're going to be. They have champagne.
Oh yeah.
Have some champagne.
Of course.
Be nice. Let's see if they can open it. They're not very experienced. These guys are opening champagne.
Okay. One last note here that we need to talk about from our sponsors. You have just a few minutes left to get in your votes for your favorite rider of the day. So go to kitemana.com/vote, and we will see the results at the podium. Kite Mana Rider of the Day for both men and for women. Vote for your rider of the day. $1,500 cash money goes straight to them. So your vote goes directly to supporting your favorite rider. Who did you think was the best rider of the day? Who's your favorite personality? Who looks the best? It's up to you. You decide.
You do, mate. Now we're going to have the replays of the men's and the women. Starting with the men's, I'm going to show you guys the best tricks from that final. Check it out. Definitely want to watch those twice. back in the booth again.
Back in the booth again. Well, back in the sauna, actually.
Yeah, sauna. It's good sauna. I'm not going to go this evening.
I just need the ice bath. That's what we need. So those were the replays from the finals. One of the most electrifying finals, frankly, that I've ever seen. The progression of drama throughout this competition was just unparalleled. We saw trick by trick, back to back. We saw some amazing action in the middle rounds of riders seeing one trick and responding themselves. We had the wind up and down, so that was a challenge. We even had a hydrofoil making it through several rounds today, something that we really haven't seen before.
That was very impressive to see Charles Brodel, something like that. He's French, excuse me. But yeah, he's riding a hydrofoil. Luckily, the wind was a bit lighter. I don't know how he would cope with these strong winds, but he was definitely impressive. He was going higher than the other guys in the lower wind conditions. He was going above 15 meters when the guys were just going 11 meters. So you could definitely see the difference between twin tip riding and hydrofoil riding. And I think he's the only man that would have a chance against twin tip riders. He is very good at what he does.
He is somewhat of a unique standout in that aspect of the sport. Definitely there are positives and minuses to every gear choice, but that's a pretty extreme one. We thank you for joining us in the booth today. We thank you for joining us on this crazy ride. Been one of the best competitions we've watched. We're going to have a word from our sponsors as we go to the transition to the prize giving.
Kite Mana, world's biggest kite store. Kite Mana offers you excellent customer service, worldwide delivery, by kiters with passion. We are 100% kiteboarding. Kite Mana, your online kite store. Kite Mana, proud partner of the Big Air Kite League. Once again, we give you the opportunity to vote for your Kite Mana Rider of the Day Full Power Tarifa. Go to kitemana.com/vote and vote now.
All right, so we are back in the booth for one last final shout out. What's the shout out, Liam? What's next coming up?
Coming up is the podium. Yeah, it was a super tight battle between the three girls and the three boys, Jeremy Bolando, Giel Vlucht, and Luca Cerruti, battling it out for that first place. I think it's definitely going to be between Jeremy and Luca. Jeremy putting on a phenomenal show today. Like, he just did everything right today. He had the double loops, he had the height, he had the technicality, and he was getting those kickers, and yeah, just going massive and sending it and proving that he is, one of the best guys out there. So it's going to be exciting to see. I'm going to say bye to you, mate. Thank you so much for having me. It's been fun learning how to commentate. And I'll see you on the next one.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming and joining us. It's been a pleasure. Join us for the prize giving. We'll be back shortly.
Cheers, mate.
Welcome to Buckle Breakdown. I'm your host, Ruben Lenton, and today I am joined by Mike, the founder of the Big Air Kite League. We're here to revisit some of the most extreme kiteboarding from the 2022 season. And all of these riders really want to win, but what does it actually take to become the Big Air champion?
So Ruben, our judges are awarding extreme technical big airs. So that means we want to see these riders taking to the sky, performing powerful maneuvers and extreme technical aerobatics.
So today we will take you through some of the most notable moments of each event. We will do some in-depth trick analysis and bring you some epic rider stats.
We visited 4 destinations in the 2022 tour and kicked it off in France with Lords of Tram. Lords of Tram delivered nuking wind right at the start of the competition. We had 30 to 55 knots of cold wind, butter flat water, highly variable wind, and it was crazy cold.
Some of the most notable moments from this event, Lords of Tram. Unfortunately, Janek, the 2021 title defender, couldn't join us due to an illness.
Local favorite Edgar Ulrich unfortunately wasn't able to continue to the end of the event due to an injury. I believe he had a hip injury.
And we saw some of the first double loops being performed in competition.
Not only that, but this was a moment in history as it was the first event for the first ever women's big air tour.
So Mike, what were some of the standouts in this event?
Some of the standouts were Andrea Principi putting on an amazing show as usual, Ivan Klein from Holland really taking to the skies, a fellow Italian Lorenzo Cassati also putting on an incredible performance, Peel Flucht performing some crazy double and S loops, and Stein Mühl bringing some traditional, powerful, high big air into the mix.
That sounds like an action-packed event with some of the best riders there, man.
It was incredible, and we saw Andrea Principi, Peel Flucht and Stein Mühl battling it out in the final. So Ruben, tell us about the women's podium.
So the women's podium consisted of Pippa van Iersel, Justine Everill and Francesca Mani.
Women's big air was looking awesome, and I especially love this shot of Pippa van Iersel performing a beautiful kite loop late back roll. Damn, these women shred.
Let's look at some of the best tricks of this event. As an outsider, this might be very confusing to see the riders fly across the sky performing all these crazy moves. So take me down to one of the most extreme tricks of the event, Mike.
Let's take a closer look at Hill's S-loop. Now, you were the first guy to ever do the S-loop. Can you tell us a bit about this trick?
That's right, I almost forgot about that. It was in 2009, I believe. It was a massive storm in the Netherlands. I was riding my 5-meter kite, so super small kite. And I just felt it was so playful and I could just do more than a mega loop and even rewind it halfway. It was a scary trick. I kind of bumped out on the landing, but I never tried it after. So 14 years later, Giel's taking it to the next level in competition.
Guys, isn't that insane? So Ruben, the father of big air kiteboarding, performed this trick 14 years ago, and we went 14 years without it being performed again. Absolutely incredible that you were pushing the sport so hard so many years ago.
Very risky maneuver, and that's why we haven't seen it. So let's take a closer look at Giel's S-loop.
So with the S-loop, the rider is literally drawing an S in the sky. Now look how fast the kite moves into the bottom part of the S. This creates an enormous downwind pull, so he approaches his kite and his lines go slack.
So the S-loop is a very controversial move for the mind. You have to be ready for it. Whilst you're pulling the mega loop, you need to yank the bar the other way, so the kite actually switches around and stalls, makes you free fall, and then the kite needs to catch you before you hit the water. It's a very scary move.
So it's a miracle that his kite actually caught him in this one. And I think it's made possible by these lighter materials and innovation with kite gear.
Yes, the materials are becoming much and much better, so the kites get more direct, more efficient, and we're going to see more extreme moves as the sport progresses. So Mike, what were some of the most interesting rider stats from this event?
Let's take a look at Andrea's stats. So checking out these stats, you'll see Andrea's highest trick score is a 9.08 and his average trick score is a whopping 6.54. Now guys, that is super high. And not only is he pulling in high scores, he's got excellent variety in his performance. So he's got an average variety score of 3.29.
Those are some epic stats, Mike, but what does it take to win a heat?
So a rider's heat score is made up of their top 2 unique tricks as well as a variety score. We give the variety score because we want to see the rider performing different tricks within their heat. And that's how you get the most complete rider.
Some great action in the Pro 2 division, and with a massive standout taking the win, Theo van Beek. The women's division winner, Pippa van Iersel. And the pro winner, standing the top of the podium, Andrea Principi from Italy. All right, time to dive into the second stop of the year, the full power Tarifa, powered by Core.
So Ruben, what I love about this spot is it's like the Colosseum, and we've got these riders going into battle. The riders were in 7 and 8 meter kites in 30 to 40 knots of wind. We had flat water with kickers in front of the rider to add that line tension.
So let's look at some of the most notable moments from this event.
There was a huge upset for the entire big air community when just days before the event, Janek Żegajewski crashed and fractured both of his ankles and wasn't able to compete, and it actually took him out of kiting for an entire year.
And it was the first time in Buckle history that we saw a couple win the event, Zara Hogeraad and Giel Vlucht. The Kite rider of the day, voted by the public, was Beto Gomez from Colombia. So what were some of the major standouts of this event?
So in this event we saw the two Italians, Andrea Principi and Lorenzo Casati, going head to head before the final round, and unfortunately only one of them could advance. As a result, we saw Giel Vlucht, Andrea Principi and Liam Whaley in the final heat, and it was fierce.
So it was the same podium, just in a slightly different order, where Zara Hogeraad in first place, Justine Averill in second and Pippa van Iersel in third. Let's look at some of the best tricks of this event. One of the most technical riders on tour is Andrea Principi. He is going crazy, so please explain me a little bit more about this trick, Mike.
So in this trick, first of all, Andrea is going in with beautiful edging, and he's got a huge spray coming off of the board. And that's how you know he's bringing a lot of power into the move. Now, right at the peak moment here, you'll see Andrea's got his board off, he's rotating, and he's pulling a kite loop all at the same time. Big air is really at an extreme level these days. Beautiful riding.
So let's take a quick look at the point race for the championships. Unfortunately, Pippa van Iersel, who was leading the women's division, had to pull out due to a knee injury. Giel and Andrea are neck and neck. So whilst we're at it, let's pull up some data.
So one of the riders with an amazing performance in this event was local Zara Hogeraad. Now let's check out Zara's stats. Her highest trick score is a whopping 7.78. And her average trick score across all Buckle events is a 4.87. Her average variety score for variety in her performance is 2.23. Fantastic riding throughout the year by Zara. So right after Zara, we're going to check out her boyfriend, Giel Vlucht. So Giel's highest trick score is a whopping 9.63 for that massive S-loop in Lords of Tram. His average trick score is also a staggering 6.1 points. Now this is an average score, guys, and that is very high. And his average variety score is a 3.13. Giel is always bringing the fire and is a very complete rider in all of his performances. Now the last rider's stats that I want to check out for this event are Italian rider Lorenzo Casati. This guy's highest trick score is an 8.15 and his average trick score is a 5.27. Lorenzo rides beautifully and is always in control. His average variety score is extremely high with a 3.5. Now Lorenzo later in the year went on to win Red Bull King of the Air with a spectacular performance that wowed the world.
The Pro 2 division winner was Michiel Schipper from Holland with some phenomenal riding. Then the women's division winner, Zara Hogeraad, once again shining to the top. And the Pro division winner, Giel Vlucht, some powerful riding and taking it to the extreme. So we're here at the second tour stop of the championships. Let's look at the points race. Unfortunately, Pippa van Iersel, who was leading the women's division, had to pull out due to a knee injury.
And we've got Giel and Andrea neck and neck, making for an intense rivalry at the start of the 2022 tour.
And we're off to paradise for the third tour stop of the Big Air Kite League in kiteboarding Mecca, Brazil for the Alchemist Tatajuba Fest.
So we were greeted with 25 to 30 knots of pure, steady wind. The riders were mostly on 8 and 9 meter kites. And in prior years of this event, we had butterflat water. But in 2022, we had slightly choppy water due to the change in the lagoon bathymetry. What were some of the notable moments from this event?
Well, from what I saw, we were the first Big Air event with live FPV drone footage, making it very dynamic and exciting to look at. Everybody was frothing on that. And also, to get better conditions, we moved the event from Tatajuba to Guruyuk. So Mike, who were some of the massive standouts in this event?
So we had 30 plus riders flying in from all over the world. Some of the standouts were Jeremy Berlando, his fellow Italian Andrea Principi, Giel Vlucht from Holland, and 5-time world champion Aaron Hadlow. There were some amazing moments in this event. For one, we saw the first ever boogie board off by a woman in competition, and that was by Michele Sol, local Brazilian shredder. That was incredible. We also saw local hero Victor Emmanuel taking on Giel Vlucht with an incredible heat and a very narrow loss, which allowed Giel Vlucht to pass into the final. Italy is clearly producing some amazing riders, as we saw 2 Italians in the final, Andrea Principi and Jeremy Berlando. Andrea was the favorite to win the event, going into the final with the highest score of the entire event. But Jeremy Berlando put on an amazing show and performed beautiful controlled maneuvers to take the win.
And also in the women's pro division, we saw some very exciting riding with on the podium winner Michele Sol, multiple times world champion, taking on Angeli Boulou, who is a veteran in the big air scene. And in second place, we had Carly Tolma. What an exciting riding by these ladies, and I cannot wait to see where this is going for the rest of the tour.
There was some epic riding in this event. Now let's take a closer look at Michele Sol's boogie board off.
So let's play it back in slow-mo. Mika's boogie loop board off. Here she dives forward, she's reaching for the board, she's taking it off with a very nice leg extension and just putting on that board after completing the rotation and coming in for a full speed landing. Beautiful riding by Mika. So let's dive into some rider stats.
Cool, Ruben. Let's have a look at Jeremy Berlando's stats for a start. So Jeremy, hailing from Italy, is a young rider putting on incredible performances every time you watch him in every discipline of kitesurfing. His highest trick score is an 8.7. His average trick score throughout all our backhill events is a 5.9, and his average variety score is a 2.79. He's consistently posting very high results, and this is probably going to give him a great finish at the end of the 2022 backhill season. Moving on to Michele Sol from Brazil, she has got a highest trick score of 7.35, an average trick score a whopping 5.86, and an average variety score of 2.15 throughout her Big Air Kite League performances. This woman is definitely one to watch out for over the next few years.
So, the winners for this event, Carlos Magno from Brazil took home the win in the Pro 2 division. For the women's division, the winner was Michele Sol, very well deserved with her epic riding. And the winner of the Pro division, Jeremy Berlando, with an epic performance. So Mike, with these results in, where does that leave us for the point race to become Big Air champion?
Once more, we've got Andrea and Giel coming in neck and neck. And that's because every rider gets to discard their one worst result throughout the tour.
So the battle continues and it all comes down to the last event.
So it's been an amazing year so far, and we're heading off to Cape Town for the final event to crown the Big Air champions,
where we will find 35 plus knot wind, very dense, cold winds, massive kickers rolling in, guaranteed epic big air action from the world's best riders. So Mike, what are some of the most notable moments from this event?
So Ruben, it's pretty crazy, but Giel went into this event with a pretty solid injury. He actually injured his collarbone playing paddle. How's that?
Oh, unlucky.
A really special moment in this event was when we saw the first ever double loop by a woman, not only in competition, but ever, and that was by Francesca Maini. A fierce battle ensued when Angeli Buia retaliated with an even bigger double loop in the final heat. One of the big upsets for this event was that Andrea Principi, who was tied in the Big Air Tour rankings, wasn't able to attend the event, leaving the title open for grabs for Giel Vlucht. However, Giel still had to make sure he performed spectacularly in order to secure the result.
We have an amazing fleet with the top riders attending, so who were some of the massive standouts in this event?
Riders to look out for were Ivan Klein from Holland, Jeremy Berlando from Italy, Luca Cerruti from South Africa, Jason van der Spey also from South Africa, Giel Vlucht and Koen van Dijk, both coming from Holland. These guys put in incredible performances, and we've got some wonderful drone footage to bring you the action as though you're right there as it happens.
So here we are with the podium of the pros. Koen van Dijk in first place, edging out Giel Vlucht, countryman from the Netherlands, and in third place, local boy Jason van der Spey. What an absolute phenomenal performance.
On the women's podium, we saw Queen of the Air, Angeli Boyo. She was taking to the sky, bringing in huge power and height into her jumps. In second, we had Francesca Maini from the UK, and in third, Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden.
Here are some of the best tricks from this event in Cape Town. As the tricks get bigger and bigger and more complex, we want to bring you a little more detail on this kite loop board off laid back from Philippos.
So here we have Philippos flying at a kicker with beautiful edging, taking
2.
la cual no sabemos el día exactamente. Se activó la luz verde el martes y nada, hoy desde las 5 de la mañana ha habido compañeros que han estado trabajando, por ejemplo los compañeros del streaming que tenían que tirar todos los cables, gente del equipo de media, o sea, agradeceros el sobreesfuerzo, que aunque es cierto que estamos trabajando, pero es un sobreesfuerzo empezar a las 5 de la mañana y de momento son casi las 7 o las 8, no sé qué hora es. Las 7 son muchas horas de trabajo, así que muchas gracias a todos mis compañeros por haber dado el do de pecho y considero que todo ha salido muy bien. Así que un fuerte aplauso para el staff y todas las personas que hemos trabajado aquí. En lugar, agradecer por supuesto una vez más al Ayuntamiento de Tarifa, el cual al menos en las competiciones en las que yo he estado, siempre nos han abierto la puerta de la casa y nos han tendido una mano para ayudarnos aquí. Así que un fuerte aplauso para el Ayuntamiento de Tarifa, que día a día, año tras año, va superándose con las competiciones y cada vez está más en boca de personas que somos seguidores del wingfoil, del kite y del windsurf, porque es cierto que posiblemente este lugar sea uno de los más populares del mundo para el viento. Así que un fuerte aplauso por el Ayuntamiento de Tarifa y para Tarifa. Sí, bueno, pero que le dé la gracia a él. No, le da la gracia al Ayuntamiento. Vale, continúo. Mi compañero Vladi que me va apuntando algunos detalles. Agradecer a Core como patrocinador principal del circuito de la Bigger Kite League, Onyx, Wayu, después tengo también Rayleigh, tengo por aquí Kite Maná, Surfer, B3, ¿qué más? ¿Algún sponsor más que me deje? Red Bull, por supuesto, que nos ha mandado a este Super DJ Carlos, que lo da todo. Y Vladi, ¿algún patrocinador más que me deje en el tintero? Lo he dicho ya. Ah, sí, claro, por supuesto, el chiringuito balneario, por Dios. Y Guagua, sí señor, mira, los tengo aquí abajo. Y New Angels, también los tengo aquí. ¿Y quién más? Me falta alguien. Tarifa Universo, ADG y Tarifa Riders, esos son, y Powerhouse, esos son todos los que habéis colaborado. Así que un fuerte aplauso para todos los colaboradores, que realmente gracias a ellos son por los que podemos estar aquí, porque montar una competición cuesta mucho dinero, así que un fuerte aplauso para ellos. Y ya no me entretengo más y empiezo con la entrega de premios. Vamos, Carlos, bájame un poquitín, que creo que está muy fuerte. La música. ¿Ahora? Sí, vale. Vale, empezamos con un premio especial, ¿vale? Por el patrocinador Surfer, ¿vale? Hace entrega Daniel, ¿vale? Sería un premio de 1000 euros. ¿Tú eres Daniel? Vale. ¿Quién is the winner? You know? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to give the microphone to Daniel because I don't know for who is the prize, so he has to say. Thank you, man.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Wow, what an event. As you might have seen, all the riders have been wearing phones today, so we could have pulled up the jump stats to the live stream today. And let me just give you a few quick stats from one of the guys. This is Koen van Dijk with the longest air time of 9.1 seconds, furthest jump with 116 meters, and the biggest yank with 71 kilometers per hour. So big applause for Kohan.
Yeah!
yeah, we from the Surfer app, we support the growth of big air and also, of course, of the competitions, which is why we are moving to watches, so the riders in the future will have the chance to see the live scores on their watch during the competition, so they can perform even better. And this is why this year we wanted to upscale, the biggest jump of the day as well. And that person is also has the top 5 average highest jumps with 19.26 meters, and also the highest jump of the day with 22 meters, with a massive front roll contra loop, all the way from Langebaan, South Africa, Luca Cerruti. Where he is. Come up to the stage, Luca. Big applause for Luca. So yeah, we're leveling it a bit up. So the Surf app is giving away an Apple Ultra Watch worth €1,000 for Luca Cerruti. Congratulations. Yeah, keep following us on Instagram. We're gonna push out some great news in the future. The Surf app. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel, for your prize. Thank you very much. Y voy a continuar. I'm so sorry because I had to continue in Spanish because it's Tarifa. It's the local language. But please, if someone wants to know exactly what I'm saying, let me know and I'm going to translate, all right? So, the second prize we have is another special prize from Kite Mana, another of our main sponsors. Is 100,000 euros for the rider of the day. Okay, the person who gives the prize is Ian Avera from Onyx. What is Onyx? From Onyx. I'm joking. Estoy bromeando, chicos. Y es para Cowan Van Dyck. Woo! Yes! All right. Now the prizes for second division men. The third position 1 week ago, last Sunday, was the second one. The second or the third? I don't remember. Who was your position? Second, right? And it was our second DJ today, because first is Carlos. So, cheers for Joel the Pfeiffer! And the person who gives your prize is Vladi Rodriguez, the promoter in Full Power Tarifa, the owner in Wayu Tarifa Water Sport. So congratulations, Joel, it was amazing. Second position with an amazing tricks. I think it's from Colombia, John Pérez. And is el concejal de turismo, Nacho Trujillo, quien hace entrega de este premio para la única persona que me ha corregido mis errores en los trucos, ¿eh? John. Un fuerte aplauso para John. Hace entrega Nacho Trujillo, concejal de turismo del Ayuntamiento de Tarifa. Y para el rider que dio el salto de la segunda división a la primera, Julian Huyn. Un fuerte aplauso para Julian. Y es Tristan Atú, la persona que hace entrega del premio. Un fuerte aplauso para Julian. Tristan, where are you? He's there. Tristan, no more crashes, please. Yeah! Congratulations, rider. Amazing competition. Thanks for coming, for enjoy in this competition. And I hope to see with you next year. Yeah! Okay, I continue with the ceremony, and now is the time for the ladies. Woo! The ladies, but with an amazing tricks, amazing power in every trick. So congratulations to the riders, the women, because it was an amazing surprise, I think, for me and for the rest of the people, because your power in every trick in big air is amazing. So congratulations, ladies. The third position, the prize will be given by Vladi Rodriguez, is for Francesca Maini. Francesca, let's go. F1 rider. Yes! The second position and the gift will be given by Nacho Trujillo, concejal de Turismo de Tarifa, Elsien Filstra. Elsien, congratulations. Finally, I'm doing the ceremony in English. Come on. Enhorabuena, Elsien. Congratulations, Nacho Trujillo, nuestro concejal de turismo, hace entrega de este precioso trofeo. Y la vencedora, the winner with too much power in every trick, Sara Hugenrath. And the person who gives the prize is Marina Lacoste. Marina Lacoste is the person. Marina Lacoste, por favor. ¿Está preparada? Enhorabuena, chicas. Sara, if you don't want your prize, you can tell us if you don't like. Congratulations, ladies. Enhorabuena. Please take the pictures. Woo! And now, the last category, the first division, where some of the best riders around the world were competing. The third position, he felt an injury during the last final, is Giel Black from Ocean Rodeo, and is Ian Abera, the person who gives the prize to this champion. He was the 2022 champion in the full power Tarifa last year. So congratulations, Jill.
We're gonna do the exit
¿Qué?
prize. The exit prize.
Sí, sí,
y
no.
Después de como eso íbamos a hacer de Sara. Entonces después de ahora.
Sí, ya le digo que se quede y le digo a
Exacto.
Sara que salga. Sí, no te preocupes. How is your Jill? Okay, second position. And second position, the person who gives the prize is Nacho Trujillo, is for Luca Ceruti. Enhorabuena, Luca. Nuevamente al podium. Nacho Trujillo, concejal de turismo, es la persona que hace entrega de este precioso trofeo de un artista local. Ok. Congratulations, Luca. From Tenerife, living in Tarifa, 4-year, 4-time World Championship, Jeremy Burlando. Vladi Rodríguez hace entrega de este premio a su compañero de Slingshot, misma marca con la que compite. Increíble, Jeremy. Yeah. Guarro. Congratulations, guys. The final was crazy, was insane. Jeremy, quédate ahí tú. Tú te tienes que quedar ahí. ¿Te quedas? Un segundo. Me lo vas a agradecer. Ok. Vladi, segundo y tercero que bajen. Jeremy se queda. Pero Jeremy se queda. Y que bajen Jill y Luca. ¿Ok? El premio que falta. Pero que se va, es que se tiene que subir el otro premiado, claro. Por eso que se baje el Jill and Luca. Ok, and now we have another special prize. Tenemos otro premio especial. Jeremy me lo va a agradecer. El otro campeón o campeona, no tanto porque no vive en Tarifa, al menos eso creo. hace entrega Pierre from Exit, Pierre de Exit, que, ¿vale? Y es un año de bebidas gratis para Jeremy y Sara. Sara, where is Sara? And Sara has another one. Sara, where you live? Sara live here? Okay, perfect, it's perfect. It's great. Bueno, familia. Okay, please, all the riders come here with me because we are going to shoot a family picture. It's important for the future. Finally, we are a minimalist sport with not too many people, so it's important to show to the rest of the world that every year kite surfers, windsurfers, windfoilers, we are more. So please, all the riders come here with me for the shooting, okay? Thank you. Yo, venga, ya aquí, la foto. Come on, don't be shy. All the riders here for a family picture.
Leave the board here on the side, eh? Somewhere for sure.
Congratulations, guys.
Go in front, yeah, you're winning. Everyone's winning.
Okay, and friends also, come on. Friends, girlfriend, mom, dad.
Everyone.
Everyone, yeah, it's amazing, it's a party, I told you. Valentín, vente conmigo, con tu tío Chema. Okay, everybody here. Please, all the riders, por favor, todos los riders, amigos. Ok, también el staff, por favor, Vladi, Ian. Venga. Everybody are ready? Everybody's ready? Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go! Thank you very much. I hope to meet with you in a year. Enjoy the winter, train. Take care and for the injuries. The most important, be happy this year, this winter, this autumn. Probably we'll meet in any other competition. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me to talk and tell to everyone all the details in every hit. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Muchas gracias, hermano.
Gracias, tío. Fue brutal. Ha sido muy guay. Gracias, tío.
¿Qué hacemos? ¿Algún bizum o qué?
Bizum no puede.